And good afternoon. We are following breaking news here on Dr. Phil's Merit TV. I'm Chris Gutierrez.
And I'm Joe Gellum. Thank you so much for joining us here on this Sunday.
That's right. We are following breaking news because Dr. Phil has actually has been allowed to embed with ICE agents. So these are federal agents who are currently spanned across the Chicago area. And before he went on some of these raids this morning, he's been up in part of this operation now for going on 5+ hours.
Yeah.
And before he went on the raid this morning, we checked in with him last night because he wanted to give us a sense, you at home, a better idea of what to expect over the next 24 hours. Listen to this right here.
Well, we just arrived in Chicago, and I'm getting ready to meet with Tom Homan, and we're going to brief what's happening tomorrow, what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, go over all the security protocol, because it's a pretty high-risk mission that we're going on. This truly is a targeted ICE mission, because they're not sweeping neighborhoods like people are trying to imply. I know that because I've been involved in this heading into this. They've identified 270 high-value targets, and what I mean by that is these are known criminals and terrorists. We're talking about murderers, child traffickers, child rapists. We're talking about bad actors, both in the countries they've come from and since they've been here in the United States. Some of these people have 12, 15 arrests, indictments, some convictions in their home countries and here, but yet they're on the streets. And that's who ICE is targeting to bring out of these communities. So we're going after specific targets, not just sweeping neighborhoods and picking up anyone with a tan, anyone that looks like they don't belong here. Anybody belongs here. One thing I've learned about Tom Homan since I've come to know him, but he's got 3 objectives. 1, close the border, get it under control. 2, get the criminals, the dangerous people out of the communities and off the street. And 3, rescue these missing children. There are over 300,000 missing children. Some of them may be with family, that's fine. Let's identify that. Some of them have been trafficked into sweatshops, prostitution, really bad outcomes for these children. So those are the 3 objectives. And this one that we're working on starting in just a few hours is to get these bad actors off the street, these known violent criminals out of the community. How could anybody disagree with that?
Get the bad actors off the street. That was late last night in Chicago, Illinois. That continues today. And Chris, it was a day one promise from day one, even before day one from the Trump administration, even further back than that when Tom Homan sat down with Dr. Phil about 2 or 3 months ago and said, from day one, I'm going to do this. So it was a warning to all the cities, but especially those harboring criminals, the sanctuary cities. It happened in Boston earlier this week. It happened in Denver, Atlanta, Philadelphia, and now the focus is on Chicago. And that's what Tom Homan said. He said, Chicago's ground zero. That's where we're starting. That's where they are. And we're going to go after them, especially the sanctuary cities. That's where they're going to get them.
I think it's important to point out what Dr. Phil's really focusing on here is that this is a targeted raid specifically going after people who have already been identified by our government as people who have done bad things in our country, right? There's been a lot of talk of, oh my goodness, what do these raids look like, specifically from sanctuary cities that, you know, these ICE agents are going to run into schools, into churches and pull people out. That's not what's happening right now in Chicago, and we've got video to prove it, and we'll show you that in a second. But first, Dr. Phil continued his conversation last night, expecting a pushback from sanctuary cities like Chicago. Listen here.
The problem that we have with some of the pushback that ICE has been getting from the sanctuary cities is they're saying, no, we don't want to cooperate with you. We don't want to give you access to some of the people that we may have arrested that may be in jails. You need to go get warrants. And we may give bail to these people. We may have a no bail situation and have them in for a time and turn them back out. And here's the point that ICE has made, and I think it's a good one. If these people are in detention And ICE agents can come into the jail and arrest them there and put them on the path towards deportation at that point. They can do that in complete safety. It's a controlled environment. Whereas tomorrow, later today actually, we're going to have to go after these people out in a free environment where an apartment complex or an apartment project where there are a lot of civilians around. And if they resist, if they open fire on these agents who have to return fire, then people can get caught in the crossfire. If a car chase ensues, things can happen where people are put at risk. If they're turned over while they're in jail, all of that goes away.
All right, so two things covered there. He said it would be a lot easier if they were just in detention centers. Right now, there are 5,400 illegal immigrants with criminal backgrounds who are currently in detention centers across the U.S. It would be easier just to take them, put them on a military plane, then ship them off to their countries. Not everyone's going to be like that. So in these sanctuary cities they talked about, you're going to hear this word a lot this morning from Tom Homan. The borders are collateral, because when you show up to bust someone who has a record, and we have the record here of some of those that they've busted already in Chicago, when they show up and they bust someone, they're going to find someone else. And they did that in Boston this week. They found someone with a criminal illegal record, and they found someone else, but they also found a mom, a grandmother, an aunt harboring that criminal. So that's the issue. That's the problems they're dealing with in all of these sanctuary cities. Again, Boston, Denver, Atlanta, Philadelphia, and now Chicago.
Again, to reset, right now, Dr. Phil is on the streets of Chicago with President Trump's border czar, Tom Homan. And they are going after specific people who've been identified by our government as having done really bad things to really good people in our country. And that's who they're targeting. Make no bones about it. We've got the proof, and we're going to show it to you. Dr. Phil, before going out this morning, I think they probably had their muster call like 4 or 5 o'clock this morning is when they actually met with law enforcement. But before that, last night, he sat down with Tom Homan to, again, talk about what to expect today. Listen to this.
Well, I'm with Tom Homan in an undisclosed location. I'm not going to talk about that right now. But I can say we're in Chicago because this isn't going to, nobody's going to see this until after we're already doing what we're doing. So we're embargoing this. But tell everybody what we're here planning and what's going to happen tomorrow.
We're here to do an ICE operation. As promised by the president and myself, we're going to concentrate on public safety threats. Chicago is a sanctuary city, so every public safety threat who's a foreign national who gets arrested in this area will get released back into the community to reoffend. So we're here to start this operation tomorrow. We got hundreds of targets we're looking for. We're going to make this city safer starting tomorrow.
Okay, now, you and I have talked many times, and you're all about three things that I understand. One is closing the border and making sure that people that come into this country come in through a port of entry, and we know who those people are. And they're qualified to come into this country for the right reason, the right people for the right reasons. Number two, taking the dangerous people that already have gotten into this country that should have never gotten into this country are taken off the streets. We're talking about murderers, violent people, rapists, child molesters, sex offenders, traffickers, drug dealers, arms dealers, terrorists. Those are the kind of people that we're talking about, right?
Absolutely, and starting right after inauguration, we've already arrested over 1,000 criminals, illegal aliens in this country. We're going to start with Chicago tomorrow.
All right, and those that you've arrested is just in the normal operations of ICE doing what they do. And then the third prong is finding and rescuing the children that have just been lost in the system. And there's 300,000 plus children. We're not saying all of those have been trafficked, not all of those. Some of them are with family, maybe. We hope many of them, but we know a lot of them aren't. That's the third prong. But tomorrow, the focus is on targeting these violent criminals that are victimizing some of their countrymen that are here. They maybe start with them, but then they're committing crimes in America. They're dealing drugs. They're They're committing murders. They're doing the things that we don't want done in this country. And you have been studying those people and you've built a file, you've got data, you know where they're likely to be. And that's who's being targeted.
Absolutely. You're going to see tomorrow the brave men and women of law enforcement putting their lives on the line to arrest somebody on their turf. They shouldn't have to, right? If we could arrest them in the safety and security of county jail, it's safe for the officer, it's safe for the alien, and it's safe for the community. Because of sanctuary city policies, our officers have to go knock on their door, go on their turf. We have access to who knows what weapons. It just makes our job a lot more dangerous, which you'll see tomorrow. And then one thing I want to point out, what you also want to see tomorrow, you're going to see non-criminals being arrested because they have forces in the community to find a bad guy. And when we find a bad guy, he may be with others. Unlike the Biden administration, we're going to let ICE officers enforce immigration law. That's their job. That's the ultimate thing. So if they're in the country legally, they're coming too. So the sanctuary city is going to get exactly what they don't want. More officers in the community and more collateral arrests because they force us in this position.
Okay, now let's talk about this because I've looked at some of the files, some of the data that you shared because you guys have been gracious enough to allow Merit TV to embed with ICE and these brave men and women to go on this operation. And so we've seen some of the people that you're targeting and going after. Some of these people have been arrested time and time again and deported time and time again. But when they get back into the country and they get arrested again and they're in custody, nobody's raising their hand in a sanctuary city and notifying ICE, hey, this is a violent criminal that has been deported sometimes 6, 7 times. They're back here again. We've arrested them again. We know they're a violent criminal. Nobody's alerting you to that, where you could come into the jail in a controlled environment without any danger to anyone in the community and take that person and into custody and deport them. Why are they not raising their hand and saying, come get this person in a controlled environment?
Politics. It's nothing but politics. It has nothing to do with public safety. We're not asking them to be immigration officers. We're asking them to be cops that work with our cops. The local cops work with the feds. Do what you do with them. We lock them in the jail, so that's fine. When you're done with them, all we're asking is contact us when we release them. We'll take custody of them and let us do our job. It'll make the community a lot safer. Anybody can look at recidivism rates. A lot of them are going to commit another crime in the neighborhoods against a U.S. citizen or against a migrant community. It's not safe. You know, I would dare this mayor to go to the immigrant community and ask them one simple question. Ask the immigrant community, would you rather have ICE operating in our jail or in your community? They're going to say the community, because even though they're in the country illegally, they don't want predators in their neighborhood either. They don't want someone convicted of 10 DUIs driving around their neighborhood either. Most of these people are good family people. They want their neighborhoods protected too. So the mayor ought to be protecting not only immigrant communities, but the American communities. His number one job is protection of his communities, to drive crime down, to take public safety threats off the street. But he's not doing it for political reasons only.
What is the political agenda that says, I don't want you to take a known rapist, a known murderer out of my community? What is the political agenda that says, I don't want this known violent criminal out of this apartment project here or out of this community? What is the political agenda that says, I don't want this known criminal out of my community?
There's a lot of agendas. There's an anti-Trump agenda. There's people who want cheap labor. You know, no one hires an illegal alien out of the goodness of their heart. They hire them because they can work them hard, pay them less, and undercut their competition who has U.S. citizen employees. You got open borders groups out there really truly believe we should have open borders. There's different reasons for this, but for this city, it's all about politics. It's all about, you know, pushing back on the Trump administration enforcement laws. And look, we got a great president back in power, and we're going to take these sanctuary cities on. I was told by the mayor, and on a speech he did on stage, Tom Homan is not welcome in Chicago. Well, Tom Homan's in Chicago, and I'm going to help you clean your streets up. You can help me or not help me, but we're here to do it.
All right, let me ask you this. I've been reading in the media that there was a promise made early on that there were some safe zones where you weren't going to go and start arresting and targeting people, such as our schools. That ICE agents weren't going to show up and start sweeping schools and taking students out of class and latching onto them and deporting them if they were in this country illegally. And that now that's not the case, that ICE agents are showing up at schools, they're intimidating students and teachers, and that they're getting ready to start sweeping through schools and taking students out of class and deporting them, maybe even separating them from their parents, whatever. I don't know. What do you say about that?
Well, look, it's a lie. It's Governor Pritzker yesterday put on social media that ICE was entering an elementary school. He says, I'm putting fear in the community. He put the fear in the community. This is a targeted enforcement operation. We're looking for those in the country illegally that have convicted of a crime here. That's what we're looking for. That's a straight down message from the president and myself. So someone like Governor Pritzker wants to put on social media, we're hitting an elementary school, for God's sakes. There isn't going to be a military operation. There isn't sweeping the streets. As we discussed earlier, we know exactly who we're looking for, and most likely we're going to find him. And that's what you're going to see tomorrow.
And when you say you know who you're looking for, you're not just going into an area of Chicago and looking around. You've got a file on this person. You've got an electronic footprint. You have information as to where this person is residing, where they're conducting their illegal activities, who they're in contact with. They've been surveilled. There's been a whole investigation for these people. You're not just going in and saying, yeah, this looks like a building where they might hang out. You have an investigation that has, in the last 90 days, for example, you've had contacts with these people, surveilled these people, so you know this is their residence, this is where they hang, this is where they do their business, this is wherever. That's where you're going to look for these people, right? There's something to this.
Many, many hours of investigation are put into every target that we go after. You'll see tomorrow at the rally point where the supervisor will go over the target list. They'll go over the files. We have fingerprints, photographs, criminal history, immigration history. A lot of work's been done. The men and women of ICE, ERO, HSI, they're professionals. They're good at this. And you'll see tomorrow just how good they are.
This is no different than if the FBI, for example, was looking for a U.S. citizen that was committing these crimes of murder, rape, child molestation, child trafficking, kidnapping, whatever. You're doing exactly the same police work that they would be doing to go in and take this person off the street, out of the community, and incarcerate them. Just your incarceration is to get them out of the United States, off of our streets, and back to their original country.
Actually, our work is more dangerous and harder because no one's locking the FBI out of the jail. No one's locking DEA out of the jail. No one's locking Secret Service out of the jail. They're only locking ICE out of the jail. So our job is more dangerous and more difficult because an FBI isn't going to go arrest somebody in the county jail. A DEA agent may arrest somebody in the county jail. We got to send the whole team into the neighborhood to arrest a bad guy in his turf who has access to who knows what weapons. Dangerous for the community, dangerous for the officers, dangerous for the aliens. Our job is actually much harder.
So by not allowing you access, not raising their hand when they do have this person detained, if they do, they're protecting them, but they're putting the ICE agents' lives in danger by forcing them into the community, into this apartment project, into this building where they might be doing business, where they could have access to firearms that they wouldn't have access to in jail. They would have access to some Confederates who might help them resist, which they wouldn't have access to in jail. They can flee. A car chase could ensue, which couldn't happen if they were in jail. All of that is putting the men and women, agents, at risk, putting their lives at risk. None of that would happen if they just raised their hand when they had them detained.
Absolutely right. And I will not sleep tonight. I never do before these things. And I won't take a breath till I know every agent goes home to their families the next night. I won't sleep because I don't want anybody to be hurt, including the alien target we're looking for. So this is dangerous. And these sanctuary cities are putting our officers at great risk. And, you know, I buried enough ICE officers, enough Border Patrol agents to feel that pain when you hand a folded flag to a wife or a child. I'll be hitting my knees tonight like I always do before these operations, just pray for the safety and security of everybody, not just the officers, but even the bad guy.
Well, I know you, and I know that you couldn't be more sincere about that. And I know when you put this operation together and they start building these different teams, awful lot of these men and women agents raised their hand and volunteered to do this. And I know they want to make the community safer. And that's the focus here. This is the second prong. The border is under control now.
We are the good guys. We're in a city, a sanctuary city with the good guys. The ones who want to enforce the law are the bad guys. And the ones who break the law are the victims. It's all upside down. This is not the America I grew up in. But President Trump is going to give us that America back. And I'm going to help him do it.
Yeah. And this turning around, how many targets are in Chicago proper? We're talking hundreds, right?
Oh, you're talking about criminals? You're talking several hundred, yes.
Yeah.
On this operation, we have several hundred. Every officer out there tomorrow is a resident here, a taxpayer here. They want to get their city safe too. And they're going to put themselves in harm's way to do it. I just wish the Chicago PD was shoulder to shoulder with us. I wish the mayor would allow the Chicago PD be shoulder to shoulder with us. It'd be safer, it'd be more efficient, and it creates a better city.
Yeah, and you know, the whole, the irony of this whole thing is when the city is safer, everybody will be happier, politicians will be happier, everybody will be happier. It's just terrible that you have to run into the headwinds to get it done. But, you know, God bless you for doing it, and God bless President Trump for supporting all of this. And, you know, he gave you this mission, and you were retired from public service when that phone rang. And it was not, you made a lot of sacrifice to come back and take this job.
It's the second time I unretired for this president, but you know what? I love my country. I love the men and women of ICE. I grew up in this agency. I started in Border Patrol in 1984. I've done this in my whole career, and I respect President Trump. You can't say no to the president. So tomorrow they want to play this game, game on. Game on.
You know, there's a point tomorrow where we're going to maintain security on this until it's real obvious what's going on, and that will spread pretty fast because you're going to roll heavy and you're going to roll deep when you go in. How many vehicles will be moving in this project, in this operation?
There'll be 100 vehicles. I mean, this is a big operation, a big city with a lot of law enforcement officers involved, so we'll be rolling all throughout the Metroplex.
All right, and multiple locations. And there's a point at which this will break, and there'll be helicopters over, and they'll be reporting this, and you'll give us permission to go live with this, right?
Absolutely. You know, in my day, we didn't have to worry about that. We didn't have social media, all this technology. Today, it'll get out pretty quick. But as soon as we can release it, we'll release it.
All right, and because you know, as I've said on Merit TV tomorrow, once you give the green light, we're going live with this all day long. As long as this operation is rolling, once you give us the green light, it's going to be on our television station, it's going to be on our Merit app, it's going to be on our social platforms. We're staying on this the whole day. This isn't a clip and a story. We're staying live on this the entire day to show what these brave men and women are doing all day long.
I look forward to it. We're going to show the American people why sanctuary cities are dangerous places.
Tom Homan, Border Czar, thank you for talking about this. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
$36 trillion.
That is the U.S. debt, and it gets deeper and deeper by the day. Our debt has never been higher, nor have the stakes. The government is looking to slash the federal budget by $2 trillion. And no one knows what that will mean for your job, savings, and future. You need to prepare before it's too late. I trust Preserve Gold to help protect my wealth, and I strongly urge you to do the same. They are the only precious metals firm I trust and recommend to my family, friends, and audience, and they have a special offer just for you.
That's why Preserve Gold is giving away a free precious metals guide. Text the word PHIL to 50505, and you can also get up to $15,000 in free gold and silver with a qualified purchase. Or simply call 844-407-6375 and mention PHIL today.
So, again, more clarification. That embargo was lifted about 25 minutes or so ago, and that's why we are now reporting live here on Dr. Phil's Merit TV. Just into our newsroom is the first takedown that Dr. Phil was a part of at 6 o'clock this morning. We're in the process right now of digitizing that video, and we're blurring faces. Why, you might ask? Well, it's because Dr. Phil is out with federal agents whose identities need to remain a secret, right? These are guys who put their lives on the line every day they walk out from their own homes to go protect other people. And so it's our job as members of the media to make sure that you don't know who those people are either. And so we're right now in back of the house, we call it. They're in the process of digitizing those faces, so you can't make out faces and hear those people. But we have everybody's mic'd up, right? And you're going to see it. I've been told about it. They took down a guy who is 42 years old from Thailand, a known sex offender. All right, this is someone who was arrested, convicted of soliciting children online. This is him right here, Seda Soma. We're going to watch that takedown in just a few minutes when we are done right here.
Right. He was convicted in 2006, but his record goes back to 2001 through 2004, and he just sort of moved around. And if you think about it now, here in 2025, this is when he is going to be deported. And as we watch the video with Dr. Phil, you could tell the passion coming out of Tom Homan. Like he said with Dr. Phil, he was retired. He did an interview with Dr. Phil about 2 months ago. He talked about the story where he goes, I've seen too many 9-year-old girls being raped by the cartel, and it just breaks your heart. He goes, I was on the scene of a trailer one time in the middle of Texas, the burning heat, 113 degrees, a whole family right there burned to death. A 5-year-old boy had to pick up his body, and he goes, you see too many of those things. And it's just sad, but he's been a part about it. President Trump knew when he said, hey, I need you as my borders are. He knew he picked the right guy for the job. And like you said, it's a huge operation going into that. All of these elements that we don't even know about to get video and to get set in place that we have for you this morning. So,
and just a programming note, you're going to hear from Dr. Phil in the Borders Are Tom Homan live right here when it's safe for them to do so. Again, right now, they're roaming the streets of Chicago. They're taking out really bad people. And we're going to hear from them coming up in about an hour or so. But first, let's get to our chief White House correspondent, our political director, Lindsay Keith, because, Lindsay, you can give us more perspective, more context, if you will, about the way this is transpiring, because this is something that Donald Trump campaigned on, and he's making good on his promise to the American people.
Hi, Chris. Hey, Joe. That's right. And I want to talk about that. But I also want to hit on something that we just heard that you guys talking about from Tom Homan. Really, you could hear his frustration there about his own ICE agents and their safety. And a lot of this goes back to what is called this Trust Act. It's actually an Illinois law in place there in Chicago that prevents local law enforcement from working with federal agents specifically on deportation and immigration issues. I want to read part of it so I get this right here. So the law ultimately allows for law enforcement to not detain immigrants based on their status. So their goal in implementing this law in 2017 was that these law enforcement agents would be able to be a part of their communities in a better way because people weren't afraid to interact with them based on their status. That's what you would hear from officials in Illinois. They would talk about it that way. But because of that, it now puts ICE agents in a position where they don't have backup from local and state officials because of this Trust Act, unless it is a federal crime and they have a warrant. So there is a loophole there specifically for that in some warrants. And that's why you've seen this back and forth. And he talks about the politics of it. It really is political in some of these sanctuary cities. We saw a similar law go into place in New York City under Mayor Bill de Blasio at the time, preventing ICE from actually getting people out of prisons there in the city. And so there's this back and forth. And you hear Tom Homan saying, we are literally only trying to get these criminals. But still, this law prevents law enforcement from working with there. And one more point I'll make on this. You have the mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson, who's actually, he has said that he is going to stop Tom Homan. He's said that he will prosecute him for doing so. But even so, as we speak, and just a few days ago after Trump's executive orders, he put a campaign into place which is called Know Your Rights. And it's really kind of billboards going up, information going out to illegal immigrants who are in Chicago to know what to do if ICE shows up at your house, and really trying to inform them how to handle these situations. So when you talk about the politics of it, you really have one group of individuals there, a blue-run city, who is trying to put up a pressure campaign against the incoming Biden administration, or rather Trump administration, on these new immigration orders. So it's really fascinating to see. But back to your point, Chris, about this is what Trump campaigned on. It's not like Donald Trump said one time on the campaign trail that he was going to have the largest mass deportation program in history. He said it over and over again. But one of the fascinating things about this, he was actually winning on this when he was running against Joe Biden. Before he dropped out of the race, he was winning by almost 20 points on immigration. And then even when Kamala Harris stepped in end of July, he was still beating her by 14 points on the immigration issue. And then I think we might have a slide on this. If not, I want to say the information either way. New York Times Siena College poll just put out one of their polling taken from January 2nd to January 10th. And what it showed is that it was Democrats, Republicans, over 2,000 Americans polled, showing that 86% of Americans actually agree with what is happening right now, that Donald Trump wanted to go after illegal immigrants who were criminals in this country. And then you even go down, because obviously what we're talking about today is criminals, people who are here, broke the law by coming here and are convicted criminals. Even 63% of people support deporting people who are not criminals who've come in the last 4 years. That includes 56% of Hispanics and 44% of Democrats. So as a whole, you look at this immigration issue, Americans really, if they like him or not, they do agree with him on the policy side of this immigration effort to deport criminals who are in our country illegally.
Yeah, let's go back to what you said a minute ago when you referenced Homan in that discussion with Dr. Phil about this being political. And then, of course, you brought up the information with Mayor Johnson in Chicago getting the alert out. And then we saw on Friday the sort of the jumping of the gun by that school that said that ICE came to their door. They showed them the Department of Homeland Security badges. And they, of course, it ended up being the Secret Service, not ICE. But that principal, in an interview after in Chicago, they told local press she will not open her doors for ICE. So, yeah, the gauntlet has been thrown down. And that's why we want to bring in retired FBI agent and attorney Bobby Ciccone. He joins us now here on Dr. Phil's Merit TV. And Bobby, welcome in. We appreciate you joining us. Let's go ahead and go from there. Tom Homan has said before during an interview, federal laws override state laws. So let's go back to that state law that Illinois has when it comes to ICE and what they're trying to do with Dr. Phil today in Chicago.
Yeah, well, we know the supremacy clause of the Constitution says that federal law does actually override state law when they're in conflict together. When one is in conflict with the other, the federal law will prevail. That's constitutional. We have that right. So I think, unfortunately, they're gonna, in addition to arresting some of these criminals, obviously hardened criminals that Tom Homan's going after, there may be some arrests of people that stand in the way of this operation, and maybe there needs to be examples made of some of these people, so the rest of the people get the hint that, we're going to enforce the federal law. If you stand in our way and you're somehow breaking the law by obstructing justice, we have the means to arrest a principal, say, or arrest, I mean, I hate to say it, but when an INS detainer is lodged on a prisoner in a county holding facility and they release that prisoner knowing the ICE detainer is on that person, the watch commander or the sergeant that signs that paper releasing that criminal back into society, when they know there's an ICE detainer on them, that police officer needs to be charged with a federal crime. You're going to have to make maybe some examples out of people, unfortunately, before the message gets out there. You got to get out of our way. We're enforcing valid federal law, and you're standing in the way and you're obstructing justice. That's a crime in and of itself.
Bobby, I want to make a few points here, because aside from the trust law for the state of Illinois that Lindsay was talking about, the city of Chicago has an ordinance. It's called the Welcome City Ordinance. And on January 15th, the city council, what they call aldermen there in Chicago, they voted to reject the push to scale back some of those provisions that made it where local law enforcement couldn't work with federal authorities, right? And the vote was 39-11. It wasn't close, right? So these are people in elected positions that are saying, hey, we don't want our local law enforcement working with the federal authorities, right? And again, this is January 15th, 5 days before our new president was sworn in. As a man who wore a badge for the vast majority of your adult life, you've got police officers who vote for the Republican Party, and you've got police officers who vote for Democrats. But when it comes to the oath that you take, doesn't that supersede everything? And do you know any police officers who would be against going against these guys, rounding them up and getting them the heck out of this country?
No, not at all, Chris. But that's who's getting put in that position. The aldermen can't be charged with a federal crime for obstructing justice, but they're putting their police officers and their public safety officers in that position where they're saying you have to violate. Basically, we're telling you by city ordinance you have to violate federal law, and so they know they're not going to. The aldermen aren't going to be subject to arrest. But, that's the position they're putting their public safety officers, the men and women who protect them every day, in a position to possibly violate federal law. So they don't know whether they're going to violate a city ordinance, which could subject them to, discipline, possibly termination by the city, or violate federal law, which could subject them, obviously, to charges. Now the U.S. Attorney's Office would have to be involved. But I'm afraid that in the beginning of this operation, which we are in now, it's starting live on Merit right now, we're going to have to make some examples of people, possibly, and that's unfortunate because, like you said, they want to enforce the law. They want to help us, but their cities are putting handcuffs on them, literally, possibly, to possibly either violate federal law or violate their own city ordinance. And that's an impossible position to be put in, but that's the position they've been put in today.
All right, Bobby, stay with us. We want to bring in Jonathan Gilliam. He is a former FBI agent, former Navy SEAL. This guy has done it all. Jonathan, thank you for standing by and being with us all morning as we've been kind of waiting for the new video to arrive. By the way, behind the scenes right now, we're still editing that because we want to make sure that we hide faces. If anyone knows the importance of that, it's Jonathan Gilliam. Jonathan, continue this conversation with us. Help us understand why it's a bad thing to round up people who've been convicted of crimes and getting them off the street.
Well, the only thing I can think of is that's votes for the Democrat Party. I mean, honestly, that's the only thing I can think of, because the left has a unrealistic view of, now I'm not talking about the politician, but the people that consider themselves Democrats. A lot of them have a very twisted view of reality and giving people a chance to flourish in this country. And what they don't realize, and what now you're seeing by evidence of all these numbers of bad people that are here and people that are now homeless and really have no direction, is that you cannot bring people in for the sheer fact of getting a handout. You back when this country began, we're all immigrants. And the reality was they showed up here to find a better life, to find opportunity. And so what you're seeing now is a political game that is destroying this nation, or has destroyed this nation to some extent, by reversing that and just telling people, come here. It doesn't matter if you're a criminal, where you're from, what your background is, whether you're rich or poor, have an education. If you come here, the city is going to fly you here, let you in, will put you up, in certain cases, give you money. And those people will not seek out opportunity. Some may, very few, but they will not seek out opportunity because they're getting a handout. And so there's a big difference. Now, when those people embed in a city, you're going to have to struggle to get them out. And that's the problem, is that now not only are we having to struggle to get the really bad people, but we're having to weed those people out. And that is a dangerous, dangerous thing to put our citizens, our law enforcement, those positions to be in. That's very dangerous, and that's what's occurring.
I'm glad you said that, Jonathan. Lindsay, I want to go back to you because earlier, this was just 2 days ago, when there was what was called chaos and confusion of all the officials coming out of Illinois, including the governor, J.D. Pritzker. He said, quote, violent criminals who are undocumented should be deported. So I think we're on board there with what ICE is trying to do. And Bobby, earlier you said it might take an example like a Chicago to figure this out. Like Boston did over the weekend. The last week, Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey said that she is in favor of deporting illegal immigrants who have committed crimes, but she wasn't like that a couple of years ago. So she has seen the benefit of ICE coming in and getting rid of these the bad elements. So, Lindsay, is that what it's going to take as an example, someone like a Boston, for a Chicago mayor and a governor to say, you know what, it's about safety, and at the end of the day, we're all about saving lives and protecting our citizens?
You know, Joe, we just saw the Laken-Riley Act passed in Congress, and there was overwhelming bipartisan support. 12 Democratic senators, 46 Democratic House of Representative members voted to pass this legislation. And I think when you see a horrific act like that, a known criminal who's taken the life of an innocent nursing student, it really gets the attention of America. And you have governors now who do not want to have that happen on their watch. And if you look at some of the ICE numbers that are out right now, we know that there's just under 500,000 illegal immigrants who are criminals in this country. And when Americans hear those kind of numbers and they see what happened this summer to Laken-Riley, they think that could be my daughter, that could be my sister, that could be my friend. And people don't want that when, as we're talking about here, there's an opportunity to clean house. When you talk to some of these governors, like a J.B. Pritzker, they do want to clean up the criminals. Their biggest concern really is what they would call law-abiding citizens. And they don't mean a citizen of the United States. They mean somebody who's here illegally but is law-abiding, who's held a job for several years. Those are the kind of people they want to protect. But it is it is head-scratching when you don't understand why they are not allowing their law enforcement under these specific rules to help ICE clean up shop of these known criminals. And I think a lot of it goes back to the politics at hand here, but also these are known blue cities. So they're not worried about the voters because they're so deep blue. Unlike some of these other states, these 7 battleground states, some of these swing states that veered red, they know that their citizens are frustrated. And, you know, when I was out on the campaign trail and I was at campaign rallies for Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, and it didn't matter who I was talking to, almost unanimously across the board, and we see that from this New York Times Ipsos poll that really shows 87% of Americans want illegal immigrants who are criminals to be sent back, to be deported. That's almost unanimous. You don't see polls that high almost ever. So it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. This is what Americans are resounding saying that they want.
Yeah, I think what most people may not understand when it comes to illegal immigration is that the vast majority of the folks who are coming across now, it's not like it used to be, right? In my 25 years in television, I've covered immigration a lot because I'm a Texan. I was born here, I was raised here, and I've worked in several different TV markets here. I was a national correspondent based in Dallas here. What people think of is, you know, it's really gone from Mexican peasants to full-on sex traffickers, drug traffickers, hardened criminals, terrorists, right? And it's all coming through what many describe, at least for the last 4 years, as a really porous southern border. And earlier this year, late last year, sorry, it's 2025 now, I went to Eagle Pass with Dr. Phil, and I showed him some of the kind of creative ways that people are coming up with to get into our country. Watch this. I've covered the border for a long time. And the Border Patrol agents, I like to think of it as they play a Texas-sized game of hide and seek. And they'll walk across and they'll see someone's footprints and they'll circle it and they'll track it. Here's the problem, Dr. Phil. People will come in and you think they're wearing shoes.
Oh, huh.
It's a hoof print, right? So they're always trying to disguise their footprints to keep the Border Patrol, to keep DPS off the mark. Here's another thing they're doing, Dr. Phil. These smugglers are smart. They're always trying to stay one step ahead. They'll put carpet on the bottom of their shoes. They'll put sponges on the bottoms of their shoes because they're always trying to stay undetected and one step ahead of law.
So these are the gotaways that are wearing these things and the smugglers.
That's right. And so it's a big problem. How do you know who's coming over here to do jobs that most of us don't want versus the folks who come over here and are part of criminal intent? So I want to continue that conversation now with Bobby. You know what sign cutting is, Bobby. You know exactly what I'm talking about. That's when the Border Patrol agents, they see those footprints in the sand, and they'll spend hours upon hours tracking footprints in this vast, wide open field, right? The problem, though, Bobby, is that we went from historic lows to historic highs when a new president takes office. You've experienced it. You've seen it. Jonathan, you can jump in here, too. It's gotten to the point in the last 4 years where these people coming across the border, they know what color shirt to look for, right? If you see someone with a green shirt on, that's federal. You can walk up to them. You can say, I'm seeking asylum. I need your help, right? You run into a brown uniform, specifically here in Texas, that's state police. They're going to turn you around and send you back. Bobby, help our viewers understand what law enforcement at ground zero, that first line of defense, what they're up against every day.
Well, look, there's no more exploitive and smart criminal, elements of our society than the criminals. They can exploit anything. As soon as they see a weakness in our systems, whatever it is, they exploit it. They are smart. These are intelligent people. There's also state actors like China that will exploit anything like this, like you just described. Knowing who to approach, knowing what to say. They're given cards, what language, the quotes they should say to generate a positive response by the official to let them in. Now, asylum seekers never should be allowed in. They should stay in the country where they are, the port of entry where they're coming in from, and then the asylum application should be validated. 85% of those asylum applications have been known to be fraudulent. So they're smart. They know how to get in. They know how to exploit our system. That's why this open border of the last few years has our system is broken. Many criminal elements have come in. They've exploited those things. I'm not worried about the innocent ones that have come looking for work, but I'm worried about the tens of thousands, if not more than that, of the gangs that have come in, and we saw them take over apartment buildings in Colorado. I worked gangs in Brooklyn, New York City, where I'm from, in the late 80s into the 90s, and I worked mainly Jamaicans and Dominicans, all who were illegal. And my partner was, back then we called them INS, the Immigration and Naturalization Service. And I remember on December 9th, 1990, on December 6th, I'll never forget, I was 3 years as an agent. We had 54 Jamaicans indicted. 50 of them were illegal. We took over an entire neighborhood in Brooklyn, and we had helicopter, fast roping SWAT teams, 3 FBI SWAT teams landing on roofs. We rounded them all up. And as we were taking them away at 6 o'clock in the morning, because we hit it at 4 a.m., the people were out the windows clapping for us. They were cheering. The neighborhood was cheering because we were freeing them from these illegal aliens who had taken over major neighborhoods in Brooklyn, New York. And the people were cheering. Now, as Lindsay said, these are blue cities, but the people still know these criminal elements, these illegal criminal elements, can simply take over and exploit any weakness in our system. And I've seen it since the 80s when I was working these illegal gangs in Brooklyn. And now I fear for cities like we saw in Aurora, Colorado, that these gangs are going to take over whole neighborhoods, and then the local law enforcement are going to be behind the 8 ball, and then they're going to be trying to catch up with these gangs when we should be stopping them at the border and not letting them in at all.
Okay, Jonathan, we all agreed with what Bobby just said. Shouldn't be allowing them to come in at all. Let's talk about what Tom Homan said about a month and a half ago. This is a scary stat, Jonathan. 70% of agents are being moved off of their national security duty. That's when bad things happen, meaning they're not even doing what they're supposed to do. So earlier this week, 10,000 troops are coming. Military troops are helping on the southern border. How messed up is the southern border right now, Jonathan? And how will the 10,000 military troops benefit with what Trump eventually wants to do down there?
Well, it's not just the southern border. So let's look at that first. The northern border has a terrible problem. The coast. Both coasts have terrible problems. And then they got rid of this app, this CBP app, which was amazing. Last year, I was in Mexico with a client for a month. And every airport we went to, because it was a big entertainment tour, we would go at 3 in the morning because we had to preload into the airports. And they would be packed. I'm talking overflowing in a small airport in Mexico, overflowing with people with no luggage flying to the United States. So they shut that down. Now they're getting these troops there, first and foremost, to shut the border down, whether it's the concertina wire or continuing to build the wall where they had stopped. They're going to put up barriers and personnel to be a force multiplier for the agents that are out there. Now, when you also look at the fact, you showed Sheriff Lamb there a few minutes ago. I went with Sheriff Lamb and toured, not the southern border, 80 miles north of the southern border in Pima County, and there's a main road that goes through there. And we stepped off the road 5 yards into the hinterland, into the brush, and those carpet shoe covers that you talked about, the same backpacks, bottles that were covered with black tape and twine, which is what they carry marijuana in bulk with and other drugs. I'm talking every 3 to 5 feet, we would see at least 5 sets of all of that. We then got in, we walked about 100 yards. We then went about 10 miles down the road and saw the same thing. And then we did another 10 miles and saw the same thing. So you're not just, this is where I think people do not have a realization of what's happened. It's not just the ones that are counted. I believe you're going to see literally, when the numbers come in, millions of other people that have never been counted, that they have no idea that they came across. And it's so organized that even their backpacks and water bottles are the same.
Yeah.
Now, when you add that to the fact that the Department of Homeland Security and DOD have not been cooperating and sharing databases, that's been going on for a long time. So all these people that the DOD got on target over in Afghanistan, primarily in Afghanistan and Iraq, and then they were let loose. Many of those people have gone through obscure ports of entry and then made their way to the United States and over the southern border and are here now. That because we've caught some of them, and they estimate 400, 500 that we know of that they got caught and they were supposed to come back and they never did. So on top of that, there's no telling how many. Now, when you add to the rest of the millions that came here and what Chris was talking about, the way it used to be when those migrants would come across, they were not getting a handout from the United States. They would come here, get work, go back, or they would start making their life here. But by and large, they trickled in because there wasn't a handout. So when you add all those pieces to the puzzle, you see the reality of how big this operation is and how many people it's going to take away from securing this nation to now starting to clean up a mess that was created in the last 4 years. And it's a true mess. Mm-hmm. And I talked to one of my sources in New York that's on a task force, and he said, we're talking about Chicago today, but this guy's in New York. He said he's never seen operations like this in his entire career, and that includes the Marine Corps. He was a Marine first, and he said he's never seen anything like it. They have whole lists of target packages, terrorists, criminals, pedophiles, you name it, they're on the list, and they're going out in teams and getting these guys. We've never seen anything like it, and I know Bobby feels the same way. I am extremely jealous that this time has come, and I'm not a part of it, that I have to sit here on television. I love being with you guys, but that is what service was all about. And man, my hat's off to those guys, and I pray that they're safe. But that shows you the scale of what we're dealing with.
No, I get it. You'd rather be in the field.
Yeah, he just announced he's coming out of retirement. Jonathan, congratulations.
Yeah.
I'm there.
And the bottom line is we're going to see that as soon as our editors are done digitizing. Just to help you understand how it works, every frame of that video has to be looked over to make sure every face is blurred. So it takes time. That raid started at 6 o'clock this morning, and so we're going to show you that as soon as our editors are done. But to Bobby, more to your point about weaknesses in the system, remember, when people were coming over here, some cases they were getting cell phones. Some cases, depending on what state you're in, you're getting health insurance. Some cases you're getting gift cards to take care of things. It's almost like, Border Patrol agents have told me, my sources, like, we're incentivizing these people to come here, right? And when you talk about, in your words, weaknesses in the system, you're right. I've seen so many pictures of children showing up in a T-shirt with a black Sharpie that says a phone number and a name. And help us understand the vetting process as well as best as you know it. How does our government vet that name and that number that they're calling? And then what happens to that child?
Well, unfortunately, a lot of times that child, whoever, if they're coming across with an adult, will get through, and then we find that child coming through again with another adult, the same child. So, they're actually using these children as tools in some cases to come across. There is virtually, as I understand it, no vetting process. They take a name, they take a number, they give them a date to come back for an appointment for a hearing. They never come back for those, and you never see them again. And so the documents that they've presented, if they present anything, are false, and there's no way to track that down. That's what I fear. I fear the people who are here are just ghosts. And I know that, Tom Homan is doing a great job. He's going to go and sweep these dangerous people. And I'm with Jonathan. I've actually volunteered. I'm on a list to be called as a contractor to help actually with some of this if they turn to contractors. And so I think that the people that are known criminals are the easy ones. Once we get through that, we're going to have to start going after these ghosts. And I don't know how you do that, because they've come in under false IDs or false documents, if any, and there's no way to track them. They have no documentation number when you get back to their, even their country of origin. They have no record of them. And so these people are virtually ghosts. They don't have any identification. There's no way to track them. And once we get through this first phase where we get, these more hardened criminals off the, back to where they came from, there's three basic groups that we need to, and Jonathan hit on one, the terrorists that are coming through, the terrorists from Afghanistan, the terrorists from the Middle East, the terrorists who wanted to do us harm in that way, have known our southern border as a weak point. And again, they exploit it, right, any way they can. So they're coming through. Then you have the cartels. The cartels are flooding our country now with assets that they want to set up for their nefarious endeavors. And then you have China, state actors like China, like Iran, who know this week, this is the southern border, and they're getting people through to do whatever damage China and Iran wanted to do from the inside of our country. They're here now, they're inside our perimeter, and we don't even know who they are. And once we get through the known criminals that we're seeing rounded up today, my worry is the whole group of people that we have no idea who they are, what they're here for, or where they came from, and how to get them, how to identify them and get them out of the country.
Yeah, no, Tom Homan
Can I
has...
say one?
Hold on
one thing on this?
Sure, go ahead, please.
Bobby is exactly right, because we're talking about known criminals that they're going after.
Right.
There are probably tens of thousands of unknown criminals that nobody knows that they're here, and it was all done because they left that border wide open.
Yeah,
that's scary.
Yep. Well, Tom Homan on this very broadcast has talked about the three pillars of what the Trump administration is looking to do. Find those criminals and the national security threats, secure our border, and find the estimated, again, it's an estimate, 300,000 children who were brought into this country and we don't know where they are. So that continues at this very hour on the streets of Chicago. Meanwhile, we do want to point out that Dr. Phil has sat down with President Trump. He sat down with him several times on the campaign trail to talk about his border plans. This was part of their first conversation. Listen here.
If you inherit this, if you inherit terrorists on our soil that could attack our energy grid, how do you deal with that?
I will deal with it. This nation is in such danger right now with the people that you're just talking about coming in. Millions and millions of people that have been brought into this country, that have been dropped here. Many of them should not be here. They're really, really bad people from the jails, from the places. I had it brought down to the lowest level because I had a border that was actually strong.
And you're going to take it back to that?
Oh, we're going to bring it back. It's about people. If you put a great person at the head of a big agency, lots of good things happen. It's a very hard thing to do, but we have to have the largest deportation effort in the history of our country.
Okay, so Lindsay, going off what he just said, I want to throw this stat out. ICE deported more than 271,000 illegal aliens with criminal backgrounds in 2024. Some people will look at that stat and go, look, Biden was doing something. So Trump's doing the same thing now. What is the difference between the last 4 years of Biden and now, this first week, what Trump is trying to do and implement?
A lot. You know, what Trump is trying to do just in his first few days is essentially implement 4 years of undoing border policies. And we saw, as we've talked about, record border numbers under President Biden, the largest number of apprehensions that we've seen in American history. And as Bobby and Jonathan pointed out, that is not counting the known gotaways, which Border Patrol say is in the millions of numbers. And we also see, and you hear Donald Trump talking about this, Tom Homan, if you look at the terrorist watch list of those who were apprehended at our border, you look under the previous administration, it was maybe 2, 3 a year. Under Joe Biden, that went up to 100, almost 200 in 2023. So, you know, you talk about the world knowing that we had a porous border. Not only is this people coming from North America, it is known terrorists flying there to enter through our southern border because they knew that they could get through. So that is a huge problem. And that is why you have Donald Trump so aggressively going after closing down our borders, which has obviously triggered quite a few feelings in a lot of these sanctuary cities and these blue states who want to be welcome to refugees and people who are seeking asylum. But one of the challenges that that we've been talking about with Bobby and Jonathan is really, you know, we talk about how can these migrants know so much about how our border operates, know how to get here. And you guys know this well. A lot of it is the cartels. This is a business for them. This is an operation. And then once these asylum, quote unquote, seekers are here, they're indebted to the cartels in many ways. And that's why one of Donald Trump's campaign promises, which he turned into an executive order, is categorizing the cartels as terrorist organizations. And he has not said whether or not he will allow our military to go after them, to enter into Mexico and some of these southern countries. But we do know just this week he sent additional 1,500 troops to our border. As you mentioned there, Joe, that could swell to up to 10,000. There's already 2,500 there. Really, their goal is to build barriers, to use helicopters and drones to help Border Patrol monitor there. But really, you know, Donald Trump in just the last few days has been doing almost more than we saw. I shouldn't say almost. He is doing more than we saw him do his first 4 years, and also undoing what Joe Biden did in his last 4 years. And the last point I'll make here is we talk about the CBP One app. That's actually an app that was created under the Trump administration, but its purpose was not for asylum seekers. That is what the Biden administration ended up creating it for, finishing it in 2021, implementing it in 2023, and they utilized it in different ways. And the fascinating thing is, as we saw those numbers come down, the highest we've seen in 2023, and then those numbers came down in 2024. So just for reference here, if you look at December of 2023, the border apprehension number is around 250,000 just in the month of December. If you look at 2024 in December, it's about 47,000, but they were not counting the number that came through the CBP One app and through this also additional mass parole program, which we can talk about in a moment. But that's an additional 530,000 just from that, and then the app was additional 900,000 number that was not being included in that border apprehension. So we talk about the numbers here; they're really astronomical, and that's why Donald Trump has gone, full bore, if I can put it that way, in some of these executive orders.
Let's talk, I guess, a little bit more, Lindsay, about those executive orders, because 24 hours in office, he signed roughly 200 executive orders and actions. How many of those dealt with immigration specifically, and in what way?
So 8 were executive orders, and then you have total 21 that were executive actions. So actions and orders are a little bit different. Actions are not as legally binding an executive order is, but a lot of them, I can go through some of them. One of them was just shutting down the border as a whole. And you look at this, he said that he was going to go back to his Trump-era border policies. So that's remain in Mexico, which means that when you're seeking asylum, you cannot wait here in the U.S. And that's been one of the biggest challenges with this app, is that people can apply and then they can come into the U.S. And right now there's almost, there's over a 3 million person wait to have your case heard. And when you have a bottleneck like that, people, and you know this, Chris, better than me, can be waiting 2 years up to 10 years for their asylum case to be heard. And where are they in the meantime? They're in the U.S. And we don't know. There's not enough vetting process to know who those individuals are. Are they really just trying to find a better life and escape some terrible situation, or are they a criminal? And so it really was too forgiving in many ways, according to the Trump administration, that it just allowed almost anybody to come in. So that's why he shut that down. Also, as I mentioned, categorizing the cartel as a terrorist organization so that they can go after them. Ultimately, that gives him more wartime power. And then he said that the border is being invaded. Again, that gives him more war authority to do what it's needed to shut that down. It gives him more federal funds that are unleashed to him. And that's why we're seeing more troops go down and so forth. There's a few more that I won't go through. We can in a minute. But those are some of the, and then the mass deportation. But that is what we're watching right now.
Right.
Lindsay, as of last night, Kristi Noem has been confirmed as the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Connect the dots with what she's ready to do now that she's official with what Tom Homan wants to do in ICE, and how that's just going to be magnified now. Their plans to secure the borders, all the borders, as we heard Jonathan say, and then, of course, round up the deportations of illegal criminal immigrants.
Yeah, she's going to have a hefty task right away, because tomorrow one of his executive actions goes into place, which is tasking the Department of Homeland Security to stop our refugee program. And that is something that has become extremely controversial. So a refugee is somebody who is not here, who is seeking refuge, is separate from asylum, 2 different categories there. But you look at under President Biden, he had one of the highest refugee numbers. So the president gets to set that. How many refugees do we allow to come into the U.S.? And Biden had set that about 125,000 a year that were allowed in. He never quite got to that number, but relatively close. Under President Biden the last time, he had set it at 18, and I think the most he ever had in a year was just under 12,000. And he's saying we need to stop that altogether right now, and that will stop tomorrow. The reason there's controversy over it, there's, I believe, around 30,000. I need to check that number, but I believe there's around 30,000 people who were cleared to come to the U.S. in the refugee program. There's a lot of things that are in place in that. Many of them have to get, all of them have to get medical background checks. They have to go through a lot of different clearances, unlike the asylum, which you're waiting to have your case heard. This is a different scenario. And so that will all start tomorrow, January 27th, implemented by DHS. So she has a hefty task on her plan. This is really one of the top things that Donald Trump campaigned on from the very beginning, and it really went back to what we saw him trying to do in his first term. The difference really is we didn't see a lot of these remain in Mexico, even his border wall being started till later in his presidency, and just we saw really on day 1 and 2 of his administration, him putting in all of these executive orders and actions specifically on the border. Even people, no matter what side of the aisle they're on, they've said we have never seen anything like this in American history, a president trying to get so much done by executive order and action just in their first week alone.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Lindsay, Bobby, Jonathan, stay with us because we do want to take a quick break. You are watching live coverage here on Dr. Phil's Merit TV. If you're just joining us, Dr. Phil is in Chicago right now. He is working with border czar Tom Homan, and they are going after specific targets in neighborhoods across Chicagoland. In fact, we have brand new video just into our newsroom, dramatic video that you don't want to miss. We're in the process of digitizing that, make sure we blur the right faces so you can't tell who those Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents are. And we'll have that for you very soon, right here on Dr. Phil's Merit TV.
$36 trillion. That is the U.S. debt, and it gets deeper and deeper by the day. Our debt has never been higher, nor have the stakes. The government is looking to slash the federal budget by $2 trillion. And no one knows what that will mean for your job, savings, and future. You need to prepare before it's too late. I trust Preserve Gold to help protect my wealth, and I strongly urge you to do the same. They are the only precious metals firm I trust and recommend to my family, friends, and audience, and they have a special offer just for you.
That's why Preserve Gold is giving away a free precious metals guide. Text the word Phil to 50505, and you can also get up to $15,000 in free gold and silver with a qualified purchase. Or simply call 844-407-6375 and mention Phil today.
Okay, listen, stay tuned all day long because we're here on the ground and we're going to continue being involved in this all day long. And if you can't stay by your TVs, then get on Merit TV app and follow us there because we're going to be taking these down. Now there's multiple teams around Chicago doing this, but I'm staying right with Tom Homan because we're doing the worst first. We're starting at the top and working down.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. You're watching Dr. Phil's Merit TV. Breaking news today. All week, we have set this up from day one, talking about the Trump administration and what they were going to do with ICE. We've mentioned that many times here throughout the week. Well, Dr. Phil is preparing to go out in Chicago this morning. They've already gone out in Boston this week, law enforcement. They've gone out in Denver, Seattle, Atlanta. Just go down the list of sanctuary cities, including Chicago today. And that's where we are this morning with Dr. Phil and his team up with Tom Homan in Illinois right now. Set it up with what they're doing because this is exciting.
So it's very dangerous is what they're doing. They've actually embedded with immigration and customs enforcement agents, and they've fanned out across Chicago. I think we heard 100 vehicles, I think, in all. And Dr. Phil is riding right along with border czar Tom Homan to get a firsthand perspective of what these raids that we've been talking about for months since Donald Trump has been campaigning, what they actually look like. Who are they going after and why? We're going to have much more on that coming up. But first, last night, before this whole thing started, Dr. Phil had a message for our viewers about the seriousness of the situation. Watch this.
Well, we just arrived in Chicago, and I'm getting ready to meet with Tom Homan, and we're going to brief what's happening tomorrow, what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, go over all the security protocol, because it's a pretty high-risk mission that we're going on. This truly is a targeted ICE mission, because they're not sweeping neighborhoods like people are trying to imply. I know that because I've been involved in this heading into this. They've identified 270 high-value targets. And what I mean by that is these are known criminals and terrorists. We're talking about murderers, child traffickers, child rapists. We're talking about bad actors, both in the countries they've come from and since they've been here in the United States. Some of these people have 12, 15 arrests, indictments, some convictions in their home countries and here, but yet they're on the streets. And that's who ICE is targeting to bring out of these communities. So we're going after specific targets, not just sweeping neighborhoods and picking up anyone with a tan, anyone that looks like they don't belong here. Anybody belongs here. One thing I've learned about Tom Homan since I've come to know him, but he's got three objectives. One, close the border, get it under control. Two, get the criminals, the dangerous people out of the communities and off the street. And three, rescue these missing children. There are over 300,000 missing children. Some of them may be with family, that's fine. Let's identify that. Some of them have been trafficked into sweatshops, prostitution, really bad outcomes for these children. So those are the three objectives. And this one that we're working on starting in just a few hours is to get these bad actors off the street, these known violent criminals out of the community. How could anybody disagree with that?
Well, how could anyone disagree with that? We heard earlier the Laken Riley Act that passed over the week. Donald Trump has not signed that yet, but 156 Democrats voted against that. And basically what the Laken Riley Act, this is what it says. It would require the deportation of unauthorized immigrants accused of theft and violent crimes, and 156 Democrats voted against that. So we talked about this all morning, how political it has become. And I know he's going to address that with Tom Homan later on. But one of the things that we got out of that cut right there, there's this false narrative in every sanctuary city that Donald Trump is going to go around and he's going to round up, Chris, the grandmas and the little kids and the babies and just take them back to their countries. And that couldn't be further from the truth.
This is being described as precision attacks, right? They're going specifically after certain people. They know who they are. They know, what they're charged and arrested with. I mean, they've got files on these people. We're going to hear more of that in a second. But to your point, the city of Chicago has something called a Welcome City Ordinance, right? It's what defines their sanctuary city. January 15th, 5 days before Donald Trump became president again, the city council voted 39-11 to reject the push to scale back protections for undocumented immigrants. Essentially, what these 11 aldermen, that's what they call their city council members there in Chicago, what they were pushing for is, hey, let our local law enforcement work with the federal authorities to get these people out of our community, right? Opposite of what sanctuary cities are doing. Well, Dr. Phil, last night, ahead of going out on today's raid, he knew that there'd be some pushback. Listen here.
The problem that we have with some of the pushback that ICE has been getting from the sanctuary cities is they're saying, no, we don't want to cooperate with you. We don't want to give you access to some of the people that we may have arrested that may be in jails. You need to go get warrants. And we may give bail to these people. We may have a no bail situation and have them in for a time and turn them back out. And here's the point that ICE has made, and I think it's a good one. If these people are in detention and ICE agents can come into the jail and arrest them there and put them on the path towards deportation at that point, they can do that in complete safety. It's a controlled environment. Whereas tomorrow, later today actually, we're going to have to go after these people out in a free environment where an apartment complex or an apartment project where there are a lot of civilians around. And if they resist, if they open fire on these agents who have to return fire, then people can get caught in the crossfire. If a car chase ensues, things can happen where people are put at risk. If they're turned over while they're in jail, all of that goes away.
All of that goes away. That's the plan. That's the eventual goal. More than 5,400 migrants, illegal migrants who are currently in detention in the U.S. right now. They're getting ready to be flown out of the country on military planes. But that would be easy, as you just heard right there. He said that would be the easy part. The problem is we got to go in these neighborhoods of sanctuary cities because of collateral. And those are people who are holding these people. Then they find other criminals. And this week, just this week alone, Tom Homan, during an interview on Thursday, said that they have arrested 1,000 criminal illegal immigrants in these areas. So the first place you want to go, detention areas, jails, and pick those up. They can take them with them, and then they can process them. But they have to go in these homes, in these areas, because they know they're there.
And it's dangerous, right? Like, think about, I mean, there's a reason that ICE agents wear the Kevlar that they do. They don't know what they're going to run into. And so to Dr. Phil's point, after, again, he spent a lot of time with the border czar, a lot of time in recent months, really getting to know the plan and how he plans to carry out the administration's plan. And what people at home, I think the frustration of, sanctuary cities versus those who are trying to come in and take these bad people out is the fact that, if this leads to a shooting in a neighborhood, no one wins. Right? If this leads to a police chase in a neighborhood, nobody wins. And so I think that's the frustration. And leave it up to Dr. Phil to coordinate a sit-down interview with Mayor Eric Adams, New York City, sanctuary city, and Tom Homan, the border czar, and they agreed to work together to figure out a way to get these bad people off the street. J.D. Pritzker in Illinois, the governor, to my knowledge, hasn't sat down with Tom Homan. The mayor of Chicago, to my knowledge, hasn't sat down with Tom Homan, but Dr. Phil sat down with Tom Homan. He sat down with him last night to talk about what was happening today. Watch this.
Well, I'm with Tom Homan in an undisclosed location. I'm not going to talk about that right now, but I can say we're in Chicago because this isn't nobody's going to see this until after we're already doing what we're doing. So we're embargoing this. But tell everybody what we're here planning and what's going to happen tomorrow.
We're here to do an ICE operation, as promised by the president and myself. We're going to concentrate on public safety threats. Chicago is a sanctuary city, so every public safety threat, who's a foreign national who gets arrested in this area, will get released back into the community to reoffend. So we're here to start this operation tomorrow. We got hundreds of targets we're looking for. We're going to make this city safer starting tomorrow.
Okay, now, you and I have talked many times, and you're all about three things that I understand. One is closing the border, and making sure that people that come into this country come in through a port of entry, and we know who those people are. And they're qualified to come into this country for the right reason, the right people for the right reasons. Number two, taking the dangerous people that already have gotten into this country that should have never gotten into this country are taken off the streets. We're talking about murderers, violent people, rapists, child molesters, sex offenders, traffickers, drug dealers, arms dealers, terrorists. Those are the kind of people that we're talking about, right?
Absolutely. And starting right after inauguration, we've already arrested over 1,000 criminals, illegal aliens in this country. We're going to start with Chicago tomorrow.
Right. And those that you've arrested is just in the normal operations of ICE doing what they do. And then the third prong is finding and rescuing the children that have just been lost in the system. And there's 300,000 plus children. We're not saying all of those have been trafficked, not all of those. Some of them are with family, maybe. We hope many of them, but we know a lot of them aren't. That's the third prong. But tomorrow, the focus is on targeting these violent criminals that are victimizing some of their countrymen that are here. They maybe start with them, but then they're committing crimes in America. They're dealing drugs. They're committing murders. They're doing the things that we don't want done in this country. And you have been studying those people and you built a file, you've got data, you know where they're likely to be. And that's who's being targeted.
Absolutely. You're going to see tomorrow the brave men and women of law enforcement put their lives on the line to arrest somebody on their turf where they shouldn't have to, right? If we could arrest them in the safety and security of the county jail, it's safe for the officer, it's safe for the alien, and it's safe for the community. Because of sanctuary city policies, our officers have to go knock on their door, go on their turf. We have access to who knows what weapons. It just makes our job a lot more dangerous, what you'll see tomorrow. And then one thing I want to point out, what you also want to see tomorrow, you're going to see non-criminals being arrested because they have forces in the community to find a bad guy. And when we find a bad guy, he may be with others. Unlike the Biden administration, we're going to let ICE officers enforce immigration law. That's their job. That's the ultimate thing. So if they're in the country legally, they're coming too. So the sanctuary city is going to get exactly what they don't want. More officers in the community and more collateral arrests because they force us in this position.
Okay, now let's talk about this because I've looked at some of the files, some of the data that you've shared because you guys have been gracious enough to allow Merit TV to embed with ICE and these brave men and women to go on this operation. And so we've seen some of the people that you're targeting and going after. Some of these people have been arrested time and time again and deported time and time again. But when they get back into the country and they get arrested again and they're in custody, nobody's raising their hand in a sanctuary city and notifying ICE, hey, this is a violent criminal that has been deported sometimes 6, 7 times. They're back here again. We've arrested them again. We know they're a violent criminal. Nobody's alerting you to that, where you could come into the jail in a controlled environment without any danger to anyone in the community and take that person and into custody and deport them. Why are they not raising their hand and saying, come get this person in a controlled environment?
Politics. It's nothing but politics. That's nothing to do with public safety. We're not asking them to be immigration officers. We're asking them to be cops that work with our cops. The local cops work with the feds. Do what you do with them. We lock them in the jail, so that's fine. When you're done with them, all we're asking is contact us when we release them. We'll take custody of them and let us do our job. It'll make the community a lot safer. Anybody can look at recidivism rates. A lot of them are going to commit another crime in the neighborhoods against a U.S. citizen or against a migrant community. It's not safe. You know, I would dare this mayor to go to the immigrant community and ask them one simple question. Ask the immigrant community, would you rather have ICE operating in our jail or in your community? They're going to say the community, because even though they're in the country illegally, they don't want predators in their neighborhood either. They don't want someone convicted of 10 DUI driving around their neighborhood either. Most of these people are good family people. They want their neighborhoods protected too. So the mayor ought to be protecting not only immigrant communities, but the American communities. His number one job is protection of his communities, to drive crime down, to take public safety threats off the street. But he's not doing it for political reasons only.
What is the political agenda that says, I don't want you to take a known rapist, a known murderer out of my community? What is the political agenda that says, I don't want this known violent criminal out of this apartment project here or out of this community? What is the political agenda that says, I don't want this known criminal out of my community?
There's a lot of agendas. There's anti-Trump agenda. There's people want cheap labor. You know, no one hires an illegal alien out of the goodness of their heart. They hire them because they can work them hard, pay them less, and undercut their competition who has U.S. citizen employees. You got open borders, groups out there really truly believe we should have open borders. There's different reasons for this, but for this city, it's all about politics. It's all about, you know, pushing back on the Trump administration enforcement laws. And look, we got a great president back in power, and we're going to take these sanctuary cities on. I was told by the mayor, and on a speech he did on stage, Tom Homan is not welcome in Chicago. Well, Tom Homan's in Chicago, and I'm going to help you clean your streets up. You can help me or not help me, but we're here to do it.
All right, let me ask you this. I've been reading in the media that there was a promise made early on that there were some safe zones where you weren't going to go and start arresting and targeting people, such as our schools. That ICE agents weren't going to show up and start sweeping schools and taking students out of class and latching onto them and deporting them if they were in this country illegally. And that now that's not the case, that ICE agents are showing up at schools, they're intimidating students and teachers, and that they're getting ready to start sweeping through schools and taking students out of class and deporting them, maybe even separating them from their parents, whatever. I don't know. What do you say about that?
Well, look, it's a lie. It's Governor Pritzker yesterday put on social media that ICE was entering an elementary school. He says, I'm putting fear in the community. He put the fear in the community. This is a targeted enforcement operation. We're looking for those in the country illegally that have convicted of a crime here. That's what we're looking for. That's a straight down message from the president and myself. So someone like Governor Pritzker wants to put on social media, we're hitting an elementary school, for God's sakes. There isn't going to be a military operation. There isn't sweeping the streets. As we discussed earlier, we know exactly who we're looking for, and most likely we're going to find him. And that's what you're going to see tomorrow.
And when you say you know who you're looking for, you're not just going into an area of Chicago and looking around. You've got a file on this person. You've got an electronic footprint. You have information as to where this person is residing, where they're conducting their illegal activities, who they're in contact with. They've been surveilled. There's been a whole investigation for these people. You're not just going in and saying, yeah, this looks like a building where they might hang out. You have an investigation that has, in the last 90 days, for example, you've had contacts with these people, surveilled these people, so you know this is their residence, this is where they hang, this is where they do their business, this is wherever. That's where you're going to look for these people, right? There's something to this.
Many, many hours of investigation are put into every target that we go after. You'll see tomorrow at the rally point where a supervisor will go over the target list. They'll go over the files. We have fingerprints, photographs, criminal history, immigration history. A lot of work's been done. The men and women of ICE, ERO, HSI, they're professionals. They're good at this. And you'll see tomorrow just how good they are.
This is no different than if the FBI, for example, was looking for a U.S. citizen that was committing these crimes of murder, rape, child molestation, child trafficking, kidnapping, whatever. You're doing exactly the same police work that they would be doing to go in and take this person off the street, out of the community, and incarcerate them. Just your incarceration is to get them out of the United States, off of our streets, and back to their original country.
Actually, our work is more dangerous and harder because no one's locking the FBI out of the jail. No one's locking DEA out of the jail. No one's locking Secret Service out of the jail. They're only locking ICE out of the jail. So our job is more dangerous and more difficult because an FBI agent can go arrest somebody in the county jail. A DEA agent can arrest somebody in the county jail. We got to send the whole team into the neighborhood to arrest a bad guy in his turf who has access to who knows what weapons. Dangerous for the community, dangerous for the officers, dangerous for the aliens. Our job is actually much harder.
So by not allowing you access, not raising their hand when they do have this person detained, if they do, they're protecting them, but they're putting the ICE agents' lives in danger by forcing them into the community, into this apartment project, into this building where they might be doing business, where they could have access to firearms that they wouldn't have access to in jail. They would have access to some Confederates who might help them resist, which they wouldn't have access to in jail. They can flee. A car chase could ensue, which couldn't happen if they were in jail. All of that is putting the men and women, agents, at risk, putting their lives at risk. None of that would happen if they just raised their hand when they had them detained.
Absolutely right. And I will not sleep tonight. I never do before these things. And I won't take a breath till I know every agent goes home to their families the next night. I won't sleep because I don't want anybody to be hurt, including the alien target we're looking for. So this is dangerous. And these sanctuary cities are putting our officers at great risk. And, you know, I buried enough ICE officers, enough Border Patrol agents to feel that pain when you hand a folded flag to a wife or a child. I'll be hitting my knees tonight like I always do before these operations, just pray for the safety and security of everybody, not just the officers, but even the bad guy.
Well, I know you, and I know that you couldn't be more sincere about that. And I know when you put this operation together and they start building these different teams, awful lot of these men and women agents raised their hand and volunteered to do this. And I know they want to make the community safer. And that's the focus here. This is the second prong. The border is under control now.
We are the good guys. We're in a city, a sanctuary city with the good guys. The ones who want to enforce the law are the bad guys. And the ones who break the law are the victims. It's all upside down. This is not the America I grew up in. But President Trump is going to give us that America back. And I'm going to help him do it.
Yeah. And this turning around, how many targets are in Chicago proper? We're talking hundreds, right?
Oh, you're talking about criminals? You're talking several hundred, yes.
Yeah.
On this operation, we have several hundred. Every officer out there tomorrow is a resident here, a taxpayer here. They want to get their city safe too. And they're going to put themselves in harm's way to do it. I just wish the Chicago PD was shoulder to shoulder with us. I wish the mayor would allow the Chicago PD be shoulder to shoulder with us. It'd be safer, it'd be more efficient, and it creates a better city.
Yeah, and you know, the whole, the irony of this whole thing is when the city is safer, everybody will be happier. Politicians will be happier. Everybody will be happier. It's just terrible that you have to run into the headwinds to get it done. But, you know, God bless you for doing it. And God bless President Trump for supporting all of this. And, you know, he gave you this mission. And you were retired from public service when that phone rang. And it was not, you made a lot of sacrifice to come back and take this job.
It's the second time I unretired for this president, but you know what? I love my country. I love the men and women of ICE. I grew up in this agency. I started in Border Patrol in 1984. I've done this in my whole career, and I respect President Trump. You can't say no to the president. So tomorrow they want to play this game, game on. Game on.
There's a point tomorrow where we're going to maintain security on this until it's real obvious what's going on, and that will spread pretty fast because you're going to roll heavy and you're going to roll deep, when you go in, how many vehicles will be moving in this project, in this operation?
There'll be 100 vehicles. I mean, this is a big operation, a big city with a lot of law enforcement officers involved. So we'll be rolling all throughout the Metroplex.
All right, and multiple locations. And there's a point at which this will break, and there will be helicopters over, and they'll be reporting this, and you'll give us permission to go live with this, right?
Absolutely. You know, in my day, we didn't have to worry about that. We didn't have social media, all this technology. Today, it'll get out pretty quick. But as soon as we can release it, we'll release it.
All right, and because you know, as I've said on Merit TV tomorrow, once you give the green light, we're going live with this all day long. As long as this operation is rolling, once you give us the green light, it's going to be on our television station. It's going to be on our Merit app. It's going to be on our social platforms. We're staying on this the whole day. This isn't a clip and a story. We're staying live on this the entire day to show what these brave men and women are doing all day long.
I look forward to it. We're going to show the American people why sanctuary cities are dangerous places.
Tom Homan, Borders Are, thank you for talking about this.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it.
Several things I want to point out there in that interview. He seems very humble. He seems very tired, but this is just the start of his job. He said, I wish I could be shoulder to shoulder with law enforcement in sanctuary cities. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, it's not like that right now. And we're dealing with the information from Chicago that we're receiving about not feeling that with law enforcement there. He also said, we're the good guys. I'm 52 years old. You're about the same age. I remember playing in the streets. You know, people will say, well, that's Chicago. That's a busy area. All right, well, let's go to Athens, Georgia, the University of Georgia, where my daughter attends, where she's a mile from the park that Laken Riley was murdered by someone who came in illegally through Texas and El Paso, was, moved around, went to New York, now found Jose Ibarra, found himself down in Georgia, murdering Laken Riley, was convicted of that. So it doesn't matter where you are. I remember playing in the streets when I was younger. Now my 15, 17-year-old, they say, hey, we're taking a walk outside, the dog. All right, I got to go through the whole spiel again of being careful. Look out for vans. Be careful you don't see this, and that. So to sit there and say, I wish I could be shoulder to shoulder with law enforcement because there are areas that just don't believe in that. It just boggles the mind.
You know, I lived in Chicago for 3 years, 3 long winters, by the way. It's cold in Chicago.
You survived. Congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, I worked at the corner of Dearborn and Randolph, the heart of downtown. And you're looking at the lake there and downtown Chicago. It's a world-class city. They've got everything you want in a major city. The sports teams, the architecture, the museums. It's a world-class city. And people there are just frustrated by what's going on, not just in Chicago, but in New York, in LA, and every small town across America. And so now what we have is a massive citywide immigration raid that Dr. Phil is a part of. He is in the same vehicle as Tom Homan, as they are going after specific targets. Again, we want to reemphasize that. This is surgical, it's methodical, it's a precision operation. They know who they are targeting. They're going after the worst first. In fact, we know they got this guy off the street. Take a look.
Yep.
We've got his mugshot right here.
Sita Soma,
Tell us about
42
him.
years old. Came from Thailand, and if you look at his jacket, you go down, it says date of conviction, 2006, convicted in Wisconsin. But even before that, if you look at his jacket from 2001 to 2004, he committed crimes. But that was one of the worst right there, of course, a criminal record at the top, sex offender registration violation. And think about that. It's 2025, and he first had trouble illegally in this country, a criminal since 2001.
And his order of removal was 2009. You see that?
Right.
And he's still here. Well, not anymore. And we've got the video to prove it. That's coming up in just a minute. But first, let's bring in our chief White House correspondent, our political director, Lindsay Keith, who has more breaking news in our nation's capital this afternoon. Hi, Lindsay.
Hi, guys. That's right. Breaking just now, Donald Trump has put out a Truth Social that has a lot of people talking because Colombia, the country of Colombia, has reportedly refused 2 repatriation flights with illegal immigrants on them that were supposed to land in Colombia today. After the president finding out this, he posted this truth saying, I'll read this in part, that he has told and directed his administration to immediately take the following and urgent, decisive retaliation measures. He wants to put an emergency 25% tariff on all goods coming into the United States from Colombia. After 1 week, he says that 25% will go up to 50% if they still are refusing these flights. He's going to put a travel ban and immediate visa revocation on Colombian government officials and all allies, all supporters. He's going to put visa sanctions on all party members, family members, supporters of the Colombian government. He goes on to say, enhance custom and border protection inspections of all Colombian nationals and cargo on national security grounds. He's going to have the bank and financial sanctions to be fully imposed. And he says, ultimately, we are not going to be stopped from sending back criminals from Colombia who are in our country illegally, and I will continue to put measures like this in place. But I think this just goes to show how serious Donald Trump is taking this. We saw earlier this week, Mexico tried to do the same thing with a repatriation flight, and ultimately they ended up letting it land. One of the conversations specifically in Mexico was not just Mexican nationals who were here illegally, but also other individuals from other countries. Where would they go? Will Mexico take them or not? Some of those conversations are being had at the federal level. But I think this is very fascinating to see, some of these countries have been having conversations about how they would take these illegal immigrants back. Many of them saying, we don't really have a process to do that, trying to put their foot down. And Donald Trump is saying, nope, it is my way or the highway. I'm going to put extensive measures on you to make it painful until we are able to let these planes land. So very fascinating coming here. He's obviously in Miami right now at his property there, but very big news coming out of Washington right now.
And I think for our viewers, just let that soak in. The government is saying no to their own people. Right? I mean, that's essentially what's happening here, Lindsay, right? This is a flight full of, I would assume, Colombians only. There may be people from other countries on those flights, but the government is saying,
Colombians.
Yeah, the government's saying, we know you were born here, we know you're a citizen of this country, but we're not going to let the plane land. Also, I would just
which makes sense in the sense that if there's that criminal element, Lindsay, it makes sense that they don't want them back, but they shouldn't have been in America to begin with.
So it's okay to be our problem, but not yours.
Right.
Right. And again, as you're watching and you're just thinking about this, it's just the facts. All we're doing is just giving you the facts of what we're talking about, what's happening today. So I did a quick search because when you mention tariffs in my head, I'm like, well, Colombia, it's got to be coffee, right? That's one of the biggest exports. Another one's petroleum. I don't know how much of the petroleum comes to the United States, but that's their largest petroleum. You're talking significant money. 25% tariffs followed by 50% a week later. Something's going to change.
Yep. We might get a response from Colombia.
Well, and we know that. Oh, absolutely. And we know that even when Donald Trump has threatened Mexico and Canada with 25% tariffs, and Canada has said this would cripple us, a 25% tariff on would cripple our economy. So you talk about that being doubled, as you mentioned there, to 50%. They will not be able to hold for that long. After 1 week, he's saying that will go up to 50% tariff. That would really hurt the Colombian economy.
Well, they put their foot down. Donald Trump's foot is bigger. And so we're going to see if they break on that. Lindsay, thank you for that breaking news. We want to bring in Mayor Pat Burns of Huntington Beach, California. He joins us now. Someone who actually has a bust, correct me if I'm wrong, Mayor, of Donald Trump in his office. Is that correct?
Right here.
There it is. Well, we appreciate you joining us, Mayor. You were sworn in, correct me if I'm wrong, back in December, and you have made the announcement. We've been talking about sanctuary cities all morning, including Chicago, which we'll have that video coming up of an ICE raid this morning with Dr. Phil and Tom Homan. But let's talk about the initiative that you put out, Huntington Beach being a non-sanctuary city, which goes against the state, actually.
Yeah, but the state at the state level, Governor Newsom, and they don't make sense. And we're just exercising common sense to put our people first, put the safety of our city first, and that'll translate into making the whole area and made the state and even the country even safer. But I was a cop for 30 years, and you have to depend on interagency cooperation to affect the laws and just work together, make it as safe as possible and get the job done. The job's already difficult. And by listening to some of the show I've been listening to, by telling your officers not to do or assist other agencies, it's almost an illegal order that they shouldn't have to listen to, because it's putting them into a dangerous position and a compromising position to disobey the Constitution of the United States and probably their own state to follow the laws. Because now you're assisting harboring or aiding and abetting in the escape of a criminal that's due deportation. And it's listening to some of this sanctuary crap just blows me away.
You know, Mayor Burns, like you said, you were an officer for more than 30 years. Thank you for what you did and for putting your life on the line for complete strangers, because that's what law enforcement, that's what they do.
I got paid every 2 weeks, and I couldn't have done something more rewarding. And I'll tell you, you got to just have the right head on your shoulders and be prepared. And it's a great job.
It is. And you and your colleagues, you took an oath, right? And that oath is
to the Constitution.
Right. But I brought this up earlier, and I'd like to just get your opinion on it. You probably worked alongside people who voted for the Republican Party, and you worked alongside people who vote for Democrats, right? That's what's great about America, is that you can do that here, and you can work with people, and you can still be happy, and you can make a great living. But the problem is, now we have officers who are being told not to work with their counterparts. Not to work with their counterparts because they have a different badge.
Well, that's where politics screws up governing. Politics will screw anything up if you let it. But when you govern, you're supposed to do what's best for the people, regardless of your politics. And that's what we're doing at Huntington Beach, just doing what's best for the community and working with other agencies and affecting the fullest potential of every level of law will make this community safer. And it's I'll tell you, I'm amazed that we're having this discussion, because it's common sense just to be what we can be for the people we serve. And it's all about community service. And at so many political levels, they're self-serving, putting on a progressive agenda that doesn't do us favors. It actually hurts our communities.
Well, it's a community, Mayor, of 200,000 people. Two questions here. Did you have issues before you came into office? And then what was your reaction of putting that initiative and that announcement out about being a non-sanctuary city?
We're a good city. We don't have too much crime, I would say. And so there hasn't been much outcry or repercussions from the announcement. It's really preparation that we don't want to get into a position where our officers can't do what's best for our city. And I'm not worried about it. I got into this because our city was kind of going down that wrong road. Newsom was directing it, and we had a city council majority that was following Newsom's mandates, which I completely disagree. I'm no fan of Newsom. And that's how myself and 3 other people took control, and we got voted in by the people who supported our whole theory of people, the Huntington Beach first. And we took the majority back, and now this last December, we took 7-0. We went from a 6-1 progressive. Over 2 years, we became a 7-0 conservative. We're just a good, wholesome American town that we love our flag, we love our U.S., and we're fully supportive of Trump's agenda for this, especially Mayor, with this immigrant thing going on.
Real quick, I hate to jump in. We've got another guest lined up, but I want to ask you one more question. Right now, Dr. Phil is on the ground in Chicago with the border czar, Tom Homan. And again, this is a very specific, very targeted approach to who they're going after. Peel back the curtain. peel back the curtain and help us understand how dangerous this is, because they had a safety briefing, I think 4 or 5 o'clock this morning before they ever hit the streets. We're in the process of blurring the video. We've got it back in-house, and we're going to show our viewers momentarily. But we're blurring the faces, which I think as someone who wore a badge can appreciate. But again, take us into one of those raids. How dangerous is that situation?
Yeah, from a layperson's mind, it's dangerous, and it probably truly is. But for me, I did hundreds of those when I worked narcotics. We did search warrants all the time, raids like that. And you rely on your training, you rely on your teammates, and you just do the right thing and work in conjunction with each other, having each other's backs. And you just hope it goes safe, and you're prepared if it goes bad. And that's what you got to just rely on your training. And at the end of the day, if it's all done, you had a good day. It's worth doing.
Well, we appreciate you joining us, Mayor Pat Burns, Huntington Beach, California. Thank you so much for your insight. And again, your 30 years plus of service on the streets as a policeman. Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you, guys.
Well, let's now bring in Sheriff Brad Coe of Kinney County, Texas, which sits between Del Rio and Eagle Pass on Texas's southern border. Sheriff, thank you for joining us here on Dr. Phil's Merit TV.
How are y'all doing today?
Well, we're doing great. Del Rio and El Paso, two cities that have been familiar with a lot of people when the topic of securing the border comes up. Those two cities. Let's talk about, you've been listening to what we've been talking about, the raids up in Chicago, the raids everywhere in sanctuary cities the last week of what Trump has been trying to do. I'm sure you have been relieved the day that he came back in office with the promises to the people, to the American people, what he was going to do to the southern border and all the borders, but specifically the southern border. Talk a little bit about that.
Well, even before Trump took office, even really before the election, everything was pushing that he was going to win this election. I think the people of the countries, the people in this country knew that that election was going to go to Trump. The traffic in our area has gone off almost to pre-Biden type traffic. I'll give you an example. I have 150, 200 game cameras stashed around the county on known trails, known high traffic areas. During the Biden administration, we would have in a given month 3,000 to 5,000 people, photographs of these people walking across country. So far this month, we have 65.
Wow.
So it's taken a huge drop. Our human smuggling endeavors have gone through the floor. So just the thought of Trump taking office has had an effect in our area.
Yeah, you are, for our viewers who don't know, and I've been through Kinney County multiple times. You are, east of Del Rio, and your signal's kind of going in and out, but thank you for hanging with us. When I talk to border county sheriffs, what I like to start with is, tell me about your department. How many deputies do you have?
I have 6 full-time deputies,
okay,
5 part-time deputies, and 4 deputies that are funded by the governor's office.
And how big is your county?
1,400 square miles. We're bigger than Rhode Island.
So you're bigger than the state of Rhode Island, and you have 6 full-time deputies to patrol that area.
Yeah.
Talk to me about the challenge.
So it's a nonstop challenge. My deputies work 12-hour shifts. Those usually go to 14 or 16-hour shifts. We have to handle everything that's going on the border, plus get the cats out of the trees and help people here in town, take care of our school children. But over the past 4 years, it's been a nightmare with Biden in office because our school and our grocery store sit on the main thoroughfare through town. And I can't tell you how many pursuits we've had that initiated in town have come through town and put everybody in this town. The whole population of the county is 3,200, and 1,500 of them live here within the city limits. So it's been, for the past 4 years, really a living nightmare.
Sheriff, talk about what was happening before Joe Biden took office, and then what you'd like to see happen again, the main thing that would help you do your job with those 6 full-time deputies.
Well, before Biden took office, my deputies could go out, they could talk to the people, they could see everybody, they could hang out at the school, talk to the children. Once Biden took office, we saw such a tsunami of people coming into this county that became our priority, trying to keep them out of the county. So we kind of suffered a little bit. And then it just kept getting worse and worse. Fortunately, Governor Abbott stepped in. I had conversations with him. We were going to start prosecuting people for criminal trespass. We were going to push to the limit on how we prosecuted people, how we arrested them, and what the charges would be. We have a district attorney who is phenomenal. She has not refused a case from us. She stacks every charge on these people that we can, whether it be simply evading, simple criminal trespass, or evading arrest in a vehicle. The human smuggling aspect of it, if they're under 18, we just keep on and on and on. And it's taking time, but we'll push that traffic out towards El Paso and back down towards Dimmitt County, which I hate to say, but it is something I had to do to protect my county.
You know, one of the things, and I've gotten to know Governor Greg Abbott really well in my time as a journalist, and Operation Lone Star, I think is what you're talking about. Help our viewers at home understand how the Texas state government is really funding a federal problem. And what I mean by that is you have more boots on the ground to help supplement your 6 full-time deputies in an area the size of Rhode Island, because state legislature here in Texas has made border security a top priority too. And in doing so, they have put people in your area to help out, right? But who's funding that fight?
Yes. Well, Governor Abbott did a fantastic job of sending the National Guard down to our area to help secure the border on the border. He sent us countless DPS troopers who have helped pick up that load. And the state of Texas, the people of Texas are funding this. We're not getting any backup from the Biden administration. We weren't getting any support from the Democratic legislature. Nobody. We were basically on our own, and we were fighting this. And I think we were doing a pretty good job.
And it's billions with a B, billions of dollars a year. Kinney County Sheriff, thank you for being with us, sir. We do appreciate your time. Godspeed out there. We know what the work that you're doing is, Sheriff Poe. We know that you probably feel like your back's against the wall.
Yep.
But thank you again for fighting the good fight.
And I'm sure your constituents as well know the job you guys are doing. So thank you for joining us.
Well, thank y'all. And just on another note real quick, I do have a cutout cardboard poster hanging in our office of President Trump. And he's got a Kinney County Sheriff's badge on. So we have deputized him basically to help in what we're doing.
Well, that just makes sense because he was all about helping counties like yours. All right. Thank you, Sheriff. We appreciate it. All right. Let's bring in once again our chief White House correspondent and political director, Lindsey Keith. Lindsey, just hearing the sheriff there and what he was going through in the thick of it down in Texas. We can't talk more about securing that southern border. Although, like Jonathan Gilliam said earlier, it's everywhere. But specifically, the troops going there, possibly 10,000 troops there by the end of this month, going down there and just helping small-town sheriffs like that withstand and survive this onslaught of illegals coming in the last 4 years.
Yeah, it is actually unbelievable. And you have seen even blue state governors actually go on the record saying that their state is a border state when they're actually, geographically not a border state, because this problem has become so invasive that every state is impacted in this nation. And you saw, many different governors sending their National Guard down to the border in Arizona and Texas to help supplement because of some of these small towns, like you just heard, they do not have the staff, they don't have the manpower to deal with this influx of migrants that we've seen. And it's believed that there's around 11 million illegal immigrants in this country who are undocumented, and that's not counting who's here illegally. And so you see this onslaught that happened during the last administration, and it was even fascinating. And Chris, it's something you could talk about because you spent so much time at the border, but you had illegal immigrants coming in who would literally say on the record, many of them had Biden shirts on. And this is, I'm not trying to be political in a sense of taking a side, but they would say, I feel safe coming here because I feel like I will be able to get in. I will not be deported under this president. This is a good time for me to try to get into the country. And they knew that they were coming here illegally. But, you know, we were talking about the mayor of New York, Eric Adams. When he first ran for the mayor in 2021, he talked about how he wanted to continue to have New York be a sanctuary city and protect illegals. And we really saw that shift over the course of the last few years, because what he recognized is this problem we're talking about. He did not have the infrastructure in place to take all the people that were coming. You know, when you're talking about a few thousand people, it's one thing, but when you're talking about millions of people, a city of 12 million can't take millions more. And so it became a very big issue for the city. We've talked about that quite a bit. And he asked, you know, Joe Biden, president at the time, for more federal funds, because he said, we just do not have enough. And even other New York cities upstate were starting to offer money for people to move up there under Kathy Hochul, starting that initiative. We talk about the things that were offered to these migrants, these illegal migrants. Oftentimes it could have been thousands of dollars in money to rent apartments in other parts of the state so they would get them out of New York City. I mean, this is what was happening to try to clear out cities who had just been inundated with these illegals. You know, but as we talk about this, and I do want to make one point, because as we talk about the goals and these executive orders of Donald Trump and his campaign promises, he has been clear, and so has Tom Homan, that the goal on day one, and their first goal, is to go after illegal criminals, people who are not allowing our communities to be safe here in the U.S. But they have also gone on to say that if you are an illegal immigrant, if you are here illegally, you are not safe. Tom Homan just did an interview over the weekend where he said, if you're here illegally, you are not safe. And I want to bring up, if we have it, that New York Times Ipsos poll that really shows, again, this was taken from Democrats, Republicans across the country, showing that 63% of Americans support deporting people who entered illegally during the last 4 years. That's including 54% of Hispanic voters, 44% of Democrats. That question does not include criminals. So there is sweeping support to deport people who are here illegally, if they're a criminal or not. And I think that's an important distinction to make as we're talking about what is happening right now is goal one for this administration, but they are not putting off the table illegal immigrants as a whole. So you hear people that are afraid and concerned in these sanctuary cities. That is the reason why, because this is only the beginning of their plan. But again, I will say, you've heard Tom Homan and the Trump administration, rather, say time and time again, this is an orchestrated effort. We are not, we are not doing anything that is out of the norm for ICE and what they should be doing. We have a very targeted and strategic plan of how we're going to go through this. And we're going to see that here in a little bit as we get to see Dr. Phil with Tom Homan in Chicago just earlier today.
Yeah, going back to what you said, no one in this country illegally will be exempt from deportation. That's a quote from Tom Homan, but also covering 2 points that you made earlier where illegal immigrants were walking in with Joe Biden shirts on. I think everyone, it's gone viral, but I think everyone saw the video earlier this week of the criminal illegal immigrant that was from Haiti that yelled out, F Donald Trump. I love you, Joe Biden. I love you, Obama. And that perspective, as like you said, you put it, it was so easy just to come across. We were welcoming. But of course, for 3.5 years, Lindsay, they told us that the border was secure. And I also want to go back to what you said, the financial aspect of it. All morning we've been talking about and discussing the political side of it, who's for it, who's against it, who's resisting on one side. But you brought up a minute ago the financial side of it 2 days ago during an interview when, of course, that school in Chicago thought that ICE was coming in their school. It wasn't ICE. It was the Department of Homeland Security. It was actually those badges, but Secret Service. And then, of course, all of Chicago just went sort of crazy, thinking that it was ICE coming to pick up little kids and grandmothers. It wasn't. The governor came out and said that. But he also said, he was asked by a reporter in that interview, the reporter asked him the financial side of caring for illegal immigrants in not just the state, but Chicago specifically, and he dismissed it. He didn't want to answer it because we know it's probably millions and millions and millions of dollars caring for these people. Like we said earlier, the phones that they got, the flights that they got, the hotels that they got. One of the armed forces game from last year, we talk about how people who booked hotel rooms in that area were kicked out and illegals were brought in. So this has been going on a lot. So it not just hits politically, but financially, mentally, and now Tom Homan is doing something about it.
Yeah, and remember, was it New York City, I think, when Governor Abbott here in the state of Texas started busing undocumented immigrants to other major cities, right? And New York City saw so many people come in that they had to start housing them in public schools. So imagine your kid has to do online learning, can't go to school because of the influx of the illegal immigration. And so again, it was a visual for people across the country to say, wait a minute, now I'm starting to understand. Now I kind of get it, because when it affects your kid in your school, the light bulb goes off. You know, one of the things, Lindsay, I want to talk to you about is, you know, this notion that Chicago public schools, as you said 2 days ago, right? It was Friday, Hamline Elementary School, 90% Hispanic, the students there, 90% Hispanic. And the reason I want to talk about this is the idea of the fear, because there is real fear out there that if, you know, I'm undocumented, I overstayed my visa, whatever, I may not be a criminal doing criminal activity. If you're in the country illegally, then that's a problem. Tom Homan has said that on our broadcast. We could re-cue the tape. He said it to us. But the thing that I want to point out is Chicago public schools, did they not invoke that fear by saying ICE is at our school? ICE was never there. It was the Secret Service was there. And why were they there? Because there was a student who allegedly they were investigating for an online threat against Trump over a TikTok ban. That's why they were at the school. It had nothing to do with illegal immigration. But when a parent who's got a student there hears ICE is at my school in the 20th ward of the back of the yards neighborhood in Chicago, and then all of a sudden that starts to spread around Chicago, every news outlet jumped on it. What do? You invoke that fear, and that's what's happening.
Yeah, I think this just shows how much people are on edge there. And, you know, obviously we weren't there for that scenario. We hear that the Secret Service clearly gave their badges. It was very clear. But obviously when people see someone in uniform, they maybe don't know them. They jump to conclusions. We saw that there. I think it's obviously anybody can jump to conclusions. But then when you actually have the governor of the state putting out the information as well, that's what's concerning. And that definitely should have been checked and verified before, to your point, they start alarming everyone. I will say a lot of that fear is in place as well because Donald Trump has removed an executive order that ICE was prohibited from going in schools, churches, and hospitals. And so this is what's concerning. But something that you've heard Tom Homan say is they're not going to have a raid in the middle of the day when kids are in school unless there's a bomb threat, unless there's something crazy. But also, if there is someone who is a threat to people's safety, then they do not want to be prohibited from going in these safe spaces, per se, to be able to apprehend them. So, you know, this is a conversation that has put some of these sanctuary cities on edge because they have had essentially these safe zones that people could be in, that they felt that they could harbor there. And this administration is saying no more. If you're here illegally, if you're a criminal, there is no safe space for you in this country. We're coming after you. So obviously that's creating a lot of conflict. Even in New York, you have Mayor Eric Adams, who does want to work with Tom Homan. We've heard that in an interview. But he's saying we still have to have some kind of negotiation with people who are, as we heard J.B. Pritzker say, lawful citizens, even though they're illegal. So that's kind of the conversation you're going to see start happening. But the fascinating thing is we've heard from Tom Homan, and I think this just shows his willingness to operate with people if they work with him. He said on the record, great, I want to work with Mayor Adams, and if he's willing to work with me, then we'll find some middle ground. And I think that just proves that they want people to join forces with them in making our communities more safe, and even willing to work across the aisle to figure out a solution in these sanctuary cities. But then when you have someone like Brandon Johnson, the mayor of Chicago, who's putting his foot down, you see how this administration responds. They said, fine, you don't want to work with us, then we'll do it our way. We wish that you would come along, but if you won't, then you're not going to like it.
That's right. The ultimate goal is to go shoulder to shoulder, like he said earlier in an interview with Dr. Phil. But by the way, the principal of that school, she told reporters, quote, "We will not open our doors to ICE," end quote. So it's going to be interesting, especially there with that video coming up. So you don't want to miss that as well.
Right now, Dr. Phil is with the border czar, Tom Homan. They are going to specific addresses across Chicago this morning. They started at 6 o'clock this morning. They're going to look for certain people that they have files on. They know the criminal record. Again, it is a targeted approach to illegal immigration, and we'll have much more right after this quick break right here on Dr. Phil's Merit TV.
Okay, listen, stay tuned all day long because we're here on the ground and we're going to continue being involved in this all day long. And if you can't stay by your TVs, then get on Merit TV app and follow us there because we're going to be taking these down. Now, there's multiple teams around Chicago doing this, but I'm staying right with Tom Homan because we're doing the worst first. We're starting at the top and working down. $36 trillion. That is the U.S. debt, and it gets deeper and deeper by the day. Our debt has never been higher, nor have the stakes. The government is looking to slash the federal budget by $2 trillion. And no one knows what that will mean for your job, savings, and future. You need to prepare before it's too late. I trust Preserve Gold to help protect my wealth, and I strongly urge you to do the same. They are the only precious metals firm I trust and recommend to my family, friends, and audience, and they have a special offer just for you.
That's why Preserve Gold is giving away a free precious metals guide. Text the word PHIL to 50505, and you can also get up to $15,000 in free gold and silver with a qualified purchase. Or simply call 844-407-6375 and mention PHIL today.
Welcome back to Dr. Phil's Merit TV. Chris Gutierrez alongside Joe Gum. We are following breaking news here on this Sunday afternoon. Dr. Phil is in Chicago right now, and he is working with Tom Homan. He has embedded with Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents as they go through the city looking for specific targets, wanted criminals who are here in the United States illegally. And we have some video that is in our newsroom now that we are working to correct. We just need to cover and conceal identities of the ICE agents themselves. What they do, they put themselves in harm's way every time they step outside their front door. And so we need to make sure that we conceal their identities. And it takes a long time, you guys, because it's literally frame by frame, right? So imagine shooting a video and each second goes by, you've got to recalibrate where that digitized face is going. So that's what our hard-working crew is doing behind the scenes right now to make sure that we do it the right way.
Yeah, let's bring in retired FBI agent and attorney Bobby Chacon. He's joining us once again here on Dr. Phil's Merit TV. Bobby, go through that with us from beginning to ending. What something like this raid is all about, because we know it's dangerous, but it's also calculated, and it's not just something that someone's doing out of the blue saying, okay, we're going to continue these raids, but this is very important, the way they implement this in each city, not just Chicago.
Sure. Sure, Joe. And I used to do this in Brooklyn all the time. We did these raids, we just targeted, and then we did mass raids as well. And there's a lot of, planning that goes into it. You know the address. You drive by it last night, probably. They had a team survey it. They probably have aerial photographs of it. They know what their apartment to go in. They know who they're looking for. Now, to clear up a little bit about what Homan is saying, and as far as these other people that are involved, they're illegal. So they have a warrant for a certain guy. They go into this apartment and they find him, and hopefully they get him safely, because a lot of these guys probably have weapons on them already. And there's maybe 1 or 2 or 3 other people in that apartment who are also illegal, they don't have warrants for, they weren't looking for, but by virtue of being here illegally, they're not just going to let them go. They're going to get caught up in this thing because they were with this other guy. And that's what Homan was referring to, I believe. So these other 1 or 2 or 3, how many others, if you're with this guy, if you're in the same apartment and we catch him and you're here and you're illegal, you're a criminal, because that's what illegal means. And so you're going to be deported. You're going to be detained, and you're going to be part of the system that you're out. Now, they're not targeting those people specifically who haven't committed crimes. But if you happen to be giving this guy safe haven, or you happen to be living with him at the time or with him, and you're illegal, you're going to go too. Mm-hmm. I think that's what Homan, it's not targeting everybody that's illegal, that they're only illegal and that's the only crime they committed is being here illegal. But if you're caught up in this thing and you're with some of these people who are criminals, who they do have warrants for, they're not just going to let you walk away. You're going to be part of this deportation effort.
That's exactly right. Lindsay, we're getting word now that there are 5 different homes that Dr. Phil has gone to already. There have been 2 apprehensions that we know of, someone from India, someone from Thailand. They visited known addresses for another undocumented immigrant that they're looking for from Mexico, another one from Mexico, actually 3 others from Mexico. When they got there, it's my understanding either no one was home or they didn't answer the door. There's this campaign out right now in the city of Chicago, and this is what I want you to elaborate on for our viewers, that's basically telling people that you don't have to answer your door if someone comes knocking. Is that right? Kind of help us understand what it is, the campaign that's going on right now.
That's right, Chris. In Chicago, the mayor there, Brandon Johnson, has put out a campaign to make illegal immigrants aware of their rights. And they do have rights if they're here seeking asylum, to be in the country, if they have an appointment, if they came through the asylum process. And so he is trying to give those people clarity around that fear that we're talking about. And I do want to echo what Bobby's saying. The Trump administration is not targeting, just people who are trying to come here or work illegally, but they're saying you're not off the table either, and we have all these known gotaways as well. They're in this country and we don't know what their rap sheet looks like or not. And so they really are trying to strike fear into people who have broken the law. We are a country of laws, and we have a lawful way of coming into this country. And so they really do not want people, oftentimes we do see that families, as we're seeing here, harbor, people into their home, and they actually do have a criminal record, and that is a problem. And so they are trying to strike fear in those individuals. But we know that Tom Homan, he foreshadowed and put out there that Chicago was going to be his starting point on day 1. And then, as we know, apparently some of their plans of how they were actually going to execute those raids got leaked out. I'm not sure exactly how that happened. We don't have quite the details on that I know of. And so those were kind of postponed until today. And so that ultimately gave the mayor a heads up, the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, kind of, a head start to be able to start this campaign to allow people to know, hey, this is coming. You need to protect yourself. Here's how you can do it. And, if you are legally here, especially if you're a criminal, I can't imagine that you wouldn't try to find a place to seek refuge, to hide, to get away if you know this is coming your way. And you've already seen raids in New York. We've already seen raids in other parts of the country this week, and repatriation flights already happening. So people can see this is taking place, and if you're here illegally and a criminal, those people know that they should be not in their place of residence.
Bobby, we heard earlier this week that Mexican authorities blocked a U.S. military plane from deporting illegal migrants. That happened on Thursday. We just heard breaking news of Colombia saying they are not going to deal with the Trump administration as well. They're basically resisting that order of saying, we do not want these criminals that came to your country illegally. We don't want them back in Colombia. So this morning, Lindsay broke some news of what President Trump said on Truth Social, saying to Colombia, we're going to start off with 25% tariffs the first week. The second week, if you don't make a move or accept these criminals, we're going to go 50% tariff. They're going to have visa sanctions. We're going to have a travel ban. In your opinion, is that the right way to go to get these countries to be on top of this and say, hey, you know what? Fair enough. Bring them back to our country, Mexico, Colombia, Venezuela, wherever they are. To get on the side of what Trump's trying to do here? Is that the right way to go?
I mean, I think so. I think you have to be strong and direct with them. I mean, you can't be weak with these countries because they'll take advantage of that. I think Trump coming out is strong. And, you know, I don't think those tariffs are going to affect. I think that it's a strong enough threat that Colombia will reconsider its position and take these people back because it's their refusal to take these people back. You know, maybe they consider them deplorables. It really reinforces that Trump was right when he said they emptied their jails. They sent us their criminals. Because why wouldn't they want regular law-abiding citizens that belonged in Colombia back in Colombia? They don't want these people there because they don't want them in their country. They'd rather have them in our country. Now, there's a reason for that. They're undesirable. By their very definition of them not wanting them back in Colombia, they are undesirable to Colombia. And so, you know, they're proving Trump right, that they sent not the hardworking people, not the people that are taking jobs. They sent people that they don't want in their country. And so this just proves that. But I think that by Trump taking very quick and very decisive and strong positions with these tariffs and stuff, I think that, you know, he won't have to actually go through with these threats. I think that is strong enough that some of these countries, or maybe all of these countries, will start reconsidering their positions. They're dealing with somebody that in the president's office that has a different attitude that they're not used to. And I think once they realize that, they're going to reconsider their positions.
Yeah, we want to point out, again, we're standing by because Dr. Phil and President Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, will join us live here on Merit TV when it's safe to do so. Again, right now, they are still knee-deep in operational mode. When it's safe for them to pull back and get in front of a camera, they will do that. We're also waiting to show you that exclusive inside look of what one of these takedowns looks like. It happened, and still it was nighttime, 6 o'clock this morning. It was dark outside, and we will show you that video as soon as we get that turned around and all the faces blurred. But about a week and a half or so ago, I spoke with Chicago City Councilman Alderman Ray Lopez about his hope to amend Chicago's sanctuary status policy there in the city of Chicago, ensuring that the right people are deported and not law-abiding immigrants. Take a listen to our conversation from about 10 days ago. Alderman, thank you for being here. Why do you think this change is necessary?
Removal of these exemptions, even when then Mayor Lori Lightfoot introduced them, because I believe that we can be a welcoming city to those who want to positively contribute to our city and to our country, but we shouldn't give safe haven to those who choose to engage in some of the most dangerous activities out there, including the 4 categories that you mentioned. This effort is simply returning what previously was in the ordinance for decades. And now more than ever, especially with the return of the Trump administration and a focus by border czar Tom Homan on those who are engaging in criminal activity, we need to, if we are concerned about those who respect the law once they are here, need to narrow the scope and work with the federal government to identify those priority targets and remove them from our city immediately with the help of our federal partners.
But why just these 4 categories? Gang-related activities, drug-related activities, prostitution-related activities, and sexual crimes involving minors. Why stop there?
Well, those are the most heinous ones that we had that were previously on the books. But we do know, obviously, that the federal government, Congress on both houses, has amended the Lake and Riley Act to go even further than what we have proposed in the city of Chicago. This is just a step in that direction. We've also had discussions about possibly amending it and going further to include gun-related crimes as well as domestic violence and other issues. But we are starting here because this is what we previously had as a starting point to reintroduce these exemptions in the city of Chicago. There's a lot of pushback right now, Chris, as we speak, by the mayor, by his allies, and other organizations to avoid any kind of change because they are gaslighting and spreading fear, trying to tell people that we're going to deport people en masse. What they fail to realize and reckon their arguments with is the fact that right now, the federal government can go into any community looking for those priority targets. What we want to do is say, if you are looking for an individual we've arrested on one of these issues, here you go. You don't have to go looking for them. We will gladly turn them over to you. Because I believe that that is what's necessary to prevent the collateral damage, which is having individuals who are here just waiting for their path forward out of the shadows, having them taken in the process.
You know, Dr. Phil has spent a lot of time with Tom Homan, and during one of Dr. Phil's primetime shows, Homan explained why cooperating with immigration officials will actually help sanctuary cities. Listen to this.
If you force us into the community, we're going to find the bad guy. There's probably others we're going to find, which means they're going to be arrested too. So by them putting up roadblocks and being a sanctuary city, they're going to get the exact result that they don't want: more ICE officers in their neighborhoods.
It just seems crazy to me that if there's a suspect and they're in their jail, that they would open that jail and say, here you go, do what you're going to do.
It is much safer, and why won't you give us access to somebody you locked in a jail cell? Because obviously he's a public safety threat, and when you're done with them, let us have him. Because then we were not only removing from the community, we're removing from the country so he can't reoffend.
Alderman Lopez, why wouldn't city leaders in Chicago allow ICE agents into your jails to remove people?
You know, that's the question of the ages right now, because as many of my colleagues who are in opposition to what we're proposing, they argue that we are not allowing for Fourth Amendment due process. And what I would argue to that is that it's very simple to me that who has first crack at jurisdiction? In these cases where someone who is undocumented or manipulated our process or is in violation of our border laws, that the first point of jurisdictional oversight would be the federal government to address the fact that that person was here illegally and is undocumented. And I think that that is something that is an argument for lawyers to hash out. But at the end of the day, what Tom Homan said to Dr. Phil, what Tom Homan has said to me in person is exactly what I believe, is that why wouldn't you want to work with federal partners to remove those elements in our communities that are dangerous, not just from our communities, but from our country? Tom Homan's going to go looking for them no matter what. He has orders from the president to do exactly that. And the president has a mandate by this country to secure the border and enforce the law. So if that is all true, why wouldn't you work with them to narrow their scope, limit their net in the neighborhoods, and focus on who they want to focus on?
So, Bobby, we were interviewing Alderman Raymond Lopez there because he was pushing forth an ordinance to the welcome city ordinance for the city of Chicago, basically trying to make it where local law enforcement, Chicago PD, could work with their federal authorities when it came to cracking down on things that we're seeing happen across the streets of Chicago today. Surprise, surprise, it was voted down 39-11. What message does that send?
A bad one that the council would rather present more danger to their community than look like they're supporting Donald Trump. That's what they're doing. They're thumbing their nose at a Trump administration at the expense of the safety of their own community. And let me show how it works, because I've been through this. I worked illegal gangs in the 80s and 90s in New York City. What would happen is the subject gets arrested on a state charge. We don't know that. He's in Rikers Island, he's going through the process in the DA's office. He's there for 3 days. He's going to be released on bail or whatever. Now, we know he's in jail because a source informant tells us. We run over to Rikers Island. We place what's called a detainer on him, an INS detainer. Back then, the Immigration Nationalization Service detainer, telling Rikers Island, hey, you have this guy in custody. In 3 days, he's probably going to be let out on bail when the state system runs. Please don't release him on bail. Let us know. We'll come to the jail and arrest him on the INS illegal charges and deport him. And they would do that. They would say, hey, and then when the sanctuary city policies came in effect, they said, we're not going to honor that INS detainer. You have to find him. We're going to let him go because he did his 3 days in the state on the gun charge or whatever. He's going to come back for court, but he's going to be let out on bail. We don't know where he's going to go. He's just responsible for showing up at his next court hearing, and we're going to let him back out into the community. So they ignore the INS. Now, we developed a relationship because my brother was NYPD. We knew, we developed a relationship where they would make an off-duty phone call, or they would use a phone outside of the facility to call and say, hey, you guys are going to be released in 3 days, because these are murderers, these are gang members. And so we would wait at Rikers Island. And as soon as he comes out the door, he's going to get on the city bus, we'd arrest him right there. That worked out sometimes, but it shouldn't have to be like that. They have a detainer on this guy. And as soon as he's going through the state court system on whatever charge he's arrested on, and that's why the state has him. Let's face it. Well, let's make that clear. He's in state custody because he's committed a state crime, right? And so INS has a detainer on him, and they're not honoring that detainer. They're just going to let him go and assume he's going to come back for his next court hearing, which he won't. He'll be a fugitive and he's illegal, and he'll be out in the community. And so that's the guys I would go and arrest again. Now, sometimes I would get them before they got back into the community, but the minute they got back to their gang in Brooklyn, they'd have a gun on them. And the guys that Homan's going after today, they almost all of them will have guns on them, and they're going after sex predators. And we lost 2 FBI agents in Miami in 2021 who were going to arrest a child sex crimes criminal. These are dangerous criminals. 2 FBI agents were murdered, killed. One of them, whom I knew personally, in 2021, trying to arrest a sex crimes perpetrator. So these are dangerous people, and the people that Homan are going after today are dangerous. And I do take exception to in one of his interviews saying that the DEA and the FBI didn't have that same level of threat. We did. We went after the Jamaicans, who were very violent gangs in Brooklyn. And when we swept through a neighborhood and we took out gang members wholly by 20, 30 of them at a time, the people, sometimes they were Jamaican nationals who were here who were legally on green cards or permanent resident aliens, and they would applaud us. These were women, working women and men whose neighborhoods were taken over by these illegal gangs. And we went through and swept them, and we brought them out. I remember looking up, and these people were leaning out their apartment building windows, cheering us, clapping for us, thanking us for taking this gang out of their community, because they were living under the fear every day. Their community was held hostage to these gangs that took over. And so they were very thankful, even though they might have been Jamaicans or Dominicans themselves, but some of them were here illegally just that way. They weren't criminals in other ways. And some of them were permanent resident aliens, and they wanted us there. They wanted us to remove those violent illegals that were taking over their neighborhoods. And I think the same is going to be in Chicago today. You're going to have the same in Boston, same in New York City. The public wants this. The people want this. The people living in those neighborhoods in Aurora, Colorado, where these gangs take over whole buildings. And I've seen it happen in Brooklyn. And the people want those elements removed from their lives. Mm-hmm. And really, the city councils in those places, they're not serving their citizens, their legal, law-abiding citizens. They're not serving them by passing these, proclamations and these issues that are going to force their local law enforcement to basically violate the U.S. Constitution and obstruct justice when the federal government is coming in trying to do this.
Yeah, they're starting to realize, Bobby, how important elections are. So they're going to remember all of this with Mayor Johnson and the aldermen and the governor when this comes back around through the midterms. Lindsay, I want to bring you back in. There are 100 ICE facilities across the U.S. They can hold up to 42,000 people. Does Tom Homan have enough ICE agents to do what he wants to end up doing?
That's a good question. I know they brought in 5,000 for these raids. And as you heard Bobby say earlier, he is on a list as well as a contractor. So they'll definitely need help because if you're not getting help from local law enforcement or state law enforcement, then it really is just up to ICE itself. You don't have the backup that you necessarily need. And when you're dealing with, when you look at the rap sheet of some of these individuals that they are going after, you don't just go in with a man or two, or you have to go in with a large group. Obviously, I haven't done this. I'm not the person necessarily to talk about the logistics of it. But as you'll see from some of the video we're going to show you, it's a large group of people going after one person in these raids because they don't know what is in their homes. They don't know what they're going to come at them with. And as we mentioned just before, because this was already projected, this was happening in Chicago, in some of these sanctuary cities, people are essentially prepared. And as we talked about, Mayor Johnson there letting people know your rights. They are prepared. And so we don't know what they're going to come back with, these ICE agents. And so they need extra hands on deck for some of this stuff. And then also, the Trump administration has been clear that they are going to be more aggressive than we've seen in the past, that they are, this is not one a day. We're seeing hundreds a day. And so, when you have multiple operations happening at the same time, that takes a lot of hands on deck.
Bobby, I want to bring you in. I want to talk about the impact that some of these arrests have had throughout the week, including Boston. I know that ICE Boston made 8 arrests this week, including, and this is just the list, an MS-13 gang member, Interpol red notices, Interpol. One was arrested for murder and rape. Some suspects, one Haitian gang member, had 18 convictions in recent years. They spoke to the Massachusetts Governor, Maura Haley, and she said, quote, she told reporters this, the apprehension of criminals in our communities, I support 100%. She has changed her tune because she wasn't like that. She has said that Massachusetts is not a sanctuary state, but I know cities like Boston, they are. Boston is a sanctuary city. So with that example of what they did out of Boston this week in the entire state and the changing of that tune from that governor, do you see other states doing this as well? Maybe California, maybe, well, I say California, but maybe there's hope for California, but Illinois and Governor Pritzker. Do you see other states like this, Colorado, Georgia, saying, hey, we've seen how impactful ICE can be in Boston. We're going to cooperate and change our tune here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a no-brainer. I think that we're proving now, as we've always alleged, that sanctuary city policies make those cities more dangerous for the citizens of that city. There's no doubt about it. The reason somebody would need protections of a sanctuary city are because they're in some way a bad element of that population. So sanctuary cities do not safeguard you. Sanctuary cities make you more unsafe. They make your city a more dangerous place. That's why they're arresting people like you cited, like that Haitian immigrant with 17 convictions, like child rapists. That's why, because they're in sanctuary cities, because that's where you'd go. If the criminal element is very adaptable. They know the system. They know to go to a sanctuary city because they'll have more protections there. Now, they put out these sanctuary policies as if they're protecting the poor, working class people who are out there and they're just doing their jobs. They're not. Those sanctuary policies are there and they're protecting the most hardened criminals. Those criminals know how to work the system. They know to go to sanctuary cities for protection, and that's where they are. Sanctuary cities are probably going to be the first targets, not because we're against sanctuary city policies, but because that's where the bad guys are, because they know they have protections of the sanctuary cities. Sanctuary cities are where the most dangerous criminals have taken refuge.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, Bobby. Lindsay, there are reports of, at least more than 1,400 arrests so far. Nothing's perfect, right? Any time you go to round up, you're looking at a specific target and you go there, and again, you can stumble upon other people and you're going to have to take them into custody too. But are we hearing any reports about any trouble? Has anyone come forward saying, oh, this guy was arrested but shouldn't have?
One of the only things that I've heard so far was that there was a veteran, reportedly American veteran, taken into custody. But this was a part of a targeted raid towards somebody else. Apparently, it wasn't clear. And so I don't know all the details, but I don't think so. But I want to hit on something else that Bobby actually was saying as we look at this really dynamic shift that happened this election cycle to where we are now. 89% of counties in the U.S. shifted towards Donald Trump in this last election. 89%. You didn't have that many counties shifting blue. And even though Donald Trump didn't win all of those counties, they shifted towards him. And really, that was based on two major things: the economy and immigration. And no matter what side of the aisle you're on, like I said, when I would go to Kamala Harris rallies, people who would be transparent with me would say, I wish that she was bolder on immigration. I wish that she would be bolder on America First policy, essentially. I like her for all these things because I don't want to vote for Donald Trump, but I wish she would adopt some of these policies more. And so that is why you see this shift in America. We've really seen this sentiment change with illegal immigrants because of the onslaught that we saw under the last administration. And that's why Donald Trump feels emboldened to make these huge shifts just in his first week in office to try to put these things in place. And like I said, he didn't hide his goals from the American public. He won the majority, the popular vote, and he was very clear with all the things that he was going to do, even ending birthright citizenship, which we already know is being challenged by a Reagan-appointed judge. So the things that he said, nothing really that he has done this past week was a surprise. He had said every single one of them on the campaign trail, which I think is fascinating. And one other point that I'll make is we see this shift across the board, specifically because of immigration. 46% of Latino Hispanic voters voted for Donald Trump, the highest number that we have seen for a Republican ever. A lot of those coming from men. And when I would talk to people who had come here illegally to this country or who were naturalized citizens, they would say, I'm fed up, even though I might have friends or family who are trying to come to America. I came here rightfully. It took me a lot of money. It took me a lot of time. It took a lot of energy, and it was hard. And there were scary times for me, but it's not fair that I have to go through the process legally, and then there's millions of other people who don't. And I am concerned about the vetting process. Even now that I'm American or I'm here illegally, I'm concerned about my own safety. And so it's really fascinating as we have this conversation with everyday Americans about how they're feeling, but there really is a sentiment change, and illegal immigrants feel it, that most Americans, we saw in that New York Times Ipsos poll that I keep talking about, that not even a majority, an overwhelming majority, 87% say yes, they are for deporting illegal immigrants who are here because they are criminals. So I think if we talk about what's happening, that is why Donald Trump feels emboldened to do what he's doing, because he feels like overwhelmingly this is what the American electorate asked him to do because he campaigned so strongly on it.
Bobby, immigration can be a great thing, right? We are the land of opportunity. I think the problem that most people have is they'd like to know who's in this country and maybe why. And so how do you bridge the two? What's the answer?
Chris, the answer is, and look, two of my grandmothers came from Italy, and one of my grandfather came from Spain, right through Ellis Island. They were immigrants. I'm a second-generation American, New Yorker, and nobody resents an illegal alien more than a legal alien who came through the right process, who did the work, who filed the paperwork, who went to the hearings, who followed all the rules. It takes years sometimes. And I always feel bad for friends of mine who I know who are stuck in, in the legal process, because how frustrating it is, because they see people coming in so easily illegally. And so no one resents illegal aliens more than the people who came here legally or are currently in the process of trying to come here legally. So I think that the process is, you need to make it easier for people to come in the legal way, and you need to punish the people that have come in illegally.
Hey, Bobby, we want to get right to Dr. Phil. Breaking news right here on Dr. Phil's Merit TV. Dr. Phil is at a command center there in Chicago with the border czar, Tom Homan, to give us more specifics on what you saw and what you did this morning. Dr. Phil, take it away.
I really appreciate it, and you're right. I'm in a command center in Chicago, and I'm here with Tom Homan and some team members we're going to introduce here in just a second. And we're in the command center because we've actually got two very dangerous situations that are happening simultaneously, and kind of one surges ahead of the other, and then we're not sure which one's going down first. So we're kind of on pins and needles right now because they're very dangerous situations. So we're monitoring those and going back and forth. And Mr. Homan, tell us what we're looking at here on this map and what these targets represent here.
Well, look, as we discussed earlier, we want to show American people this is a targeted enforcement operation, right? It's not the sweeping of the neighborhoods. It's not looking for people different than us. Every person we look for, we know who they are. We know what their immigration record is. We know what their criminal record is. We know pretty much where we're going to find them. So hundreds and hundreds of hours of investigative work going into this. So I'll let the special agent in charge explain exactly how they cut this scheme up. Can you explain basically what you're looking at here?
Yeah, Special Agent Fitzgerald. And I want to preface this by saying we've been out today, and we've been around this grid in cars with the agents. We've taken footage of your brave men and women going and taking some of these targets into custody. We've got others that are in their houses now waiting for warrants. We know where they are. And there's a lot of investigative work that goes in to what's represented by each of these marks here. Can you tell us what these are, Special Agent, so people know how much work has gone in? This isn't a sweep. This is surgical, tactical targeting of high-risk targets.
Absolutely. So let's start with what was the mission. From the beginning, Mr. Homan came out and has identified there's 1.4 million criminal aliens with an order of removal in the country. So what we did, HSI, ICE, ERO, all combined together to take that initial data and try to figure out how many exactly are in Chicago. What you see here is a representation of over 300 different criminal aliens with some type of criminal conviction: murder, rape, assault, weapons charges, narcotics charges, aggravated DUIs. Every color and symbol signifies something different. Some of these symbols mean only a special response team can hit it because that person is such a high level of threat that we need a specialized unit with specialized equipment to actually arrive on scene and secure it. Other symbols mean we can send out a joint team. And today, we're out here with all the DHS entities, all the DOJ entities, and we're separating all throughout the city and trying to grab as many targets as possible.
Yeah, and when we say grab as many targets as possible, what we're talking about is taking dangerous people out of the community, which makes the community safer when those people are taken out of that community, right?
Absolutely.
So you've got, because today, Mr. Homan, we looked at some targets, I think the first two were child predators. They had been convicted of child sexual assaults, and they're walking around in the community.
Look, I think we got 6 or 7 sexual predators. We got 2 murderers. We got a lot of TDA gang members. So yeah, every one of these is a public safety threat. Walking the streets of Chicago because we're in a sanctuary city, and the men and women of ICE cannot grab these guys in a county jail when they're released. They're released back in the community, which forces us to spend hundreds and hundreds of hours of investigative work to find them.
Right, and when we rolled up on some of these, there were like 5 or 6 cars, multiple agents in each car, some on the perimeters, making sure that everybody was safe. So even then, there were multiple agents, and some of these were multiple hours, making sure everybody was safe, make sure the neighbors were safe, and make sure that the target was safe.
Right.
Every one of these targets, there's a whole packet that has to go into it. You can't just do this in an hour or in a day. You have to deconflict through dozens and dozens of systems, through multiple agency deconflictions, in order to get to a point where we know with confidence this is who the person is, this is where they were last seen, and we feel that we can go in and make the arrest.
Right. And when some of these people have been arrested or in jail, you're not even asking to go into jail. You just want to know when they're going to be released, so you can stand on a curb and take them when they're released.
We would love to get in jail and process them while they're in their custody, so as soon as they release them, we can take them, get rid of them, right? Yeah. But at least call us before you release them. We'll be waiting outside for them. Let's take them in custody. 1 agent, 1 bad guy. Today, you're seeing 8 agents, 1 bad guy. A lot less efficient, a lot less time, and major thing, it's more dangerous. You're releasing a public safety threat back into the public. Yeah. Not a genius thing to do.
No,
when we can fix it.
And let's look at this context. There's over 300 locations. That could have been one location.
Yeah.
It could have been just at the jail.
Yeah, just at the jail.
Just at the jail. We wouldn't have to impact 300 communities at that moment.
You know, and Chris, when we were riding around today, we were listening. Tom and I were listening in the car to different TV stations, cable news networks, talking about how this was just kind of a random sweep, that they were going to schools, they were going into businesses. And I'm here on the ground with this team. That ain't happening. I'm telling you, that ain't happening. So they can talk about what they want people to believe. They can fearmonger if they want. But this is what's happening. Targeted, surgical, investigative work done to go in and get an individual. I mean, Chris, I don't know how to make it any plainer than that.
Yeah, no, we've been watching it, and just so you know, Dr. Phil, we got the video.
And another thing too, just to say is, we're going after these targets.
Yeah, and you've seen the video. And go ahead. Introduce yourself and say.
Yeah, I'm Sam Wilson. I'm the field office director for enforcement and removal operations here with ICE in Chicago.
Right.
So my responsibility here is to get these criminals off the streets. And again, when we go after them, we're not going after them in surprise, right? They know we're coming too. So we're behind the eight ball because they are real.
Right.
Of these targets that we did here, again, we had over 300 targets, and we have more than that for sure. But of these, there was specifically, I think, close to 150, so close to half, that we actually placed a hold with the law enforcement agency, and they just did not come to that hold. So we have documentation that we reached out to, please notify us. Should this subject be released? No release, no notification to us. So then they're out. And then when that happens, then.
So then they're back out on the street.
Well, what I find most disturbing is what we've seen today, right? You got news networks, TV stations, newspapers, NGOs, Catholic Church, all educating these people on how to escape apprehension. Yeah. They're educating criminals on how to get away from ICE and not be arrested by ICE. It's just unbelievable where we've come as a nation when it comes to law enforcement and public safety threats. I still wake up every day amazed where we are.
How is that not obstruction?
I think it is obstruction.
It just seems to me, because I've seen affiliate stations up here that are telling people, here's the 1, 2, 3s of how to avoid being picked up by ICE.
They'll frame it as knowing your rights. We're going to advise them of their rights. That's where they frame it. To me, in my view, you're helping a criminal escape apprehension.
Yeah, I don't get it. But they're not all escaping apprehension. And I want to take a look over here, and we're going to stay far enough back from this. Anybody's rights, but Mr. Homan, these are people that have been identified, have been picked up. Every one of these green checks, and we won't get too specific about it, but let's talk about sex offender, aggravated homicide, sex offender, felony fraudster, sex offender. You just go across here, every one of these things, assault, sex offender, aggravated battery, these are bad actors.
Murder. Yeah, these are significant public safety threats walking the streets of Chicago.
Yeah, and this is, why would anybody not want these people off the street?
I think most people, most citizens of Chicago want them off the street. Again, I think this is all politics. This is open borders advocate, but most taxpaying citizens of Chicago want safe streets. We can help them do that. I just wish we could help them do it with a partnership with Chicago PD.
Well, it was interesting. We've encountered a lot of police officers today just in the course of what we were doing. Every single one of them was thanking you for what you're doing, helping them stay safer and helping make the community safer. I think the politicians have an agenda, but the street officers are coming up thanking you for what you're doing.
The cops want to help. The police officers want to help. They took that oath. They put a badge on their chest to protect their communities. They see us out there doing it. They would love to be with us, but politics prevent it. They signed up for that job to protect communities. And that's what they want to do, but they're not allowed to do it. So it just doesn't make sense from the community's from the community standpoint, the community wants the Chicago PD work with us. But the left's going to push the agenda that, well, we don't want, the politicians say Chicago PD shouldn't help because then victims and witnesses of a crime won't go forward to Chicago police because they think they're working with ICE. There's a bunch of crap because the victims and witnesses of crime don't want the bad guy back in the neighborhood either. And we don't want to talk to the victim and witness of crime. We want to talk to the guy, girl that they locked in a jail cell because he's a public safety threat. That's who we want to talk to.
Yeah. They thought they were bad enough to lock them up, but yet they don't want you to lock them up.
They're not bad enough to give to us.
They don't want you to deport them.
They're not bad enough to give to us.
Yeah. Okay. And look, it's very clear. Your mission from President Trump was very clear. The worst first. Start with the bad guys. Let's get the criminals off of the streets and see where we are at that point. I mean, it's real clear. Close down the border so we know who's coming in, take the criminals off the street, and help find these children that are missing, that have just come across the border and disappeared somewhere. Those are the three primary directives.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And Chris, Joe, I don't know what else to say about this. I think President Trump has been very clear. He ran on this in a very clear agenda. He gave the border czar here a very clear mission. And being embedded with these brave men and women, it's clear to me they got the mission. Mm-hmm. They're not confused. They're not abusing their power. They're not abusing what they've been called to do. They're doing very tactical, surgical removals from the community after hard investigative work to know who the bad guys are.
I think it's extremely clear, Dr. Phil, what we're watching transpire. And just so you know, just to update you on where we are, your team sent back some incredible video that we're in the process now of. We just need to conceal the identities of the brave people who you've been embedded with, right? Because that's our job. These folks leave their homes, they put their lives on the line to round these bad people up. And so we're going frame by frame to make sure everyone's covered. So we've been telling our viewers to expect that video coming up. But what I'd like to ask you about, Dr. Phil, is just this idea of politics versus public safety. And what I mean by that is January 15th, the city council in Chicago, 11 aldermen, which is what they call their city council members there, 11 aldermen said, yes, our local police department should be working with their counterparts at the federal level. Yes, they should. But overwhelmingly, 39 voted no. What message does that send to you, Dr. Phil?
Well, it sends a bad message, and you can't hear Chris right now, but one of the things he's saying is that on the 15th of January, they had a council meeting, and 11 members voted that the police should be working with ICE to help make the community safer. 39 said no. And
well, look, I hope they're watching this show. I hope they're watching what we're doing. I hope they're seeing this. I hope they're seeing the targeting system. If they see how we're doing this and that it makes perfect sense from an enforcement standpoint, why would you push back against this? So forget the false narrative of sweeping neighborhoods looking for people different color than us. Forget that hogwash and look at what we actually did. We're proving it to them. How can you argue with the system we've set up?
Well, straight up, are you going into schools and arresting children at schools?
No.
Is anything like that happening?
No, sir.
Are you going into businesses and sweeping through there and taking anybody with a tan and seeing where they're from?
We go into businesses for a criminal enforcement operation, but again, sweeps don't occur anywhere.
The sweeps are not occurring. You're just not going in like seining for fish in a pond and just picking up. You're going targeted. If a criminal is working in a business and you have to pick them up there, you're going in for that target.
Absolutely.
And what's happening to me, it seems that these politicians are creating what they fear the most, and that is forcing ICE agents into the community where they pick up the target and wind up picking up collaterals that may be around them, as opposed to going to the jail where they just get the target and leave.
That's the game they want to play, and so, game on. We're going to do it. I mean, it's all about public safety. We're going to take that public safety threat off the street by any means necessary. If we can't get in the jail, then we'll go in the neighborhood.
Yeah, and Chris, look, we've got two very high-risk apprehensions that are going down within minutes. I can tell you that these are bad actors that are doing things that are immediate, instant danger to anyone around them. I'm not going to say what they are right now because even describing it could be tipping off who we're talking about. And if they happen to be watching this or somebody they know is watching this, could pick up the phone and call them and put agents' lives in more danger than they already are.
That's right.
That's why we're being very careful. That's why we're asking all of you in the control room to process these videos and blur the faces of the brave men and women that are doing what they're doing, because we don't want them harassed and targeted after the fact. And that has and does happen. So we're being very careful to protect everybody out there. But just know, listen, whether you're seeing this on Merit TV or Merit or all of our different social platforms, this narrative that they're out sweeping and picking up people indiscriminately is absolutely untrue. Absolutely untrue. These are a lot of investigation happening. They're targeting individuals that have criminal histories and are a danger to the community. And they're making communities safer when they take them off the street. And God bless them for doing so. That's all I can tell you. And we're going to be bringing you more from Chicago as we go along, and I'll let you get back to what you're doing.
Real quick, Dr. Phil, before you go, if I may, you have done a lot of interviews with the border czar, Tom Homan. You've been down to the border with Mr. Homan, and he's made it really clear his three-prong approach. You know, getting the criminals out of the country, which is what you're being a part. You're seeing firsthand. Securing our border, which again you've seen that firsthand down along the border, and then also trying to find these 300,000 plus children. There are reports this morning that they're already starting to find some of those children. Can you ask Mr. Homan, does he have specific numbers about children who were lost in the system that they don't know where they are?
There have been some reports that that Tom Homan's team have found thousands and thousands of children in the last few days. I'm sorry to say that's not true, but they do have leads on where some of these children are, but not anything like has been misreported. I don't know where that came from or why, but you guys are focused on finding these children, but there haven't been 75,000 found at one time.
We're trying to run that down where that came from, but that is not factual.
Wish it was true.
Oh, absolutely wish it was true, but we've been in business 4 days under President Trump, 5 days. We're already on it. We're pulling the information that the Biden administration wasn't sharing, but now we have that information, and it starts now.
Yeah. And you know, you're reporting directly to the president. He knows what's happening here. And you know, we had a meeting earlier today, by the way, and it was cameras down for this meeting because it was very sensitive and had to do with strategy. But I have to tell you, this multi-agency strategy that you have here, can you talk just a little about that? Because I've never seen anything like it.
I've never seen anything like it. I've been doing it for 3.5 decades. President Trump's vision is all a government approach. What's happening on our southern border is the biggest national security vulnerability we've seen in this nation. We got 2.2 million gotaways. We don't know who they are, where they came from, why they're here, right? We got a 600% increase in sex trafficking. We got over, what's the last time I saw? 500,000 children being trafficked in this country. They can't find over 300,000. We got record number of Americans dying from fentanyl. President Trump declared a national emergency. A genius move. When he did that, that brings all of government, all of DHS, all of DOJ into one team. We're working together as a team to focus on these national security threats and public safety threats. First time I saw a military plane removing illegal aliens out of the country. Again, President Trump's vision, all America to deal with this national security vulnerability, the public safety threat, the national security threat. First time we've seen it. I think you saw today. It's successful. We're going to expand this throughout the country.
Yeah, so we've got DEA, ICE, U.S. Marshals,
FBI,
ATF, yeah. So multi-agency, and the thing that, you know, I read people for a living, and I tell you, I read in that room pride among everybody there. They were really proud to be involved in this, and
no one prouder than me. I've done this for 3.5 decades, and what's happening right now is a game changer.
Yeah.
It's a game changer for public safety. It's a game changer for our national security. Yeah. You can't have strong national security if you don't have border security, and that's what this is all about.
Yeah. Well, Chris, we got two really high-risk warrants to serve and arrests that we're going to document as it happens. Number one thing is safety, and Mr. Homan made real clear he wants everybody safe, including the targets that are being taken down. He wants them safe as well as he does the agents. So we're going to focus on that. And one of those we're going to be able to bring to you live as it happens.
Wow.
The other will have to shoot in a different way, but we'll bring you that one as well. So we got some things coming up here very soon that we'll be bringing to our viewers so they can see how much work, how much diligence, how much footwork goes into bringing these people down safely.
Right.
You could just storm the house and start shooting, but that's not the way they do it. They want everybody, neighbors, people on the street, and even the targets themselves to be safe.
And Dr. Phil, I'm sure the neighbors around the two that you picked up this morning are thankful for not just ICE, but FBI, ATE, ATF, DEA, and the U.S. Marshals. You already said, Dr. Phil, earlier that you ran into local law enforcement. They came up and said, thank you. And I think if a lot more people see that from local law enforcement, like Tom Homan has said before, shoulder to shoulder, that attitudes will change politically. But I want to ask you this real fast, Dr. Phil. Of the houses you didn't get a response this morning, will you plan to go back sometime today or at a later date?
Oh, no question about it. All the research that's gone into where these people are, if they don't answer the door, trust me, they need to move. Because these guys are like a dog with a bone. They ain't giving up. They found these people. They're dangers to the community. They're raping children. Two of them that have not been picked up yet that were on the list, they've been convicted of child sex crimes. They're not going to leave these people on the street. They're going to continue after them till they find them. They have to go back once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. And they have some investigative techniques that I'm not going to disclose. These guys need to self-deport, I can tell you that. Otherwise, they're going to be found. So I'll leave it at that, and we're going to go turn our attention to these other arrests because the clock is ticking on those, and I'll be reporting them back to you guys at the right time.
We will check back in with you, Dr. Phil, with an extraordinary, exclusive, very rare look inside the command center there in Chicago, which has become ground zero today for what can only be described as a very methodical, tactical approach to certain people. They're going after specific people who they know by name. They know their criminal records. They know their deportation history. They know everything about these folks, including where they live, Lindsay. And it makes me wonder if they have this much information, not even Tom Homan hasn't been on the job for a full week yet, sworn in as our official borders are, right? But they're able to do this. People across the country may be wondering, well, what happened before? Why didn't we do this sooner?
Yeah, it's a great question. You know, there's actually a document that ICE sent to the House of Representatives earlier this fall that had been requested at the beginning of 2024, giving them detailed information about what ICE knew regarding illegal criminal aliens in this country. And they came back with the numbers specifically regarding, they didn't have the names, but they had specific numbers that were also detailed to what the crimes were, which only leads you to believe that they knew a lot on these individuals, which begs the question that then why weren't they going after them? Why were they not making this more of a priority? But I think that just goes back to what Donald Trump ran on, that many people supported him specifically on. You know, many people I talked to said, I don't really like the guy, but I like these policies, and I'm tired of not feeling safe in my own country. And for that reason, I actually supported him. Even immigrants to this country. I was just in an Uber here in Washington, D.C. during inauguration week, where a man from Africa, who is now a naturalized citizen. He said it took him around 10 years to become a citizen here, but he said he was totally against Donald Trump. He voted for other individuals before, but he voted for Donald Trump this time because of this specific issue. And he said it was so important to him and his community as well. And so because of things like this that we're seeing, if they knew so much information about criminals who are illegally in our country, and we're not talking about people just stealing a candy bar, we're talking about people who have homicide, convicted sex offenders, people who are trafficking, sex trafficking children, then why are they not apprehended? Why are they still here? Why are they on the loose? A big question around that. But again, that's what you heard Tom Homan saying they're going after. On one other note, I do want to give an update to you guys, something that is just coming through reporting that I had mentioned earlier about Donald Trump putting a 25% tariff on Colombia after the president have rejected two repatriation planes, two deportation planes to Colombia. It looks like the Colombian president, Gustavo Petro, has had a change of heart, did not want those tariffs put on him, and now says that he is actually going to send his own presidential plane to pick up the criminals from Colombia because he wants them to have a dignified return to Colombia as citizens. So a quick change of heart there from the Colombian president just moments ago. Wanted to update you on that breaking news.
Wow. Yeah, and Lindsay, that's amazing. We both just said, wow, just the little pressure that Donald Trump put on Colombia and the president there. You go back to 4 years and you saw what President Trump has done the last week. We got the big update from Dr. Phil and Tom Homan. It was coming. This day was coming. This week was coming. We heard it all throughout the election. And you look at the political side of it. We talk about the political side of this and why it was so political during the election. And you almost want to say, if you're a PR person to the Democrats, if you had just done little things like this. We all go back to the Patty Marin Congress, the hearing in Congress, where she told people, Rachel Marin, the mom of five that died brutally at the hands of an illegal immigrant, Victor Martinez Hernandez. Patty Marin in front of Congress said all they had to do, because Victor Martinez Hernandez was wanted by Interpol, and all the Biden administration had to do when he walked through the border was take a swab of his mouth to know that he was wanted by Interpol. They didn't do that. But she was brutally murdered. They found Victor Martinez Hernandez, an illegal criminal immigrant in this country. They found him in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And she was asked, did the Biden administration ever reach out to you? And she said, no, they didn't. And I believe the Lake and Riley family, they were asked the same thing. But if they had just had a little heart when it came to something like this and what Americans were going through. We don't feel safe in our own country because of what you're not doing at the border. And it goes back to that neighborhood up there where they just took two criminal illegal immigrants in Chicago. Those neighbors around rejoicing. The local law enforcement saying, thank you so much for what you're doing. The Biden administration could have done just the little things. But that's what Trump is doing now.
Well, it's an interesting point you make, Joe, because, again, going back to the campaign trail, and that's how we got here, right, how Americans voted, so many people really felt that Trump was meeting the moment when it came to immigration, and they were frustrated that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden wouldn't be more vocal about having a strong stance on immigration. And fascinatingly enough, you actually had Kamala Harris be stronger than Joe Biden was. And I mentioned this point earlier, but I'll mention it again for those tuning in. If you look at it, Donald Trump was beating Joe Biden by nearly 20 points on the immigration issue. And then when Kamala Harris came in, she was able to shore that up just a little bit. And Donald Trump was only beating her by 14 points. But still, you can see, you know, a double point deficit there on this immigration issue. And a lot of the things that we're seeing unfold just in 1 week of having this new president, he is trying to truncate what he did in 4 years and more into 1 week. And the big question right now is how much of it will stick. Obviously, a big part of that is birthright citizenship, a whole nother conversation and a can of worms. But really, it goes back to Donald Trump wants to have a strong stance on our border. And that's why, he declared emergency at our border, sending additional troops down to our border, classifying certain cartels as terrorist organizations, putting a pause on refugees, closing down the CBP One app, so many different elements about saying, I'm taking this issue seriously because I feel emboldened by the American people, because I feel like I won decisively on this issue, because as I mentioned, the polling showed that he was leaps ahead on that specific issue. And he was very clear with all these things that he was going to do. None of them are a surprise to anyone who was listening to him for nearly the 2 years that he was campaigning. Very clear about his immigration goals, which are very decisive and shocking to many people. But again, if you listen to him, he has not implemented anything that he didn't say he wasn't going to do.
And you're seeing it live right here on Dr. Phil's Merit TV. Dr. Phil carries a huge megaphone, and when he calls people, they answer. And that's what allows people like Dr. Phil into those exclusive, those rare behind the scenes. You saw it from inside that center, that command post, the command center there. That's why, we heard the audio kind of going in and out. There were 2 different cameras in there. Our cameras have to be careful not to zoom in too tight because there are faces and numbers and all this data that we can't get out there. But Dr. Phil got himself in there. And because of that, you got a front row seat to what's happening in Chicagoland today. And we're going to have much more right here on Dr. Phil's Merit TV right after this quick break.
$36 trillion. That is the U.S. debt, and it gets deeper and deeper by the day. Our debt has never been higher, nor have the stakes. The government is looking to slash the federal budget by $2 trillion. And no one knows what that will mean for your job, savings, and future. You need to prepare before it's too late. I trust Preserve Gold to help protect my wealth, and I strongly urge you to do the same. They are the only precious metals firm I trust and recommend to my family, friends, and audience, and they have a special offer just for you.
That's why Preserve Gold is giving away a free precious metals guide. Text the word PHIL to 50505, and you can also get up to $15,000 in free gold and silver with a qualified purchase. Or simply call 844-407-6375 and mention PHIL today.
And welcome back to Dr. Phil's Merit TV. Chris Gutierrez alongside Joe Gum. We have immigration attorney Darren Smallcombe is with us as well. We're going to get to Darren in just a second. But first, Darren, we want to get your reaction to this graph. Take a look. We've got shows the number or who is crossing the U.S.-Mexico border. This is single adults when Trump was in office compared to when Biden was in office. We also have family units. Again, the same thing. Trump was in office compared to when Biden took office. And then we also, finally, we want to show you unaccompanied minors, children who are traveling alone, Trump in office compared to Biden in office. You are kind enough to join us today, a busy day here on the News on Merit TV, because Dr. Phil getting rare exclusive access as these very targeted raids are taking place in Chicago. Number one, your thoughts on Donald Trump coming into office. He campaigned on this. It's happening. Your thoughts as an immigration attorney?
Well, I don't want to sound like a political hack, but promises made, promises kept. I mean, this is what he said he's going to do, and he's done it right from the beginning, right? Everything's changed. And so we've already seen that change right from the start, where there's no more entry. CBP 1 was canceled on the first day. All appointments were canceled. And, this is the first step. And so we've had to go back to our old methods. Now, see, I've been doing immigration law since George Bush was president, right? So I've seen a lot of different administrations and a lot of different approaches to how this is done. And the way we used to have to do it was to contact CBP directly if we wanted to coordinate some sort of asylum seekers entry, right? We would provide all of this information as to whether they are qualified for it, why they were at risk to be in Mexico and things of this nature. And then usually they would get back to us within a reasonable period of time and go or no go. Once CBP 1 came in, the floodgates just opened. And so that's been going on now for well over 2 years. And it's been a marked change. And that's why we see the numbers go up.
I feel as if our great-great-grandkids are going to be talking about the same thing, because during this election, you had two sides. If you said, hey, we're securing the border, but everyone felt like you were lying, then you'd bring in this. Well, we need to fix immigration. So I always felt like, well, let's fix the border, then we'll deal with immigration. Are we going to continue to deal with immigration forever? Because that's what it seems like.
Well, we're going to continue to deal with immigration because we need to. Quite frankly, we don't have enough children in this country to where we don't have a replacement population amongst ourselves. So we need immigrants to come into the country. The question is, what type of immigrants are we going to bring in? And that's the focus. Right now, it's on enforcement. I wrote a whole book about the post-enforcement phase. Once we kind of get past this time in history to where the people that we don't necessarily want in are coming in, how do we focus on bringing in the best and the brightest from around the world here and create pathways for that? That's what really needs to be the next step, in my opinion.
Are you hearing from clients? Are people scared? Are people nervous? I mean, what are you hearing from people?
Yeah, people are scared and nervous. Absolutely. We have a lot of people reach out. So our policy within the firm right now is to give actionable information to people the best that we can, to not take advantage of their fear, right? And only help the ones that we would want as neighbors here, you know? And it sounds kind of harsh, but the people that are having enforcement actions taken against them right now are legitimate criminals for the most part, right? I mean, you cast a wide net. You know, I used this analogy in our meeting on Wednesday. I said, the government's going to cast a wide net, just like a fishing boat right now, to catch as much as possible, right? They're going to keep the tuna, and we want them to. But the dolphins and the other things that come in there, that's our job to fix it. So we're trying to get the people that shouldn't be deported now, that have a legitimate, lawful process going on, but that got picked up just incidentally. You know, those ones we want to put a defense for. But if somebody committed a crime, particularly any sort of crime of violence, our firm has no interest in that.
But have you heard of any people who've been rounded up and shouldn't have been?
Not yet. Not yet.
So what does that tell you?
Yeah, it's pretty targeted actions right now.
Yeah, and Dr. Phil said that with Tom Homan. Ask him, just say, listen, because up here in Chicago, the media, they're trying to make it look like you're rounding up grandmas and little babies and putting them on a bus and shipping them off. A lot of people, Darren, heard this during the election, asylum. Separate fact from fiction. You can come through and say, I want to file for asylum and be legal or be illegal, or you're getting calls. So those with asylum, are they calling you? Or those who sort of wandered in and said, grab, shift, release, we're going to let you in illegally, but you're a grandma, maybe you pay taxes, you got a job, you're setting up shop, you're sweet. We're not going to let you go.
There's a lot of people that use the guise of asylum.
And that's the key.
Yeah, that is the key. And I'll tell you, as an immigration attorney, it really is frustrating for us because our success rate on asylum cases, no matter what the administration, has been 80-90% success, right? That's well above the national average because—
Within your office?
Within our office.
Oh, yeah, that's huge success.
It's very high success because we screen our clients. We're looking for the people that truly, if they were returned home, they would be killed for their political opinion or their religious practices or something like this, right? And so we screen really hard before we take these clients. And what's happened is with this flood of, let's call it economic asylees, you know, which I understand you want a better life, but that's not the reason for claiming asylum. It has clogged the system so bad that the legitimate asylum seekers are disadvantaged tremendously.
Yeah, let's talk about that because it is, well, first of all, in your best estimate, what is the percentage of people who are granted asylum?
Probably about 30%.
So 30%. That's why I'm saying what you guys are doing is remarkable. You really are kind of filtering through who you take on as clients. So if 30% is the average, think about this because you know better than anybody. The bar is high for asylum, right? You shouldn't be able to show up at our southern border and say, I live in a bad neighborhood and I can't find a job.
Correct.
That's not asylum. But over the past 4 years, that was working.
That was, and it's partially, a lot of people don't see it. Asylum is a very deep topic, but what happens is from the Attorney General down. So during the last Trump administration, let's say for a Mexican citizen, cartel involvement was not a reason to claim asylum, right? It wasn't enough. Okay, the cartel's harassing you. That's too bad, move to a different part of Mexico, right? That was the policy of Attorney General Barr. Once Merrick Garland came in, that changed. And then it was, no, cartel activity is a basis for a claim for asylum, right? So then every judge had to consider that, whereas before they did not. And that's one of the primary claims for people, let's say, that are citizens of Mexico to claim.
But but the judge has to consider that, but it doesn't happen right away. And therein lies the problem, right? Because these, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is what you do every day. If I come in, I say I'm seeking asylum, okay, great, here's your paperwork, we'll see you in court in 2027.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's real frustrating. We have cases out to 2029 right now.
Bingo.
If you can believe that, you know?
But therein lies the problem.
Yeah, and that's what's really frustrating is when you have these legitimate people, like they're in limbo for a long time. You know, just getting, like, depending on the administration, getting a work permit, for example, is a challenge. If you have a legitimate case, it's almost 100% chance you're going to win. Like, there's these certain categories of cases where we've had scores of them. We always win, 100%. Mm-hmm. We know it's going to win because you sending them back would be a death sentence. You know, it's 100%. And so, but these people are sitting here twisting in the wind for years because other people that are claiming asylum don't have legitimate cases and they're not showing up. And I'll tell you, Chris, one of the most interesting things, I went into a particular courthouse in California once, a more remote courthouse, to do a case. And they called 40 or 50 names, right? And not a single person showed up before I got to mine. Wow. Not a single person was there.
They don't know where they are.
They have no idea. They're just like, you know, I don't want to say the name because I don't want to cast aspersions on a particular group, but it's like they say the name, not here. Okay, removal and absentia. Okay, name, not here, removal and absentia.
But the point is, that's one courthouse in California.
Yeah.
Those courthouses are across the country.
Totally. Yeah.
And it's happening everywhere.
Yeah.
A lot.
I was going to say, I don't think I have enough time to ask you to get the answer. How do you fix that? But I did want to ask you this. The focus in the last 4 years of the Biden administration, we keep going back because of how bad it was. We're talking about not the family of, you know, the 55-year-old man with his wife, 2 kids, maybe a grandchild, that type of thing, seeking asylum because of politics, and they come in, you help them. How many people are you seeing that, we've talked about the young military man with IT degrees from China, Iran, and then you just kind of India, you just kind of go down the list going, wait a second here.
Joe, you won't believe it, but since that's probably the majority group of people that are seeking asylum right now, that is probably 1 or 2% of the calls that we get. They're not interested in representation.
Wow. Help our viewers at home understand what rises to the high bar of asylum. What are the...
There's some examples. For example, like we handle a lot of Russian-speaking clients in general from the former Soviet Union. So there's some religions there that you just can't practice freely, like Jehovah's Witness, for example. If you're a Jehovah's Witness, a devout one, there's instances where they are taking custody of your children because they consider it a cult and an extremist organization, right? And these people just want to practice their religion. So on these type of cases, when there's these documented events, you know, that have happened to so many people, if you're devout, the question is when you go to court, it's like, okay, you're Jehovah's Witness, prove it. Are you going to church here? Are you doing X, Y, and Z? And if these things are all true, and you're a citizen of Russia, for example, you're probably going to get asylum. These are like slam dunk cases. There's some countries in the world where if you're a part of the LGBT community or something like that, then you're not going to survive long if that's known, right? And so some people have had some really terrible things happen to them, and then this could be a claim. You know, those don't always win, but they're usually pretty successful. You have political dissidents in countries that, let's say, are seeking freedom but are run by a dictator, right? And people speak out, and they're journalists, and they have publicized their name, and they've received death threats or been thrown in jail or prison. You know, they get out, the first thing they do is get out of the country. We've had a lot of success with those as well. So these are the type of cases that generally we see that we have a lot of success with over time. Other cases are more difficult to prove, and it's generally economic migration. Again, from a personal standpoint, I understand they want a better life. They can only make, $5 a day at home. It's hard to support a family. You know, we're close. Everybody else is doing it. Why not give it a shot? And so a lot of people do that, but unfortunately, that doesn't work for America anymore.
Right.
It never really did, quite frankly.
You know, when I talk to my sources in the Border Patrol, The one thing that they all seem to always agree on is ending catch and release, you know, and allowing the whoever's in charge, whoever lives at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, allowing them to enforce the laws on the books.
Yeah.
Ending catch and release. And they almost always say, if we can get that asylum judge on the front side instead of the back side, you'd see these 30% number. You'd see that 70 that are hoping go back sooner instead of being released. But again, it's changed now because Donald Trump has come in and he's with the executive action.
Yeah, it's a lot different. Well, 2 points on that. Number one, catch and release, yeah, really doesn't work, but the selectivity that they've been using, at least over the last 4 years, is what's really frustrating. So again, I mentioned these clients in certain categories that have almost a certainty of being granted asylum, and many of them have relatives, American citizens in the United States. They've hired an attorney. They're going to show up to court. It's like a 100% chance. Why are these people being detained? And they have been, quite frankly, picking on the Russians in particular, you know, that have come that are political dissidents and other things. They won't let them out. Yet at the same time, these military-age men from other countries are being caught and then released instantly because they're not on the list. You know, they're not Russia bad. And so that's been really frustrating. So that's you know, point number one. Point number two, and I'm not trying to plug my book, but I write extensively about this idea of what I would call a 21st century Ellis Island. So if we were to create stopping points at the border, okay, everybody gets a chance to claim asylum. We are going to have a designated area on the border where you do that. You immediately show up. Within 24 to 48 hours, you are interviewed by an asylum officer. If you're determined that you have a credible fear, your identity checks out, everything else, you're going to more than likely win your case. Okay, then we could talk about where you're going to be for this next period of time. If you don't, you get an appeal, as is allowed by law, with an immigration judge there on the spot. We're talking 24 to 48 hours. We're not housing you other than for the short period of time. And you're going to get everything that's allowed to you by law, that's written and codified by law, that executive order can't change. A decision is made, and you are either deported, right, doing an expedited removal so you don't clog up the system, or you are reviewed as to far as what we're going to do with you until you have a final case hearing. And if you have something like that, not only does the principle of asylum get upheld, which I think is a real American principle, you know, we want to be that shining light, but at the same time, it's a deterrent for those that would come and say, oh, I'm just going to claim asylum. I'm afraid for my life. Let me in, give me a work permit, I'm going to be here for 5 years.
That's right.
You know, and
that's
if
exactly
those people are
what
deterred from that, they'll stop coming.
No, I've seen it, and I've heard it from so many people down along the border, Darren. Thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate it, man. Thank you for your insight. Yep. All right, we want to bring in Lindsay Keith again, our chief White House correspondent and political director. Lindsay, you got some numbers on the Biden administration compared to now with what Trump's doing and Obama.
Yeah, I actually want to look at it as a whole, because as we look at how America has handled deportations over presidencies, you know, oftentimes this is something that we have heard Donald Trump champion in his first administration and campaigning on that. Remember, he said, I'll build the wall, I'll build the wall. Really, that's what he talked about so much. And now this time, really shutting down the border, one of the largest mass deportations we've seen in American history. But if you look at the person who holds the record for deportations out of American presidents, it's actually Barack Obama. Just in his first term alone, he deported 2.9 million people out of the country. And then in both of his terms together, just over 3.3 million there. But many people are shocked to find that out. And actually, Joe Biden deported 1.5 million, which is a little more than Donald Trump in his first term, just about 1.5. So very close there. You know, many people would point out you have to look at the numbers coming in, though. The numbers coming in under Donald Trump in his first term much lower than we saw with Joe Biden. Record numbers coming in our country, millions under his presidency. But really, the Barack Obama numbers, to me, are some of the most fascinating, because when you really talk about this immigration conversation, you know, we really do put it in political terms, that you have really more people who lean left, who want more illegal immigrants to be in the country, and people who are more conservative. But that's not always the case. And I think that we're starting to see this mesh back to the middle, as I talk about when I was on the campaign trail talking to voters about what they want. I would say the mass distinction here really is that, I would say, the majority of Americans do want to deport, as we see again in that New York Times Ipsos poll, criminals. People who lean left really want to see easier pathways to citizenship and for us to fix the immigration system so that those who need to seek refuge or who need to seek asylum can come here legally, and it isn't so difficult. We aren't having over 3 million cases held up so that people are waiting in the country for years or almost a decade to have their case be heard. And then you have people who lean right who say, we already allow 1 million people into the country legally every year. We need to build a deal with American citizens first before we can allow these onslaught of people to come in. So you have some differing mindsets on immigration policy, but as a whole now it seems like America really is settling more on they don't want illegals to come here. They want to create pathways to citizenship. And that is kind of the conversation you're going to see happen as this debate continues over this administration. Because some of the things that Donald Trump is seeking to do right now, like the refugee program, which is now on pause starting tomorrow. And we know that over 40,000 Afghani refugees were getting ready. They had flights prepared to come to the U.S. for our refugee program. That's different than asylum. But those were held back. And now it will be incumbent upon the new Homeland Secretary to determine case by case who can seek refuge in this country. But that's on pause. So Donald Trump's not saying it's over forever. We just have to re-look at our programs. And that's ultimately why he's saying stop the floodgates. We have to reassess our entire immigration program and systems, get it back down to zero so that we can rebuild a very different mindset than most people who lean left, even some centrists who would say we should be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. We should still be able to allow people into our country and fix our system. But it is really a decades-old debate that you've seen going on forever in this country, and there's not a lot of bipartisanship on it. But again, I think something we're even seeing with the Laken-Riley Act that passed in both chambers, now waiting for Trump's signature, is that you do have Democrats who are willing to work across the aisle, now seeing how their states and their constituencies voted specifically on this issue. But again, so interesting to look back at history and really see, I think the deporter in chief, you have to say, is Barack Obama.
Okay, so I love those stats that you brought up, Lindsay. We had a sheriff on this morning from Kinney County, Texas, smashed right in between Del Rio, Texas, and El Paso in that area. He talked about the influx between the first administration of Trump, then Biden, and now Trump. We talked a little bit about that. The borders were open. We saw video from just about every news outlet, whether they wanted to cover it, the legacy media wanted to cover it or not. The border was open. So I guess that doesn't make sense to a lot of lay people that would say, now, wait a second, she just said that Joe Biden deported 1.5, but then all of a sudden he just had open borders. And they were trying to figure out how to have a better system when it came to the immigration system with apps and everything they were doing with asylum seekers. So why do you believe that that sort of became that sticking point of the border when all they had to do was shut off the border? Because we literally saw places, not port of entries, we saw areas where they were just flooding in, and it was his administration under Biden that could have stopped that, but they didn't. But on top of that, they're shipping people back over to their other countries.
You know, it really goes back to just politics at the end of the day, because you look at when Joe Biden took over the presidency in 2021, he essentially did what Donald Trump is doing now, overturned all of his border policies. And he really felt like he depreciated our immigration system. Like I mentioned before, he brought our refugee cap numbers down to under 18,000. Joe Biden brought that up to 125,000. That's annually. And so he wanted to rebuild and restructure our immigration system under his presidency. Many people were actually very excited about it. If you would talk to voters in Arizona or even some in Texas, in those border states, a lot of migrants who had come there even legally, they were excited because Joe Biden campaigned on creating legal pathways to citizenship faster, better. But guess what? He didn't do it. He tried to overhaul the system and fix what he felt like Donald Trump had done in his first term, but it ended up creating a worse system. And that's why you saw in 2023 them use this app that was created, CBP One app, that was created actually under the Trump administration for a completely different use case to try to find a solution to how many migrants were coming in. Because what happened? You entered a new political cycle. You entered another presidential cycle. And what was Joe Biden doing poorly on? Immigration. Like I said, he was trailing Donald Trump by nearly 20 points. And so there really became this pressure point for him to do something because he was losing so poorly on that and the economy, something that Donald Trump was soaring ahead on in the polls. And you might remember there was this bipartisan bill in the Senate that had someone like James Lankford from Oklahoma, the senator there, actually was one of the authors of that bill. And Donald Trump said, don't vote for it because he knew it was a campaign issue. And Joe Biden campaigned specifically on that. But then what we found out is that he created this executive order to make asylum harder to seek asylum in the country. And that's why we saw those numbers go down at the border, as I mentioned. So December of 2023, around 250,000 a month. Just a year later, in December of 2024, 47,000. I will note here, one of the solutions that Joe Biden created was with that CBP One app, was those numbers were not included in the border apprehension numbers, in the boarding crossing numbers, which we believe since that app was started in 2023, about 900,000 people just using that app. And then also he created this program for some of those countries we saw the most migrants from, Haiti, Cuba, Venezuela, to be able to have a different program that was pretty much this mass parole program. And those numbers were not included as well, which was over 500,000. So he got the numbers down, but and we did see less people. But the Trump administration, if you talk to someone like Stephen Miller, who is the one creating the border policy for Donald Trump, he would say that's how they were hiding those numbers and didn't feel like it was a fair expression of what was actually happening in our immigration system as a whole.
Yeah, I think the big takeaway is there is such a difference between apprehensions and deportations, right? And at the end of the day, words matter. And when you have someone like Donald Trump come in, and think of it just today, what we saw. You had breaking news that Colombia was going to add was going to say nope to the airplanes. And then he's like, okay, here's your tariff. And then what happened? Within hours, the president of Colombia said, you know what, I'm going to send my plane. And you can read into the rhetoric of making sure that they're treated humanely or whatever. It's my understanding they're being fed on the planes. They're getting warm clothes. They're getting everything they need from the Department of Defense before they're boarding these planes. But words matter. And those words sometimes are being used against us because these cartels are listening to the rhetoric coming out of D.C. and they're figuring out what they need to do. They're telling the people how to get past. Here, hey, when you walk up to that guy in the green shirt, here's what you say. You walk up to that guy in the brown shirt, hey, man, try and hide. Run from that guy because he's going to turn around and send you back. So, Lindsay, you're right, and you are all over it in our nation's capital right now. Dr. Phil, by the way, is still on the ground there in Chicago. Over 9 hours now, he's been embedded with Tom Homan, our border czar. He's working hand in hand with the Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents there in Chicago on very specific targets. They're going after people they know are known criminals. They know all about them. And we're going to learn more about these people after this quick break. Stay with us right here on Dr. Phil's Merit TV.
$36 trillion. That is the U.S. debt, and it gets deeper and deeper by the day. Our debt has never been higher, nor have the stakes. The government is looking to slash the federal budget by $2 trillion. And no one knows what that will mean for your job, savings, and future. You need to prepare before it's too late. I trust Preserve Gold to help protect my wealth, and I strongly urge you to do the same. They are the only precious metals firm I trust and recommend to my family, friends, and audience, and they have a special offer just for you.
That's why Preserve Gold is giving away a free precious metals guide. Text the word Phil to 50505, and you can also get up to $15,000 in free gold and silver with a qualified purchase. Or simply call 844-407-6375 and mention Phil today.
We are covering breaking news here on Dr. Phil's Merit TV. Chris Gutierrez alongside Joe Gum. Our Lindsay Keith is joining us from Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, as we are monitoring the ongoing raids in Chicago. Dr. Phil has been able to embed with the Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents there in Chicago. Again, these are very specific, targeted raids. They're going after people who they have files on. They know exactly who they're looking for, where they live, and who they could be with. And we have video in-house of one of those raids from 6 o'clock this morning. We're in the process of still hiding and blurring some of the faces out. You can imagine there's so many people who are part of these raids. We have to make sure that we do it the right way. It's taken a little bit longer than we would have liked, but wait for that video right here on Dr. Phil's Merit TV.
Yeah, specifically, he discussed earlier with Tom Homan 2 dangerous situations they've been a part of this morning. We're going to bring you that video momentarily, but let's talk about those raids and how they're set up. A retired FBI agent and attorney Bobby Chacon joins us again here on Dr. Phil's Merit TV. BC, we appreciate you joining us again and hanging with us throughout the day. You've been up just as early as they have. This is a long day when you do a raid like this. Set it up again, because they did go to houses they didn't get a response to. They said they plan on going back sometime today or sometime in the week. But it's one of those things, Bobby, that you can set it up and how it is in the operational process. But also, Dr. Phil said that after local law enforcement, they saw him on the street. You know, you're talking about DEA, ATF, FBI, ICE, U.S. Marshals. They're all a part of this. So you can discuss that. But local law enforcement came up to him and said, hey, thank you very much for what you're doing. Ignore the local media. They're political, but we want to say thank you. You're making our job easier and making the streets safer when you do raids like this.
Absolutely. Everybody knows that. The local cops know it and the local citizens know it. And so when you do one of these things, you get the address. Usually it starts a few days before. You're sitting on the place. You may see your guy come and go. You know, that's where he's putting his head down, because make no mistake, these people they're going after, they're not on the lease. You can't do a simple search like that. They're probably living with somebody under a false name. So they're very difficult to track down. And so when you do get them into a place, when you do see where they're living, where they're staying for the night or a couple of nights, because sometimes they move around, you put people on it 24/7 to watch him. Has he come out? Is he back in this? And you get the warrant and you send people around back, because you're going to go in the door, because you knock on that door, he could go flee out the back. So you have to have people, where's the back? Where's the escape routes for this place? So you put people all around there who could be in danger, neighbors. You may not knock on their door first, let them know what's going on. And the last thing you do in a sanctuary is you might call the local precinct, the local police station, and let the sergeant know or the desk commander know, hey, we're about to do a hit on this house. It's in your neighborhood. 911 calls are going to start coming into you. So just so you know that that's what's going to be happening. And so that's the last call you make. So everything's coordinated. You may coordinate a little bit more if you trust that network and that local commander and that local jurisdiction. So you may try to give them a little bit more of a heads up, but you don't want anything leaking. So this is the last thing you want. So you have people all around, and then you knock on the door or you bang in the door, as I used to do, and you you get everybody that's in there, you sort them out, and if the person that's in there with the warrant, he goes. Now, in this case, Homan's people are now taking everybody else that's in there and seeing what their status is, and if they're illegal here, they're going to come probably too. Two separate categories of people, but if they're in there and they're illegal, then he's going to take them as well. The person with the arrest warrant that they already have, the violent criminal, is obviously going to be treated a little differently, and so now they're going to do that. Now, if he's not there, you've already alerted him. Probably phone calls are going to be made to him that don't come back to this address. You have to have alternate addresses. Do you have other places that he might have been? Do you have teams on those addresses just in case he goes to that address? So this is a very manpower intensive activity. You need people all over the place, and then you need them going from place to place to place. You might find something in that first place that leads you to a second place, a note, a receipt, something that leads you to another location where that person might be, because they're not in the first place you went. You might have a team already on that second place if you knew about it in advance. So this is a very manpower intensive endeavor. So, and it's very long. I saw Mr. Homan in the command post. I've been there. I've had that exhausted feeling, but knowing this is going to go all day, it may go through the night, it may go into tomorrow. You're going to crash on a cot somewhere and get a few hours sleep and then keep going, because these things have that life. They take a life of their own, and you have to keep going till the end. And that's just the nature of the business. It's a very manpower intensive. It's exhausting work. It's dangerous work, because we know these people are already violent criminals. That's why they're being targeted first. Now, a violent criminal in Chicago is going to have access to illegal guns. Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, very easy places to obtain illegal weapons. And who does that first? Violent criminals. So these people probably have guns on them. You knock on their door, now you have an armed criminal inside that apartment that you're going in to get there to go to arrest. It's a very high risk operation on every level. You take as many precautions as you can to keep everybody safe. Sometimes it works. Most of the time it works. Sometimes it doesn't. And we're praying that in this case, every time it works. And I just want to say that, the mainstream and legacy media has been putting out lies about the type of operation this was going to be. They've been instilling fear in people so they can stand on their soapbox of sanctuary, which is a lie. The biggest solution to a lie is transparency. That's what Dr. Phil and Merritt Street are providing. They're providing the transparency to let people see that the legacy media is lying to them, and that these people are doing the right thing, and they're going in there and they're targeting violent criminals in their community, and they're removing that danger to them, and they're making their communities safer today.
Yeah, I'll peel back the curtain, Bobby. Our only directive from Dr. Phil is, hey, man, just give people the facts. That's it. Give people the facts, and then Bobby can decide what he wants to believe. Joe can decide what he wants to believe, and I'll decide what I think is best for my family. But if you're armed with the facts, then you should be all good. One of the things that strikes me, Bobby, is the fact that aside from the manpower, the exhaustion, the danger, and we've been talking at length about sanctuary cities and the local authorities not working with their counterparts at the federal level. But on top of that, according to Tom Homan, there's a campaign underway to help these people who are hiding continue to stay hiding. Wrap your head around that there's information being disseminated to help these people stay ahead of law enforcement. Make that make sense for me.
Yeah, I think that, again, that's the lie of the nobility of sanctuary. You're trying to show yourself more compassionate than anyone, and you're somehow noble in helping these people. But it's all a lie. Sanctuary city policies don't make you safer. They make you more dangerous. They put you in more danger. Sanctuary cities are a lie. And I think that's what you're pulling the curtain back. That's what Dr. Phil is pulling the curtain back on, because as you can see from that command post, you see that wall of dangerous people in this sanctuary city. It's not a coincidence that the majority of these people are in these places where they can have sanctuary policies that can protect them. That's what the criminal element looks for. They are very good at exploiting every type of weakness in any part of our system. And so that's what they're doing. And so sanctuary cities actually are more dangerous. And the sanctuary policy makes it more dangerous for the law-abiding citizen to be there. It's easier to get a gun in Chicago than in almost any city in the country. And now you have these illegal aliens in there knowing ICE is coming after them, and knowing they have access to weapons. So, we're praying for the agents that are involved in these operations. I've buried friends as well in this business. It's part of the job, but you just pray that everything goes safely, and that nobody is hurt. Not the bad guys are hurt, not the good guys are hurt, and not the citizens who are out there living with these violent criminals in their neighborhood and in their midst due to these sanctuary policies. So the fact that they're trying to tell these people, again, like I said earlier, I hope there's a case where we can make an example of someone and arrest them and charge them with obstruction of justice in their efforts to help these people hide and get away, because they do skirt the line of obstruction of justice in their activities. Now, a lot of times they're lawyers, so they know just how to get up to that line and not cross it. But I hope that we find somebody that crosses that line and make an example of them and charge them with federal obstruction of justice.
Bobby, I mentioned this story earlier. Last year, Patty Marin, the mother of Rachel Marin, who was murdered by Victor Martinez Hernandez up in the Baltimore area, she was at a hearing with Congress, and she said all they had to do when this illegal went through the border was do a swab of his mouth to take that DNA, know that he was on the list at Interpol, that he was wanted for another murder. I guess my question to you is that didn't happen, obviously, because he was free, then he murdered her, then they found him in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So my question to you is, what would you do? Getting the troops down there to help those who have been down there on the border, that's one thing. But what would you do? The port of entries, because a lot of these people who were coming in to the U.S. illegally, they were not going through the port of entry. So what would you do from day one or this week one to make sure they're doing the swabs and they're doing the fingerprints? What does that look like to us? Because we don't know, lay people.
Well, they first of all, you have to build the wall to make sure that the port of entries are secure. They have to come, like you said, they have to come through those port of entries, because if you don't have the wall, they can come in anywhere along the thousands of miles of border. Then having a port of entry is kind of useless. You have to build a perimeter, and that forces people to use the ports of entry. And then it looks like a lot of us have come through. If you've ever done international travel and you've come through the line where they're going to stamp your passport, first you go through immigration, then you get your bags, and then you go through customs. It's kind of like that. You walk in, except that what they're doing is they're taking fingerprints, mouth swabs, other biometric data, and they're putting it into a system. Now, to do that, you hopefully have your treaties in place with other countries that you can access their system. So if the person is wanted, say, for rape in Colombia, bingo, it automatically, his fingerprints match the fingerprints in Colombia when he was arrested there for rape, and now he took off and he wants to come to America. So I think you have to have those treaties in place that you can share that data, and then you have to have, at the port of entry, you have to have a system, lines, service entrances and stations where that takes place. We did it in COVID a lot of times when you'd have people come up and swab your nose. I mean, I did it multiple times during COVID. So that's what you have to get the biometrics, to get the DNA type of evidence that you need to clear this person and say, okay, they're not wanted for raping a child in Guatemala. Let's let them in, give them the appropriate paperwork. But you need to build a wall first. Then they have to come through a port of entry. And then you have to have those stations that can process those people in or out. And, if there is, if you get a hit and say this guy's fingerprints popped up, he's wanted in Nicaragua for rape or whatever, then you secure him, and you have that part of the treaty that you can now transport him back to his home country where he's wanted. And so those are the basics that we haven't had. And that's why, this example you cited had occurred, and the mother of that poor girl, knew that. And she said, if we had a simple system in place, it's not complicated. You come through, just like all of us have come through immigration from an international flight. Then you get your bags, you go through customs. I mean, it's a similar thing. You wait in line, and then it's your turn. They're going to swab your mouth. They're going to take your fingerprints. And when I say fingerprints, we don't even do it with ink anymore. It's inkless. You just put it on a glass plate. And instantly it tells you if you're wanted or not, if they're in the system, Interpol or whatever. And so these can be very simple processes, and it could be very well organized. But first you have to build the wall so that the people are funneled into those ports of entry. And then you have a system like that where you can process them through biometric data and share that with their home country.
Yeah, and this is what's sad, Bobby, about the Biden administration. Back in 2021, they had funding for fentanyl scanners that they were going to place at the border with vehicles that came through. They didn't put those in until 2024. They were in a warehouse. until the pressure was sort of put on them. So you almost coulda, woulda, shoulda, what should have happened. But now Trump is in charge and he's making the moves to make it happen, make it a lot more secure. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, we saw the same thing at the New Year's Eve attack in New Orleans, right? They had the ballards and they didn't put them in right, or they didn't put enough of them in. You know, government has to take action, and that's what you're seeing in Trump. He's taking action. You have to move. No, don't put them in warehouses. You know, don't wait. Just do it, because the threat is now. The threat is current. It's ever present. It's a clear and present danger, and you have to take action to counter it. And Trump, we've seen nothing but action this week. I mean, it's immediate and it's swift. I mean, we could roll the tape back on this show. A few hours ago, you asked me, what did I think the tariff threat was going to be? And I said, I don't think the tariffs against Colombia will ever be implemented, because I think he's going to reconsider his position. And what happens? Lindsay comes in and reports that he, the president of Colombia has reconsidered his position.
Not even an hour later.
That wasn't a surprise to me.
Right.
An hour after I said he was going to reconsider his position, he did just that. And so Trump is going to take action, because he knows that. He's smarter than me. He knows just by the threat alone that Colombia is going to back off, and he did. And so we're seeing action, the right action taken. That the voters wanted it. He said what he'd do, and he's doing what he said. And you guys are providing the transparency to the voters that they're not getting a lot elsewhere, but they're getting it here to see exactly what Tom Homan is doing, what Dr. Phil is showing that Tom Homan is doing. It's just what President Trump said would happen, and now you guys are actually providing the public with that transparency.
Yeah, I think if you're watching this afternoon and you're thinking, well, I can't stand Donald Trump, I didn't vote for him, whatever, you can't argue against the fact that the guy gets things done. Whether you agree politically or not, he wrote a book, that Art of the Deal thing. And as I watched this Colombia thing take place over 3 hours, it was like, oh my gosh, we're gonna levy tariffs, and then never mind, I'll change my mind. He negotiates in the open, right? And it puts the other side on notice, and so that rubs a lot of people the wrong way, to be honest with you. But you know what? It's working for him. Like it or not, it's working for him.
Yeah, all the coffee companies said, wait, President, you may want to consider this.
Yeah, that's
because this is going to be very expensive coffee going to the U.S.
Yeah. Retired FBI agent and attorney Bobby Chacon, thank you again for the great context and perspective. Just so you know,
Thanks,
I'm looking at my notes here. So Dr. Phil has been on the ground since before 6 o'clock this morning, but that's when they headed out. He's embedded with Tom Homan right now. And they are looking for the worst of the worst, the known criminals with criminal records who are in this country illegally, spanned out across Chicagoland right now. 100 different vehicles are involved, and they're sweeping across, again, looking for very specific people. Already today, we know that he was part of a takedown for a man from Thailand who was a known sex offender, was soliciting children for sex online. He was ordered to be removed from our country in 2009. And he's still here. Do you see him right there? Seda Soma. That was their first stop. Their second stop was for a Mexican national who was wanted for aggravated criminal abuse. They didn't get him. He wasn't there. Their third stop was for another Mexican national who was arrested for unlawful restraint and sexual exploitation of a child. Same thing. He wasn't there. They didn't get him. Their fourth stop was for a man from India. He was wanted and had actually served time for DUI that resulted in a fatality. Served 8 years in prison right there. You see it there. The date of arrest was 2018, served some time in prison, and is now walking the streets, but is in this country illegally.
Chicago.
Yep. Their fifth stop was for another Mexican national wanted for cocaine manufacturing, human smuggling, and battery. Again, they went there. They didn't find him. Again, they have very specific addresses. They know exactly where they're going, and they hope to find these people. Sometimes they show up and they don't find them. Other times they show up and they do find them. And Dr. Phil spoke to Tom Homan at the command center about their operation today a short time ago. Let's watch.
I really appreciate it. And you're right. I'm in a command center in Chicago, and I'm here with Tom Homan and some team members we're going to introduce here in just a second. And we're in the command center because we've actually got two very dangerous situations that are happening simultaneously, and kind of one surges ahead of the other, and then we're not sure which one's going down first. So we're kind of on pins and needles right now because they're very dangerous situations. So we're monitoring those and going back and forth. And Mr. Homan, tell us what we're looking at here on this map and what these targets represent here.
Well, look, as we discussed earlier, we want to show the American people this is a targeted enforcement operation, right? It's not the sweeping of the neighborhoods. It's not looking for people different than us. Every person we look for, we know who they are. We know their immigration record is. We know what their criminal record is. We know pretty much where we're going to find them. So hundreds and hundreds of hours of investigative work go into this. So I'll let the special agent in charge explain exactly how they cut this scheme up. Can you explain basically what you're looking at here?
Yeah, Special Agent Fitzgerald. And I want to preface this by saying we've been out today and we've been around this grid in cars with the agents. We've taken footage of your brave men and women going and taking some of these targets into custody. We've got others that are in their houses now waiting for warrants. We know where they are. And there's a lot of investigative work that goes in to what's represented by each of these marks here. Can you tell us what these are, Special Agent, so people know how much work has gone in? This isn't a sweep. This is surgical, tactical targeting of high-risk targets.
Absolutely. So let's start with what was the mission. From the beginning, Mr. Homan came out and has identified there's 1.4 million criminal aliens with an order of removal in the country. So what we did, HSI, ICE, ERO, all combined together to take that initial data and try to figure out how many exactly are in Chicago. What you see here is a representation of over 300 different criminal aliens with some type of criminal conviction: murder, rape, assault, weapons charges, narcotics charges, aggravated DUIs. Every color and symbol signifies something different. Some of these symbols mean only a special response team can hit it because that person is such a high level of threat that we need a specialized unit with specialized equipment to actually arrive on scene and secure it. Other symbols mean we can send out a joint team. And today, we're out here with all the DHS entities, all the DOJ entities, and we're separating all throughout the city and trying to grab as many targets as possible.
Yeah, and when we say grab as many targets as possible, what we're talking about is taking dangerous people out of the community, which makes the community safer when those people are taken out of that community, right?
Absolutely.
So you've got, because today, Mr. Holmes, we looked at some targets. I think the first two were child predators. They had been convicted of child sexual assaults, and they're walking around in the community.
Look, I think we got 6 or 7 sexual predators. We got 2 murderers. We got a lot of TDA gang members. So yeah, every one of these is a public safety threat. Walking the streets of Chicago because we're in a sanctuary city, and the men and women of ICE cannot grab these guys in a county jail when they're released. They're released back in the community, which forces us to spend hundreds and hundreds of hours of investigative work to find them.
Right, and when we rolled up on some of these, there were like 5 or 6 cars, multiple agents in each car, some on the perimeters, making sure that everybody was safe. So even then, there were multiple agents, and some of these were multiple hours, making sure everybody was safe, make sure the neighbors were safe, and make sure that the target was safe.
Right.
Every one of these targets, there's a whole packet that has to go into it. You can't just do this in an hour or in a day. You have to deconflict through dozens and dozens of systems, through multiple agency deconflictions, in order to get to a point where we know with confidence this is who the person is, this is where they were last seen, and we feel that we can go in and make the arrest.
Right. And when some of these people have been arrested or in jail, you don't even ask them to go into jail. You just want to know when they're going to be released, so you can stand on a curb and take them when they're released.
We would love to get in jail and process them while they're in their custody, so as soon as they release them, we can take them, get rid of them, right? Yeah. But at least call us before you release them. We'll be waiting outside for them. Let's take them in custody. 1 agent, 1 bad guy. Today, you're seeing 8 agents, 1 bad guy. A lot less efficient, a lot less time, and major thing, it's more dangerous. You're releasing a public safety threat back into the public. Yeah. Not a genius thing to do.
No,
when we can fix it.
And let's look at this context. There's over 300 locations. That could have been one location.
Yeah.
It could have been just at the jail.
Yeah, just at the jail.
Just at the jail. We wouldn't have to impact 300 communities at that moment.
You know, and Chris, when we were riding around today, we were listening. Tom and I were listening in the car to different TV stations, cable news networks, talking about how this was just kind of a random sweep, that they were going to schools, they were going into businesses. And I'm here on the ground with this team. That ain't happening. I'm telling you, that ain't happening. So they can talk about what they want people to believe. They can fearmonger if they want. But this is what's happening. Targeted, surgical, investigative work done to go in and get an individual. I mean, Chris, I don't know how to make it any plainer than that.
Yeah, no, we've been watching it, and just so you know, Dr. Phil, we got the video.
And another thing too, just to say is, we're going after these targets.
Yeah, and you've seen the video. And go ahead. Introduce yourself and say.
Yeah, I'm Sam Wilson. I'm the field office director for enforcement and removal operations here with ICE in Chicago.
Right.
So my responsibility here is to get these criminals off the streets. And again, when we go after them, we're not going after them in surprise, right? They know we're coming too. So we're behind the eight ball because they are real.
Right.
Of these targets that we did here, again, we had over 300 targets, and we have more than that for sure. But of these, there was specifically, I think, close to 150, so close to half, that we actually placed a hold with the law enforcement agency, and they just did not come to that hold. So we have documentation that we reached out to. Please notify us. Should this subject be released? No release. No notification to us. So then they're out. And then when that happens,
So then they're back out on the street.
Well, what I find most disturbing is what we've seen today, right? You got news networks, TV stations, newspapers, NGOs, Catholic Church, all educating these people on how to escape apprehension. Yeah. They're educating criminals on how to get away from ICE and not be arrested by ICE. It's just unbelievable where we've come as a nation when it comes to law enforcement and public safety threats. I still wake up every day amazed where we are.
How is that not obstruction?
I think it is obstruction.
It just seems to me, because I've seen affiliate stations up here that are telling people, here's the 1, 2, 3s of how to avoid being picked up by ICE.
They'll frame it as knowing your rights. We're going to advise them of their rights. That's why they frame it. To me, in my view, you're helping a criminal escape apprehension.
Yeah, I don't get it. But they're not all escaping apprehension. And I want to take a look over here, and we're going to stay far enough back from anybody's rights. But, Mr. Homan, these are people that have been identified, have been picked up. Every one of these green checks, and we won't get too specific about it, but let's talk about sex offender, aggravated homicide, sex offender, felony fraudster, sex offender. You just go across here, every one of these things, assault, sex offender, aggravated battery, these are bad actors.
Murder. Yeah, these are significant public safety threats walking the streets of Chicago.
Yeah, and this is, why would anybody not want these people off the street?
I think most people, most citizens of Chicago want them off the street. Again, I think this is all politics. This is open borders advocate, but most tax-paying citizens of Chicago want safe streets. We can help them do that. I just wish we could help them do it with a partnership with Chicago PD.
Well, you know, it was interesting. We've encountered a lot of police officers today just in the course of what we were doing. Every single one of them was thanking you for what you're doing, helping them stay safer and helping make the community safer. I think the politicians have an agenda, but the street officers are coming up thanking you for what you're doing.
The cops want to help. The police officers want to help. They took that oath. They put a badge on their chest to protect their communities. They see us out there doing it. They would love to be with us, but politics prevent it. They signed up for that job to protect communities, and that's what they want to do, but they're not allowed to do it. So it just doesn't make sense from the community standpoint. The community wants the Chicago PD work with us. But the left's going to push the agenda that, well, we don't want, the politicians say Chicago PD shouldn't help because then victims and witnesses of a crime won't go forward to Chicago police because they think they're working with ICE. There's a bunch of crap because the victims and witnesses of crime don't want the bad guy back in the neighborhood either. And we don't want to talk to the victim when it's a crime. We want to talk to the guy, girl that they locked in a jail cell because he's a public safety threat. That's who we want to talk to.
Yeah. They thought they were bad enough to lock them up, but yet they don't want you to lock them up.
They're not bad enough to give to us.
They don't want you to deport them.
They're not bad enough to give to us.
Yeah. Okay. And look, it's very clear. Your mission from President Trump was very clear. The worst first. Start with the bad guys. Let's get the criminals off of the streets and see where we are at that point. I mean, it's real clear. Close down the border so we know who's coming in, take the criminals off the street, and help find these children that are missing, that have just come across the border and disappeared somewhere. Those are the three primary directives.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And Chris, Joe, I don't know what else to say about this. I think President Trump has been very clear. He ran on this in a very clear agenda. He gave the border czar here a very clear mission. And being embedded with these brave men and women, it's clear to me they got the mission. Mm-hmm. They're not confused. They're not abusing their power. They're not abusing what they've been called to do. They're doing very tactical, surgical removals from the community after hard investigative work to know who the bad guys are.
I think it's extremely clear, Dr. Phil, what we're watching transpire. And just so you know, just to update you on where we are, your team sent back some incredible video that we're in the process now of. We just need to conceal the identities of the brave people who you've been embedded with, right? Because that's our job. These folks leave their homes, they put their lives on the line to round these bad people up. And so we're going frame by frame to make sure everyone's covered. So we've been telling our viewers to expect that video coming up. But what I'd like to ask you about, Dr. Phil, is just this idea of politics versus public safety. And what I mean by that is January 15th, the city council in Chicago, 11 aldermen, which is what they call their city council members there, 11 aldermen said, yes, our local police department should be working with their counterparts at the federal level. Yes, they should. But overwhelmingly, 39 voted no. What message does that send to you, Dr. Phil?
Well, it sends a bad message, and you can't hear Chris right now, but one of the things he's saying is that on the 15th of January, they had a council meeting, and 11 members voted that the police should be working with ICE to help make the community safer. 39 said no. And
well, look, I hope they're watching this show. I hope they're watching what we're doing. I hope they're seeing this. I hope they're seeing the targeting system. If they see how we're doing this and that it makes perfect sense from an enforcement standpoint, why would you push back against this? So forget the false narrative of sweeping neighborhoods looking for people different color than us. Forget that hogwash and look at what we actually did. We're proving it to them. How can you argue with the system we've set up?
Well, straight up, are you going into schools and arresting children at schools?
No.
Is anything like that happening?
No, sir.
Are you going into businesses and sweeping through there and taking anybody with a tan and seeing where they're from?
We go into businesses for a criminal enforcement operation, but again, sweeps don't occur anywhere.
The sweeps are not occurring. You're just not going in like seining for fish in a pond and just picking up. You're going targeted. If a criminal is working in a business and you have to pick them up there, you're going in for that target.
Absolutely.
And what's happening to me, it seems that these politicians are creating what they fear the most, and that is forcing ICE agents into the community where they pick up the target and wind up picking up collaterals that may be around them, as opposed to going to the jail where they just get the target and leave.
That's the game they want to play, and so, game on. We're going to do it. I mean, it's all about public safety. We're going to take that public safety threat off the street by any means necessary. If we can't get in the jail, then we'll go in the neighborhood.
Yeah, and Chris, look, we've got two very high-risk apprehensions that are going down within minutes. I can tell you that these are bad actors that are doing things that are immediate, instant danger to anyone around them. I'm not going to say what they are right now because even describing it could be tipping off who we're talking about. And if they happen to be watching this or somebody they know is watching this, could pick up the phone and call them and put agents' lives in more danger than they already are.
That's right.
That's why we're being very careful. That's why we're asking all of you in the control room to process these videos and blur the faces of the brave men and women that are doing what they're doing, because we don't want them harassed and targeted after the fact. And that has and does happen. So we're being very careful to protect everybody out there. But just know, listen, whether you're seeing this on Merit TV or Merit or all of our different social platforms, this narrative that they're out sweeping and picking up people indiscriminately is absolutely untrue. Absolutely untrue. These are a lot of investigation happening. They're targeting individuals that have criminal histories and are a danger to the community, and they're making communities safer when they take them off the street, and God bless them for doing so. That's all I can tell you, and we're going to be bringing you more from Chicago as we go along, and I'll let you get back to what you're doing.
Real quick, Dr. Phil, before you go, if I may, you have done a lot of interviews with the border czar, Tom Homan. You've been down to the border with Mr. Homan, and he's made it really clear his three-prong approach. You know, getting the criminals out of the country, which is what you're seeing firsthand. Securing our border, which again, you've seen that firsthand down along the border, and then also trying to find these 300,000 plus children. There are reports this morning that they're already starting to find some of those children. Can you ask Mr. Homan, does he have specific numbers about children who were lost in the system that they don't know where they are?
There have been some reports that that Tom Homan's team have found thousands and thousands of children in the last few days. I'm sorry to say that's not true, but they do have leads on where some of these children are, but not anything like has been misreported. I don't know where that came from or why, but you guys are focused on finding these children, but there haven't been 75,000 found at one time.
We're trying to run that down where that came from, but that is not factual.
Wish it was true.
Oh, absolutely wish it was true, but we've been in business 4 days under President Trump, 5 days. We're already on it. We're pulling the information that the Biden administration wasn't sharing, but now we have the information, and it starts now.
Yeah. And, you know, you're reporting directly to the president. He knows what's happening here. And you know, we had a meeting earlier today, by the way, and it was cameras down for this meeting because it was very sensitive and had to do with strategy. But I have to tell you, this multi-agency strategy that you have here, can you talk just a little about that? Because I've never seen anything like it.
I've never seen anything like it. I've been doing it for 3.5 decades. President Trump's vision is all a government approach. What's happening on our southern border is the biggest national security vulnerability we've seen in this nation. We got 2.2 million gotaways. We don't know who they are, where they came from, why they're here, right? We got a 600% increase in sex trafficking. We got over, what's the last time I saw? 500,000 children being trafficked in this country. They can't find over 300,000 of them. We got record number of Americans dying from fentanyl. President Trump declared a national emergency. A genius move. When he did that, that brings all of government, all of DHS, all DOJ into one team. We're working together as a team to focus on these national security threats and public safety threats. First time I saw a military plane removing illegal aliens out of the country. Again, President Trump's vision, all America to deal with this national security vulnerability, the public safety threat, the national security threat. First time we've seen it. I think you saw it today. It's successful. We're going to expand this throughout the country.
Yeah, so we've got DEA, ICE, U.S. Marshals,
FBI,
ATF, yeah. So multi-agency, and the thing that, you know, I read people for a living, and I tell you, I read in that room pride among everybody there. They were really proud to be involved in this, and
no one prouder than me. Yeah. I've done this for 3.5 decades, and what's happening right now is a game changer.
Yeah.
It's a game changer for public safety. It's a game changer for our national security. Yeah. You can't have strong national security if you don't have border security, and that's what this is all about.
Yeah. Well, Chris, we got two really high-risk warrants to serve and arrest that we're going to document as it happens. Number one safety, and Mr. Homan made real clear, he wants everybody safe, including the targets that are being taken down. He wants them safe as well as he does the agents. So we're going to focus on that. And one of those we're going to be able to bring to you live as it happens.
Wow.
The other we'll have to shoot in a different way, but we'll bring you that one as well. So we've got some things coming up here very soon that we'll be bringing to our viewers so they can see how much work, how much diligence, how much footwork goes into bringing these people down safely.
Right.
You could just storm the house and start shooting, but that's not the way they do it. They want everybody, neighbors, people on the street, and even the targets themselves to be safe.
And Dr. Phil, I'm sure the neighbors around the two that you picked up this morning are thankful for not just ICE, but FBI, ATE, ATF, DEA, and the U.S. Marshals. You already said, Dr. Phil, earlier that you ran into local law enforcement. They came up and said thank you. And I think if a lot more people see that from local law enforcement, like Tom Homan has said before, shoulder to shoulder, that attitudes will change politically. But I want to ask you this real fast, Dr. Phil. Of the houses you didn't get a response this morning, will you plan to go back sometime today or at a later date?
Oh, no question about it. All the research that's gone into where these people are, if they don't answer the door, trust me, they need to move. Because these guys are like a dog with a bone. They ain't giving up. They found these people. They're dangers to the community. They're raping children. Two of them that have not been picked up yet that were on the list, they've been convicted of child sex crimes. They're not going to leave these people on the street. They're going to continue after them till they find them. They have to go back once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. And they have some investigative techniques that I'm not going to disclose. These guys need to self-deport, I can tell you that. Otherwise, they're going to be found. So I'll leave it at that, and we're going to go turn our attention to these other arrests because the clock is ticking on those, and I'll be reporting them back to you guys at the right time.
And now to another Dr. Phil Merit TV exclusive. Dr. Phil was on the ground there in Chicago just before 6 o'clock this morning, before the sun even came up, and he was there with Homan and the immigration enforcement officers as they took down a suspect. Let's watch together.
When they come out, they should know what his current immigration status is and they arrest him.
Yeah. What's the fastest he's likely to be deported if he's fast-tracked? I mean, if he's here illegally, if he's got pending charges against him, if those things are all.
Well, if he has pending charges, the office will work with local prosecutors' office to make sure they don't want him. They want to take him back into custody, through a writ, we can give it to him. But many times the local prosecutors just say, no, just deport him. It's going to be a cost savings to taxpayers, and deporting is probably worse than what he's going to end up getting for a conviction anyways. So if he's a Mexican national, Central American national, he's got an order to remove, we can remove in a couple of days. If it's a more difficult country, it could be weeks or months, depending on what country he's from.
Yeah.
Some will document, they got to accept that he's a national of the country, and sometimes that takes anywhere from a few days for a few weeks.
Yeah. What are we doing with these countries that say they just won't take them back?
Well, we're working on that right now. The difference from the last administration, this administration, you got President Trump, who's a strong president. And I really truly believe we'll get these countries to take them back because he would demand they take them back. The Biden administration didn't make those demands. Under the first Trump administration, Mexico didn't want to remain in the Mexico program, but they did it. El Salvador didn't want to take MS-13 members back, but they did it because President Trump put pressure on them. So I got all the faith in the world President Trump would do it again. And if they don't, we already got other countries willing to step up and take them. So it'll be a third safe country removal.
So if somebody refuses, there's somewhere we can send them. And what do they do with them?
Well, they'll let them, repatriate their country. We're working with 2 or 3 countries right now that agreed to take nationals from other countries, working the final details now to come to an agreement.
Yeah. Will they incarcerate them?
Depending on the criminal history.
Yeah. But they're gone from here. How do you get out?
Yeah, I'll go.
There we go.
So, from where?
Right here.
No, where is he from?
Where are you from, man?
Where I'm from.
Well, where were you born in?
Thailand.
Thailand?
Yeah.
Okay, prior to deport, sex offender.
Sex offender.
Child or who's got the following?
It was facilitate criminal sex with a child over a computer.
Okay. Prior to deport, sex offender, dealing with children. Walking the streets of Chicago.
What's your name?
Seda.
What's your name?
Seda.
Seda what? Do you have a first and last name?
Sam.
Seda Sam?
Yes.
Where are you from?
Where I was born or where I'm from?
Where are you born?
Thailand.
You been deported before from the United States?
No.
Never been deported?
But I've been in the system before.
EMD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What have you been charged with
Charged where?
before?
I'm not gonna say that. I'm not talking about lawyer.
Yeah. Are you a citizen?
My mom's a citizen.
Your mother's a citizen,
Yes.
but you're not?
Nope.
But you've never been deported before?
We Dr. Phil. We got Dr. Phil.
Yeah? How do you know me?
No, I seen Dr. Phil, on TV.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is an example of sanctuary cities, right? We got an illegal alien convicted of sex crimes involving children, and he's walking the streets of Chicago. Again, the downfall, the problem with a sanctuary city, that people like us walking the street rather than local law enforcement working with federal agents. This is what we're dealing with.
Yeah. You've been charged with sex crimes with children?
Not really.
Not really? And never been deported?
Nope.
Huh.
Let's take them in, process them, lock them up.
Got it, sir.
All right. Can you get a transport vehicle?
Working on it. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. The arrogance of these guys is astounding to me.
Solicitation of sex with a minor. He's a predator, computer.
Really?
Yeah.
You know, the arrogance of these guys is just astounding. Well, at least he was a Dr. Phil fan.
Yeah. I know you were.
Jeez. Do we know what country he's from? What did he say?
Thailand.
Huh? Thailand?
Thailand. We got good relationships with Thailand.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't take us long.
It's hard to imagine that somebody comes from another country, commits crimes over here, we go to deport him, and they say, well, we won't take him back? What do you mean you won't take him back?
No, it's even worse. He's in the country illegally. You know, he has sex crime conviction involving children. And local law enforcement won't work with us because of sanctuary policies and make sure he doesn't walk the streets of Chicago, but here he is. So today, ICE made the streets of Chicago safer for that one arrest. And this is what we're going to do across the country, sanctuary cities or not. We're not going to stop the Trump administration, the men and women of ICE doing their job and protecting the communities.
That's all right, we want to welcome our chief White House correspondent and political director, Lindsay Keefe. She's in our nation's capital this afternoon. Also with us is City of Chicago Alderman Raymond Lopez, Sheriff Bill Wayburn of Tarrant County, Texas, and Bobby Chacon, retired FBI agent and attorney. Thank you all for being here. Alderman, I'd like to start with you because this is happening in your hometown. Talk to us about what you just saw, what you think about what you're seeing, and what you're hearing about the raids that are going on across Chicagoland today.
Well, thank you for having me. And let me just say, I'm very thankful for what I just saw right now with Tom Homan personally helping lead the charge to remove some of these dangerous criminals from our streets. This is exactly what I tried to propose to my colleagues and the mayor roughly 2 weeks ago when I said we should not give sanctuary to individuals who are dangerous criminals in our midst, including child sexual predators. And 39 out of 50 members of the city council said, no, we'd rather still remain a sanctuary even for them. You know, this is beyond even what most people can understand at this point, why the Democratic Party, why my party still continues to give safe cover for these individuals who we know are causing great harm in our neighborhoods. And I'm so thankful that the full force of the federal government is here to help Tom Homan achieve President Trump's goal of removing these dangerous elements from our neighborhoods.
Alderman, I want to stay with you because what you're saying, I think a lot of people may be taken back by who may be in your same political party. I think people on the other side of the aisles like, this guy's got it. You're right. We watched that vote, 39-11. You and 10 other alder people there in the city of Chicago said, yes, we want Chicago PD working side by side, hand in hand with their federal counterparts. But 39 of your colleagues on the council said, no, we don't want that. We don't want that at all. At what point did you decide to put politics aside from prioritizing public safety?
Well, I've never tried to inject politics in public safety, even before this. And what really pains me is that everyone keeps trying to lump the 2 or 3% that are the bad apples in the immigrant community with the 97, 98% that are not. You cannot treat both the same way, even if you believe in helping the long-term undocumented that otherwise have been in this country for decades. You have to address those threats to our nation, to our cities, to our communities in a very specific manner. And that means expelling them from our country and sending them back to wherever they came from. If you are not here to positively contribute to our nation, to our cities, then no city, Democrat or Republican run, should be a sanctuary for you. And I'm sorry that common sense is so foreign to the Democratic Party, but that's where we need to focus our energy right now.
Yeah, Sheriff Wayburn, we just saw the greatest example of multi-agencies working together, ICE, DEA, ATF, FBI, U.S. Marshals. You're just hours away from the southern border. This is how it should have been, like I said, that example, the last 4 years, correct?
Absolutely correct. And Tom Homan's doing a great job. He's a good friend, and I believe he's the 21st century Marshall Dillon. And this is how it should happen. And they're going after bad guys, real bad guys. And I would say to Chicago, guys, if you let your jails participate in this, it's a lot safer for everybody, for ICE to get them out of the jail than go into those neighborhoods.
But the city of Chicago isn't allowing that. And that brings us to today. Bobby, I want to turn to you. Again, we've been talking about this all afternoon. The embargo was lifted at around 11:15 Central Time. That's when we could break on the air and talk about what we knew was happening there in Chicago. For the first time, we're seeing it. You see Dr. Phil. This guy from Thailand's been in the country long enough to say, hey, wait a minute. You're Dr. Phil. I mean, that's how long he's been here. He was supposed to be deported in 2009, Bobby. He's going home now.
Yeah, and just think about it. These child sex predators, they don't take time off. I mean, from 2009 to today, he has victimized other people. He may have not gotten caught, but he certainly has, because that's a crime of compulsion, we call it. They just can't turn it off. It's not like deciding not to rob a bank. And so how sanctuary cities save a guy like this is he can be arrested for other things in the city. And he's in the city crime system. They can't tell they can't pick up a phone and say, hey, we've got a guy over here that's subject to automatic deportation. You want to come and pick him up? He's on here under arrest. Maybe he shoplifted. Maybe he broke into a car. Maybe he did something else. The city of Chicago shields him. They can't. The city of Chicago police can't pick up the phone, even though they could type his name into a computer and find out that this guy is wanted by ICE. He's subject to automatic deportation based on his criminal history. But we're not going to pick up the phone and call ICE to come and pick him up. We're going to let him go back out into the community and deal with this crime that he's committed now, breaking into a car, whatever he's done. They're shielding him from that. He gets out on bail. He takes care of that. Maybe he serves time in a county system. Maybe he gets out on probation and he's back out into the street. And ICE doesn't know about it because the city of Chicago can't pick up the phone. They're prohibited from picking up the phone while he's in custody and say, hey, this guy's going to get out in 3 days. He's on some other charge. You should come and pick him up because he's subject to automatic deportation because of his past. That's what sanctuary cities do. That's how they protect these guys. The guys like you just saw on the screen, he could have been in and out of the Chicago criminal justice system over and over and over again, and they can't pick up the phone and call ICE. ICE has to now go out and get him in the street like you just saw, putting ICE agents at risk, putting the public at risk. And this is the problem with sanctuary cities. They make cities more dangerous.
Lindsay, we just heard Dr. Phil during that piece say to Tom Homan, once they got back in the car, the arrogance of some of these criminal illegals. We also go back last week, we saw the criminal illegal from Boston who had 18 convictions going back 10, 12, 15 years. Their arrogance is so high, but the free ride is over, right? With what the Trump administration wants to do now with Tom Homan leading ICE and, of course, the multi-agencies a part of this. This is huge.
Well, Joe, I think you look at the rules of some of these sanctuary cities and sanctuary states, frankly. You know, we're talking about the Trust Act there, where you have state and local law officials that are required not to work with ICE and not to help them with criminals. They're not even allowed to discuss or ask them their legal status. But, you know, I think it's fascinating because we really look specifically at what's happening in Chicago there with the mayor, Brandon Johnson, putting out this Know Your Right campaign and trying to prepare, you know, these illegals how to respond to ICE knocking on their door. We just talked about there how Dr. Phil and Tom Homan and the group there weren't able to get a few of those individuals because they didn't answer or they weren't home. But, you know, I want to just read for you, if I might, what this Know Your Rights resources that went out. So this went out on 400 different screens in Chicago this week in lots of different languages with QR codes and information and resources to illegals about how to respond to ICE and even to U.S. citizens about how to help. I just want to read a couple of these. These are directives. It says, if you believe you are witnessing an ICE activity, please call. It gives a 24-hour number that you can call. It says if you find yourself interacting with ICE officers in any local locations, including your workplace or your community member, know that you have the rights to remain silent when questioned or arrested by immigration officers. You should remain calm, keep your hands where the officer can see them. Okay, that's good, at least. It says, do not discuss your immigration or citizenship status. Don't sign anything that you don't understand. But here's what really got me. It says, if an officer knocks on your door or home, do not open the door. Teach your children not to open the door. ICE officers must have a warrant signed by a judge to enter your home. ICE warrants are not signed by judges. They are ICE forms signed by ICE officers, and they do not grant authority to enter your home without the consent. If you are outdoors and you think you see immigration officers nearby, move to safe indoor space. If you're a U.S. citizen and you feel safe to do so, record the activity with your phone Write down any relevant information that you've witnessed and always be careful to not interfere or otherwise obstruct the operation. It's really giving these people, and you talk about how emboldened they are when you have sanctuary cities like this doing campaigns, it is emboldening them. And again, if you are here legally, you have rights. And if you're an asylum seeker and you truly are seeking asylum, then you have rights. But if you're a criminal, then you should be detained, apprehended. And so it's just fascinating to see the different mindsets in these sanctuary cities with these mayors and with these governors of states. Really, they are the one emboldening these criminals.
Alderman, is what Lindsay just described, is that not obstruction? Is that not keeping law enforcement from doing the job that they swore, took an oath to do?
Well, I think definitely what is obstruction is when you, as the sheriff said, arrest someone and you don't let ICE know that you have them in your custody. When you have someone that's a priority target for immigration and you refuse to let them know that you have them in custody so that they can come and take them. Or if you ignore the detainers, like we see so often with our police, our county jails, or even our state prison system, who will not acknowledge an ICE detainer request to have that individual turned over to custody of immigration. That is absolutely obstruction, in my opinion. But what I also know is that letting people know their rights isn't necessarily obstruction, because there's a process, and I understand that. But what I think is most important, and I think is probably where I differ with many on this panel, is that I want the United States to be a place that people come to. And I wish we had a functional front door that allowed for that to happen since 1987, when Reagan signed the Amnesty Act that basically hit the reset button. But we know that both parties that at the federal level have completely dropped the ball in ensuring that we had a functional front door, so much so that we've seen in the last 4 years, the Democratic Party and federal members of Congress joyfully allow the manipulation of asylum to get millions of people into this country, basically illegally, but with asylum protections. And I think that there are some serious challenges moving forward, but we have to differentiate between those who are criminally inclined, like that individual from Thailand, like many of the Tren de Aragua individuals from Venezuela, and other locations who are simply here to commit chaos in our streets. We should all be standing with the federal government to get rid of those individuals, because they never should have been allowed in. They should have been properly vetted, and they should have been kicked back to wherever they came from the start. Now we have to spend time figuring this out, as well as peeling back how we were able to deal with all of the long-term undocumented individuals like the Dreamers, who we've talked about for decades and done nothing for.
We should point out.
Can I just jump in here for a second?
Yeah.
I just want to point out that this is the view of so many Americans that I talked to on the campaign trail. They want an easier pathway to citizenship for people to come to our country illegally who need it. But they are sick of what we're seeing now, of so many people here illegally who are criminals. And they want the government to step in and take action. And I think that's why it's frustrating when you have these sanctuary cities. It feels like protecting the criminals, which is also giving a bad rap to people who are trying to be a lawful, active part of their community and are trying to seek asylum in this country.
In 100%. Chicago alone, Alderman, listen to this. We know today they apprehended sexual predators. We know they apprehended 2 murderers. We know they apprehended a handful of Tren de Aragua gang members from Venezuela. And then we also have new video now just into Dr. Phil's Marriott TV. This guy was arrested. Dr. Phil was there on the ground. He's from India. He had a DUI that resulted in a fatality right here. 31 years old, in this country illegally. Alderman, again, sticking with you, I would think the people of Chicago must feel safer today.
I think as the citizens of Chicago see who exactly has been captured and who's being removed from our neighborhoods, overwhelmingly public opinion will shift in favor of what's going on. The mayor and his socialist allies have been doing a great job of gaslighting the federal government, Donald Trump, Tom Homan, and anyone else trying to execute these missions in our communities, saying that they were coming for your children. They were going to go into your churches. They were going to snatch you from a hospital bed. But that couldn't be farther from the truth, as we've seen today with what Dr. Phil has shown us earlier and what we're going to continue to see throughout the news cycle. There are dangerous people that don't belong here, who I'm glad that Tom Homan is going after. He has said that from the very beginning, even when I met with him in December. And I think that this is proof that he's sticking to his word, and we should be supportive. And I think that's going to help us take a second run at amending our sanctuary laws to allow police to work with federal partners to go after these dangerous players.
Sheriff, we just heard Alderman Lopez talk about public opinion. Is that what it's going to take, campaigns like this of transparency that are networked, that are worldwide, someone like a Dr. Phil to come in and say, this is important with Tom Homan, and get the message out to people, especially in sanctuary cities like Boston, Denver, Atlanta, Philadelphia, and especially Chicago?
I thank Dr. Phil and you guys for getting this message out, because I don't think we've been telling this story as loudly as we need to be. But we're going after criminals, people who, as y'all said, murdered, sexual assault. In my jail right now, I've got 276 people detained or so, and probably 25% of them are there for aggravated sexual assault of children. And this is a clear public safety issue, and it is beyond me that the Chicago folks don't see it. It's, I would say, cut off all federal funds if I was President Trump, and say that listening to you come around to wanting public safety, you're not going to get a federal dime.
Alderman, I guess my question is today the starting point? Does today make a difference? And what does it take for your colleagues on the left side of the aisle to say, oh my gosh, the light bulb went off? They were going after the people they said they were going to go after.
Well, I think, honestly, the turning point was Election Day, when nearly 40% of Chicagoans, without any encouragement, voted for Donald Trump to be president of the United States here in the city of Chicago. I think that was day one. And what I think that we're seeing is that there's such a huge resistance from Democratic Party leaders, because this is exactly what they don't want. They don't want Donald Trump and Tom Homan keeping their word. They want to maintain these false narratives to create hysteria and panic, as we saw Friday, when a different agency came to a school and the teachers union, the mayor, and a handful of political hacks all jumped up to say, ICE is coming to get your kids today.
Yep.
Nothing was further from the truth, but yet they all promulgated that fear-mongering so that they could have their enemy in the Trump administration.
Yeah.
What we're seeing today cuts through the fog of deception and re-emboldens our Chicagoans to say, this is what we want. Get them out of here now. And this message is also loud and clear in the immigrant community, because they don't want to be targets having to live with these individuals. They'd rather go back to having a calmer community minus the crime and the criminal elements, even among immigrants. And I think that now, as this plays itself out and we continue to see this, this will help break this mindset in Chicago. I'm certain of it. And Tom, being here specifically to help oversee that is a great first step moving forward.
Yeah, you mentioned Friday. We've been talking about it here on the program, and we appreciate you joining us. Hamline Elementary School, right? That's what you're talking about. Back of the Yards neighborhood,
Absolutely.
20th Ward of Chicago. It was 2 Secret Service agents who showed up at the school to follow up on an investigation. And the Chicago public school system, adults, people who are educating your children in your community, came forward and said it was an ICE raid. Words matter, Alderman. Words matter, and I know you know that. And I want you all to pause for a second, because we've been waiting for this video all day. And we finally have it. We want to show it to you again. It's an exclusive look. It's video you'll only see right here on Dr. Phil's Merit TV of a bust at part of the ICE raid in Chicago from early this morning. Let's watch.
When they come out, they should know what his current immigration status is, and they arrest him.
Yeah. What's the fastest he's likely to be deported if he's fast-tracked? I mean, if he's here illegally, if he's got pending charges against him, if those things are all.
Well, if he has pending charges, the office will work with local prosecutors' office to make sure they don't want him. They want to take him back into custody, throw a writ with him, and give it to him. But many times the local prosecutors just say, "No, what? Just deport him. going to be a cost savings to taxpayers, and deporting is probably worse than what each one ends up getting for a conviction anyways. So if he's a Mexican national, Central American national, he's got an order to remove, he can remove in a couple of days. If it's a more difficult country, it could be weeks or months, depending on what country he's from.
Yeah.
Some of the document, they got to accept he's a national of the country, and sometimes that takes anywhere from a few days for a few weeks.
Yeah. What are we doing with these countries that say they just won't take them back?
Well, we're working on that right now. The difference from the last administration, this administration, you got President Trump, who's a strong president. And I really truly believe we'll get these countries to take them back, because he would demand they take them back. The Biden administration didn't make those demands. You know, under the first Trump administration, Mexico didn't want to remain in the Mexico program, but they did it. El Salvador didn't want to take MS-13 members back, but they did it because President Trump put pressure on them. So I got all the faith in the world President Trump would do it again. And if they don't, we already got other countries willing to step up and take them. So it'll be a third state country removal.
So if somebody refuses, there's somewhere we can send them. And what do they do with them?
Well, they'll let them, you know, repatriate their country. We're working with 2 or 3 countries right now that agree to take nationals from other countries, working the final details now to come to an agreement.
Yeah. Will they incarcerate them?
Depending on the criminal history.
Yeah. But they're gone from here. How do you get out?
Yeah, I get it. I'll go.
There we go. Okay. So, from where?
Right here.
No, where is he from?
Oh, where are you from, man?
No,
Well, where were you born at?
Thailand.
Thailand?
Okay, prior to deport, sex offender.
Sex offender.
Child, or who's got to follow him?
It was facilitate criminal sex with a child over a computer.
Okay. Prior to deport, sex offender, dealing with children. Walking the streets of Chicago.
What's your name?
Seda.
What's your name?
Seda.
Seda what? You have a first and last name?
Sam.
Seda Sam?
Yes.
Where are you from?
Where I was born or where I'm from?
Where are you born?
Thailand.
You been deported before from the United States?
No.
Never been deported?
But I've been in the system before.
B&B.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What have you been charged with
Charged for it.
before?
I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna talk about lawyer.
Yeah. Are you a citizen?
My mom's a citizen.
Your mother's a citizen?
Yes.
But you're not?
Nope.
But you've never been deported before?
You Dr. Phil. You look like Dr. Phil.
Yeah? How do you know me?
No, I seen Dr. Phil, you know, on TV.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is an example of sanctuary cities, right? We got an illegal alien convicted of sex crimes involving children. And he's walking the streets of Chicago. Again, the downfall, the problem with the sanctuary city, that people like us walking the street rather than local law enforcement working with federal agents, this is what we're dealing with.
Yeah. You've been charged with sex crimes with children?
Not really.
Not really? And never been deported?
Nope.
Huh.
Let's take them in and process them, lock them up.
Got it, sir.
All right. Can you get a transport vehicle?
Working on it. Okay.
Yeah.
In?
Yeah. arrogance of these guys is astounding to me.
Solicitation of sex with a minor. He's a predator, computer.
Really?
Yeah.
You know, the arrogance of these guys is just astounding. Well, at least he was a Dr. Phil fan.
Yeah, I know you were.
Jeez. Do we know what country he's from? What did he say?
Thailand.
Huh? Thailand?
Thailand. We got good relationships with Thailand.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't take us long.
It's hard to imagine that somebody comes from another country, commits crimes over here, we go to deport him, and they say, well, we won't take him back? What do you mean you won't take him back?
No, it's even worse. He's in the country illegally. You know, he's has sex crime conviction involving children. And local law enforcement won't work with us because of sanctuary policies and make sure he doesn't walk the streets of Chicago, but here he is. So today, ICE made the streets of Chicago safer with that one arrest. And that's what we're going to do across the country, sanctuary cities or not. We're not going to stop the Trump administration, the men and women of ICE doing their job and protecting the communities.
Let's bring in our panel once again. Bobby, I want to go to you. First of all, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to watch Dr. Phil in Thailand because he did recognize Doctor there. I'm not sure if Merit Thailand is set up yet, but maybe we'll work on that. The second thing, Bobby, is this a wake-up call for local law enforcement? Because this guy was convicted in Wisconsin back in 2006. The Laken-Riley Act is about to be signed by President Trump. The killer, the convicted killer, Jose Ibarra of Laken-Riley, had a record as well. He was released back in 2022 through El Paso. He came in illegally. He ended up going to New York, committed a crime. They let him go. He ended up going down to Athens, Georgia, and ended up convicted of killing Laken-Riley. So is this a wake-up call for local law enforcement to say, hey, from this point on, you got to do things differently. You got to be better than what we've done in the last 10, 15, 20 years?
I wouldn't say it's a wake-up call for local law enforcement. When I was working Caribbean gangs in New York City, I was an FBI agent working mostly illegal gangs in New York City. My brother was an NYPD officer operating under the sanctuary city laws that took effect in 1985 at that point. This was 87, 88, 89. We were working on he was working crack gangs. I was working Jamaican and Dominican gangs. We could have worked together, but we couldn't because of my brother was on NYPD. They were a sanctuary city. The way the Laken-Riley thing goes on, this guy gets arrested in New York. He's probably deportable. So if they're lodged a detainer, or if they weren't prohibited, they could have called over to immigration and said to ICE and said, hey, we got this guy in custody. What's his status? Do you want him? They could go pick him up from Rikers Island, wherever he is, and deport him. Instead, they let him go. He travels down to Georgia and he rapes and kills Laken-Riley. So this is the problem with sanctuary cities. They make everybody less safe. Today, because of Donald Trump, because of Tom Homan and all the men and women of ICE in the Chicago field office and all the other federal agents, they're working with, Chicago's a safer place today. Not because of its sanctuary city laws, not because of its aldermen or its city council or the mayor or the governor. It's despite them. It's because Donald Trump, President Trump, and Tom Homan and the men and women of ICE have made Chicago safer today for the citizens of Chicago. And that's despite the fact that their local government is fighting the Trump administration, fighting ICE and putting out stuff like you saw, like you've cited earlier in your program. They're trying to make Chicago more dangerous, and the federal government's coming in and making it more safe.
Alderman Lopez, as word starts to spread across Chicagoland this afternoon into the evening about what's happening, these very specific, very targeted approach to who they're going, they know exactly who they're going after. They've done hundreds of hours of research. What do your fellow Democrats, what are they saying?
I'm very excited to see what the final result's going to be when this mission is over here in the city of Chicago. Who actually has been arrested and for what crimes that they were arrested in connection with. Because I think many of my fellow members of city council, many of our Democratic leaders are going to have a very difficult time trying to justify their resistance to amending our laws once they see all of the depravity that has just been removed from the city thanks to Tom Homan and all of our federal partners. You cannot sit here and tell me about how great it is to be welcoming while you are admitting that you want to have child sexual predators, human traffickers, drug dealers, gang members, and some of the most despicable individuals who choose to commit crimes remain in our city. We can be welcoming to those who want to believe in something better, but you have to deal with those that do not. And I think that this gives our Chicago residents a glimpse of what working with law enforcement and the federal government can actually achieve.
Yeah, and Lindsay, it not only gives a glimpse of what local law enforcement and the city council and the aldermen can achieve, but also other countries are looking at this. We had breaking news earlier about Colombia saying, we're not going to take your detainees. Mexico on Thursday said, we're not taking a military plane of criminal illegals. But there was a lesson, correct, sent from President Trump earlier this afternoon about, listen, Thailand, I think we're friendly with Thailand, as we just heard from Tom Homan, but other countries, this is a warning for them as well, correct, with the roundup of these criminal illegals. Right, Lindsay?
Was that for me, Joe?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah.
Yeah. You know, I think it's important to point out, because you heard that conversation between Tom Homan and Dr. Phil. And, you know, Dr. Phil is surprised, like many of us, that these countries don't just take back their own citizens, especially these criminals who have come here illegally. But it actually is. You look at Venezuela, they have very limited reception of citizens and oftentimes block them. But there's actually a conversation going on right now between El Salvador and the U.S. about actually, you heard Tom Homan use a phrase, safe third country. So what that ultimately means is that that country, and right now potentially El Salvador, would be willing to take non-Salvadorians back. So maybe Venezuelans, some of those countries that don't want to take them, and they would repatriate them there. And ultimately, then those individuals would not be allowed to seek asylum again in the U.S. They would get a paper that tells them that they now can seek asylum in El Salvador. If this deal goes through, it's very similar to a deal that Donald Trump tried to broker in his first administration. It didn't actually ever become formalized, but Joe Biden, under his administration, actually repealed it. So it'll be interesting to see if this happens. And one other note on this, you have our brand new Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. His first trip that he's going to go on is actually to Latin America. He's going to go to Panama. Obviously, that's another conversation there. But he said one of the key goals of his trip is actually migration. He called it one of the greatest issues of our time in keeping Americans' borders safe. But one of the countries on that list that he's planning on going to is El Salvador. So we'll see if that gets confirmed this week. But it is an interesting conversation as we see some of these countries being hesitant. And one additional note on the Colombia situation that we saw unfold today, Marco Rubio put out a statement on the State Department's website saying that they were very frustrated. It wasn't only that the president of Colombia, once the planes were in the air, said they weren't going to let them land. They had already negotiated this. They had already signed the papers that they were willing to take them. And so they felt like this was actually, them turning their back on a negotiation that had already happened. And that is why Donald Trump so strongly said, whoa, 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 we had already been on the same page. You stepped away from our negotiation, and that's why he threatened that 25% tariff 1 week and then 50% up from there after the first week. And it was because we got a little glimpse into that, how that process had gone, and they felt like he had reneged on what was already planned.
Sheriff Wayburn, first of all, great to see you again. As you know, Dr. Phil's Merit TV is home base right here in Fort Worth, Texas, which is part of Tarrant County, which you serve, sir. We've seen your deputies around our building a lot when Dr. Phil Primetime is taping. What does it tell you about policies and previous administrations' priorities when less than a week into a new administration, the border czar is able to do this, what we're watching unfold exclusively right here on Dr. Phil's Merit TV? What does it tell you?
Well, I believe the previous administration's priorities was not to have a sovereign nation. This unopened border issue was so consequential and so damaging to our country and a lot of our cities. And so I'm not sure what their agenda is. I mean, there's smarter people than me trying to figure that out. But I know that it wasn't to have a sovereign country, and it wasn't about public safety. It seemed like they were anti-law enforcement, anti-public safety. And I'm not specifically saying that was President Biden, but the people that were giving him information and people that were briefing him and the actions that were being taken. And back to the question that we had earlier about wake-up call for the cops is I want y'all to know they've been waiting and they are ready to go and they want to help. This is there is joyful noise all over Cop World 101, I want to tell you.
Yeah, and Sheriff, we heard from another sheriff in Kinney County near the border earlier, and he said just the announcement of Trump shutting the border off has decreased numbers in between Del Rio and El Paso, where he is. And he said it was a blessing. He came on here and said, this is great news. And getting the troops in and taking care of that. And you've seen firsthand, Sheriff, what's down there and what needs to happen because of the last administration, that it's just chaos and confusion.
Well, it is, but I will tell you, I was at Border Sheriff's today, and the numbers are so far down. And Governor Abbott's done a great job to help with that. But the very announcement of President Trump and what he's going to do in the deployment of the military, our border is about to be secure. And I think that excites everybody. And I mean, just the fentanyl flow alone is being cut off. It's amazing.
Alderman, I'd like to turn back to you because I'm trying to think of what the other side of this equation would be. What can someone say that would argue against getting bad people off the street is a bad thing? I'm just, for the life of me, I can't figure it out.
You know, I stopped trying to figure this one out because it doesn't make sense to me or a majority of the people who call Chicago home. You know, I understand wanting to be a welcoming city for individuals who are here. I understand being immigrant friendly, but you have to have some common sense. You have to have a way to wisely welcome individuals into our country. That makes sense. And time again, we've seen where it's all rhetoric with no reality. And the reality is that under the last 4 years, we've let a lot of bad individuals into this country who otherwise should not have been here. And I will say, even though the sheriff will not, that it was very nefarious and very intentional, in my opinion, because when you look at the fact that even if you were allowing them to claim asylum, you were putting off their asylum claims for 6, 7, 8 years from now. By then, they will already have been established or disappear into the country. And you're talking about individuals who are like this gentleman from Thailand or the other one from India who don't care about this country, don't care about our communities. How do you find them later or expect them to go to their merit hearing for their asylum claim? It's simply not going to happen. And all of that was intentional. And I think while we are fascinated right now about the raids and the targeted missions going on, that's going to be the issue for the Trump administration moving forward, which is how do you address those millions of asylum seekers that were granted temporary protective status in this country through Congress so that you can force their hearings to be within the next 60 or 90 days to start also expelling them for having lack of merit to remain here.
Yeah. I'd like to point out, Alderman, I lived in Chicago for 3 years. My mom was born in Downers Grove. It's a world-class city. You've got everything you'd want in a world-class city. The architecture, the museums, the sports teams. I was there when the Blackhawks won one of the championships. I left before the Cubs were able to do it. But you call it common sense, but our nation was built on laws, right? And when you have laws, you have to enforce those laws, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that to the point about when you're having individuals who are here illegally causing crimes and being criminals repeatedly, time and time again, there was no real threat to saying that you're going to be arrested and deported, because we know that if you get deported under previous administrations, you could just sneak right in 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Mm-hmm. And I think the message is very clear now that you're going to be deported and don't expect to ever come back, because there's a new sheriff in town, no pun intended, watching the border, who's got the military there to make sure that no one else gets in any other way than through legal channels. And I think that that's a very good deterrent, because I think everyone understands that Donald Trump and Tom Homan mean business. This isn't the same kind of word salads that we're used to from the last 4 years. But I think that all of us should be holding ourselves and our governments at every level accountable when it comes towards the enforcement of laws. You wouldn't need sanctuary welcoming city laws if Congress was able to enforce immigration laws and make laws that make sense and have pathways that are easily accessible for everyone who deserves to come to this country or wants to come to this country and contribute. All these end runs are why we have the situation that we're in, and cities have responded, and it's now gotten completely out of hand. The whole scenario is out of control. So now you need to hit the reset button like we did in the 1980s and move forward from there and stick with it if you don't want to be in this position again.
We want to continue our panel, but we need to say goodbye to Sheriff Bill Wayburn of Tarrant County, Texas. Sheriff, we appreciate what you're doing down there in that Fort Worth area of Texas, and appreciate your service and your entire team. And thank you for your insight this afternoon.
Thank you for having me. It's good to see you guys, and I'm honored to have you all in Tarrant County.
Thank you, sir. We do appreciate it.
And Bobby, so much emphasis has been made about Texas and the southern border, but let's don't lose track of the fact that there are people coming in from all over the place, including the north. I know that President Trump essentially wants to send 10,000 troops down there to the southern border to take control and get help as much as they need. But talk a little bit about other places these criminals, illegals are coming in, because they know that focus is going to be solely on the southern border.
Sure. Remember who we're dealing with, right? There's 3 major groups that we're dealing with. We're dealing with terrorists, cartels, and then state actors like China and Iran. That last group, probably the most sophisticated group, probably will be the ones that look to other places to come in, like the northern border, once the southern border gets clamped down. The illegal immigrant, the profile that we've seen walking across the border, mainly from the Central and South American countries, probably the flow will stop there. But the Chinese, the Iranians, the terrorists, they will figure out a way to exploit the next spot. And with Tom Homan on the job, hopefully all of those things, all of those cogs will be plugged and stopped, because certainly once we close the southern border, sure, there will be other weaknesses in the system, but with somebody like Tom Homan on, he's on it, and he'll know where those are, and he'll know how to address them, because this is a national security issue. China infiltrating our country with so many people that are coming in, and Iran and terrorism. We don't even know how many terrorists have come. We know how many we've stopped, but how many of them are of the larger population have gotten through? We don't know that. We know we've stopped people on a terror watch list, but we don't know how many have gotten through. We don't know where they are, and that's this national security risk. The terrorists have come here. Chinese actors have come here. They're inside our perimeter, and they're here to do damage to our country. That's the reason they've come. They're not here to live the American dream. They're not here to get a job and work in the fields. There are dangerous actors that have penetrated the southern border in the last 3 years that have come here specifically to attack us in one way or another, and they're here, and we've got to track them down. That's going to be a hard job, but I have total faith in Tom Homan, the way I see him acting in week 1.
Yeah, Lindsay, let's go back to the inauguration. We heard Donald Trump and J.D. Vance talk about swearing in, protecting Americans from both foreign and domestic terrorists. We go back to Christopher Wray, the head of the FBI, many times in those Senate hearings. We go back to Mayorkas, Alexander Mayorkas in all of those hearings of every time they said the border was secure, but then they would bring up this stat. He didn't know about the gotaways. Mayorkas, Christopher Wray warned America, even the Biden administration, saying these actors from China and Iran are coming in here. We don't know where they are. We know what they want to do, but we don't know what they are. And that was the scary part, the fact that maybe now some of this is ending, and not only are we taking a better look, a deeper dive into who's coming in, but what they want to do to this country. And the fact that the FBI, the DEA, the ATF, ICE, they're all on board. U.S. Marshals, local law enforcement as well, county sheriffs, just like we had on a minute ago, that everyone is in this. Whether the political side continues to churn, but it seems like this is the starting point, and this was the week to do it.
You know, you talk about Christopher Wray, director of the FBI, and he had said many times in congressional hearings that he saw flashing red lights everywhere he looked, specifically pointing to the border and talking about how terrorist organizations had been emboldened after October 7th, specifically ISIS-K, Hamas, and bad actors wanting to be lone wolves and wreak havoc on America. And you think about some of these terrorist organizations, Hamas specifically, you know, people, obviously we know about the war between Israel and Hamas and what happened October 7th, which is currently holding a ceasefire deal, which is amazing. But their slogan is death to America, death to Israel. And you talk about these organizations and you look at our terrorist watch list and what has been apprehended in our border under the last 4 years, and it's some of the highest numbers we've ever seen. And those are apprehensions that we know about, not considering the known gotaways and what is in there. We just don't know. And that's why you have the FBI saying how concerned they are, and other intel officials and leadership in the Senate and the House saying that they are worried about what is actually happening, and because they say that the world knew that our border is open. And really, you know, to hit on something that Alderman Lopez was talking about, we talk about the common sense of this. You know, it's one of the key reasons that Donald Trump really was voted in overwhelmingly by the American people, even people who kind of held their nose and voted for him because he said he was going to be so fierce on this issue. And, you know, even there were voters in Arizona who I would read about who would say, I voted for Joe Biden because I felt like he was going to make the pathway to citizenship easier and fix our immigration system. But now he's made it worse than it has ever been. And I'm so frustrated with this. I am going to vote for Donald Trump specifically on this issue because something has to be fixed. And we look at these extensive measures that Donald Trump is putting into place, essentially closing our border. And that goes back to what Alderman was saying. He's almost having to go back to the very beginning and stop everything to rebuild. And I think that's why, you know, even saw the highest numbers we've seen for Donald Trump, where 56% of Americans said that they were hopeful about what Donald Trump would bring to the table this time around because they felt like so much was broken. And even if they didn't like some of the policies, they were willing to vote for him specifically on the economy and immigration because these were two top issues that they felt were affecting their everyday lives. We talk about, you know, we're talking about Chicago, Illinois, not a border state there in Chicago being so affected by immigration. And of course, you have the northern border closed, but really so many states affected by this issue in their daily lives. And that is why Donald Trump was greatly elected into office specifically because of these warnings from the intel community and because of the frustration of what people saw over the last 4 years.
Alderman, I've got a few questions I'd like to ask you before I know you have to get off this conversation with us, and we're really grateful for your time. I hope you received that. When and how did you hear about today's raid?
You know, we've been hearing throughout the past week of potential raids happening almost every single day. The rumor fear-mongering machine has been going full throttle here in the city of Chicago. But we heard earlier from local networks that Tom Homan may have been here, and then we heard that Dr. Phil was actually embedded with him through social media. So we've been kind of watching to see how that's all going to play out. I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall to see a criminal migrant have Tom Homan knock on your car window in the city of Chicago. But I think that the message will be received loud and clear here in the city of Chicago, and especially when Tom Homan was potentially coming last week. He said that there were up to 2,000 targets here in the city of Chicago. That's just an astounding number of criminality that is known, identified, and still roaming our streets. So if whatever number he takes out today, there's clearly more work that needs to be done and plenty of opportunities for us to finally get it right and work with our federal partners to extricate those individuals from Chicago.
What's the headline in tomorrow's Chicago Tribune?
I think tomorrow's headline will be play games, win prizes. And right now, Chicago has won a prize of some public safety relief thanks to Tom Homan and all of the federal partners that came in for individuals who thought they could stay in the city of Chicago with impunity, thinking that they were safe, thinking that their crimes didn't matter, thinking that they could get away quite literally in some cases with murder and have all the protections offered by a sanctuary city. Sanctuary does not apply to them when feds know where you're at and are determined to come get you. And I think that is what people are going to learn today. And hopefully that message resonates and sticks for the next 4 years. My hope is that it'll be a renewed push locally from our residents who see this unfold in real time and say, now we want you to get on board because clearly these are who they're going after and we want them gone. Seeing some of these faces will surprise our communities, but that's exactly who Tom Homan and Donald Trump have said is their target, and we need to help get rid of them from our city.
Do you think the media has all the facts right there in Chicago about how orchestrated this was, that these were very specific targets that they were going after?
No, it's actually quite shameful, to be perfectly honest with you, how much of the inaccurate information being spread came directly from mainstream media. If it wasn't for more independent sources like Dr. Phil's Merit Network and others actually getting to the heart of what was going on, we'd still be living in fear every single day because that's what mainstream media is basically being spoon-fed information that's wrong by advocates and people with agendas and then running with it thinking that it's what's actually happening. Clearly, we've seen that is not the case as Dr. Phil is able to walk up to somebody who's a child sexual predator from Thailand who doesn't understand why they're getting him today. That's not the narrative that we're hearing, and I'm thankful that you guys are putting that narrative out there for people to hear live as it unfolds.
It's called transparency. Last question I have for you is, you're probably in the minority within your party in the brutal honesty that you're speaking at, which you've watched everything transpire today. I mean, just look at the 39-11 vote, right, to change your sanctuary city status, right? That speaks volumes. Do you fear political retribution? Do you fear that your political career is on the line here?
You know, if I was only acted in order to preserve my political career, I probably would have lost 2 terms ago. And I think that's too often what happens in politics, that you say what you think you need to say in order to win as opposed to what you need to say to lead. I'm going to do my best to lead regardless of consequence because I'm not afraid of standing by the truth, because the truth today will be the truth tomorrow and it'll be the truth on election day. That's how my family raised me. That's why we came to this country 100 years ago. And that's why I'm defending this country now, because there will be little versions of me 100 years forward. We're going to remember this moment and what politicians did or didn't do. And I'd rather be on the right side of things, no pun intended, than the wrong side of things.
Alderman Raymond Lopez, again, thank you for joining us, number one, for walking through. Again, this is your neighborhood. You live in this area of Chicagoland. It's a great city. It's a world-class city. Alderman Raymond Lopez, thank you for your time.
Thank you, guys.
Want to get to our chief White House correspondent, our political director, Lindsay Keith. Now, as Lindsay, we're watching, again, more video, exclusive images of Dr. Phil when he was on that ride-along, embedded with the Tom Homan and the ICE agents. Already we know, Lindsay, 2 murderers have been arrested in Chicago. Multiple sex crime suspects have been arrested in Chicago. Trin de Aragua gang members also taken off the streets there in Chicago today.
Yeah, if you're a citizen of Chicago, you should be rejoicing. And I think this is where we talk about the common sense. It doesn't matter what side of the aisle you stand on. When you know that criminals have been taken off the streets, that should be a relief for anybody. And really, you know, you talk about what government is supposed to do, the federal government for the American people. It's supposed to protect them from enemies, foreign and domestic. And that is what you're seeing the federal government trying to do right now. It's something that is so important. And, you know, we're really seeing a shift in, you know, this last political cycle. We talk about the populism of Donald Trump really making America first policy.
All right. Thank you for that, Lindsay Keith. Breaking news here on Dr. Phil's Merit TV. Dr. Phil is back with us. You've been, again, part of these ride-alongs all morning. Dr. Phil, where are you at now and what are you seeing?
Well, I can't tell you where I am right now because I don't want to compromise anything that's going on, but I can tell you that I mentioned before that we have two very high-risk warrants that we're documenting as the ICE agents get ready to serve these things. And Chris, we're documenting these agents now that are working on two of these simultaneously that they've been investigating, researching, and building a case on for a long time. And these are two unrelated cases, and they have arrest warrants on both of them. And I can tell you that these are violent criminals that we're talking about now, and they're both in parts of Chicago that are extremely dangerous parts of the city. And obviously, not every part of the city is a good place to be, and these are really dangerous parts of the city. And so going and taking these people down put these agents at risk. And so the technology involved here is both manpower and them using the technology on the ground and around the targets, and also airborne drones and helicopters and some other technology that I can't discuss. But the idea is you've got to know where these people are, and some of this involves undercover work, and the idea is to try to isolate these individuals as much as possible when it comes time to do the takedown, so fewer people are exposed. Because if a gunplay is involved, you don't want people caught in the crossfire. You don't want people, passersby that are put in harm's way. You don't want a car chase. If you can take them in the home, you're better off. So you try to find out exactly where they are, when they're there, who else is in the dwelling. There are a lot of things that you have to take into account, and sometimes you just have to really be patient. And if you go to a meet with one of them, some of these, as we've talked about before, are gang members. I'm not going to say what gang, because who knows who's watching this or who's going to see something and put it on social media or talk to these people. When you go to meet them, they often have people that set up a perimeter around the meet, and if anything unusual is observed, then things can get really dicey. So you have to be really patient and really careful, and that's what we're doing right now.
All right, Dr. Phil, you know, one of the things that I think we've hit on, and I think we should kind of dive in more, is that this isn't willy-nilly, right? Hundreds of hours have gone into the planning, the research, the creating files, knowing the people's names and where they live. And I think that it's lost, it's overlooked, or purposefully it's being left out of a lot of reporting.
Well, you know, this idea that they're just going in and sweeping neighborhoods it's just absurd, because that would be reckless. It would be counterproductive. It would put agents' lives in danger. It would put the targets in danger, and it would put the collaterals around them in danger, people that don't have anything to do with it in danger. That's not how this is going down. I don't know what has people so energized in talking about that. And I wouldn't keep being so dogmatically repetitive about this if I wasn't here and talking to ATF and DEA and HSI, which is Homeland Security Investigative, and the U.S. Marshal Service, FBI. I've talked to each of these government agencies today, and every one of them say the same thing, is we're professionals. We're trained in these techniques. We're trained in how to do investigations. We're trained in how to make arrests in proper ways. And they're just as concerned about the safety of the people they're arresting as they are all the people around them and their own agents. They're not going in there trying to just kick down doors like some cowboys and put people's lives at risk. That is not at all the attitude of these people.
Dr. Phil, these were two very dangerous, high-level targets today with Tom Homan. Were there other groups around Chicago that went out, other ICE agents that went out? And if there were at the same time, how many?
Well, there were a lot of, yes, there were different teams today. People were broken up into different teams into different parts of Chicago. And I think there were well over 100 agents, and some of the teams were as small as 5 or 6. Some of them were 10 or 12. So, but we were in one part of the city documenting this, and then there were other teams that went out to different parts of the city. So I think they covered a lot of Chicago. And I think I know about multiple teams, and they reported back in, and there was a command center where everybody congregated. We met at 4 o'clock this morning to everybody get together and get into body armor, get proper assignments, get the files, make sure everybody knew what everybody else was doing. And we were allowed into that meeting. We didn't shoot footage of a lot of that meeting because we simply didn't want to disclose anything or let anybody see something that might tip things off, let people know that they're coming, and put agents' lives in danger because somebody might know, hey, they're coming.
Dr. Phil, we watched the first takedown that you were a part of was a 42-year-old Thailand national, Seda Soma. We're looking at his picture here on the screen right now, and his order of removal was November 3rd of 2009, right? You know, I know, our viewers know, it's 2025, and this guy is heading back now, but he seemed almost cavalier about it, and when you were talking to him, he's been in this country long enough to know who you were.
Yeah, really proud of that fact. But I hope that's not my typical audience. But, you know, look, the truth is, this is a good example. We know when it comes to sexual predators that they have multiple victims before they're arrested, detained, and taken off the streets and imprisoned. They have multiple victims. Sometimes it's double digits. It can be 25, it can be 40. It depends on how old they are, how many targets they're exposed to. And so this person, we know, has been on the streets for over a decade since he was first detained. So you know, how many victims has he had in the United States where he doesn't even have the right to be because nobody raised their hand and let ICE know that he was in detention so they could meet him and take him out of the United States when they could have met him at the curb and put him right in the process and deported him legally and safely at the time. Instead, he's been on the streets.
Dr. Phil, you've had very frank conversations with the likes of New York City Mayor Eric Adams, RFK Jr., President Trump, the new LA County DA, if the Illinois governor, J.D. Pritzker, came to you, or the mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson, if they needed some sort of political bump, or maybe they're not, they're running for re-election, but maybe what they've done during this time of spreading this false narrative that Tom Homan and ICE are just coming in, grabbing grandmothers and babies out of schools and churches and bowling alleys and taking them and deporting them, maybe this has hurt them. What would you say to officials in these sanctuary states, in these sanctuary cities, that if they need a little bit of transparency, a transparency bump, what would you say to them to get them on Merit TV and discuss with them the importance of what Tom Homan is doing?
Well, you know, I'm sure that these individuals, and you know, maybe this whole thing is being oversimplified by both sides, but I think that if you sit down with Tom Homan, if you sit down with President Trump, if you sit down with the head of HSI and the FBI and the U.S. Marshal Service, and you find out what they're really doing, and you see who they are taking off of the streets at this point, I think there would have to be some common ground here. I do not believe that the Illinois governor or the Chicago mayor in any way wants these people in their community. I think they've been fed bad information. I just can't believe that any of these individuals would disagree with this. I just think they've been caught up in a false narrative. And I'm sure there are parts of this that perhaps I don't understand. And maybe they could enlighten me, but I think we would come to a very early point of agreement that if you look at the people on that wall, multiple murderers, multiple child predators, aggravated assault, people that are dealing in drugs and all kinds of illicit contraband, including firearms, et cetera. I just can't believe that they would say, no, we want you to let those people go and be back in the city. And you know, that's a ridiculous sounding statement, but I would think they would cooperate in getting them out of the city. I know they don't want them in the city. They probably would object to the way they're being taken out if they think they're being caught up in some kind of sweep with maybe 10 or 20 other people that they don't think should be taken out. My point is the 10 or 20 other people that they think shouldn't be taken out are not being taken out. That's not the case. These are surgical, tactical, targeted individuals, and they're starting with the worst first. They're starting at the top and taking out the most dangerous individuals at the top, and that's who's being focused on right now. And I think they're also focusing on trying to find the children that have gone missing. And there's no way that all of those children have gone into some kind of slave operation for cheap labor or sex slavery. Nobody's saying that. I'm sure some of them found their way to family members, but enough of them have gone into that slavery that the cartels are making a fortune off of them. And the problem is children don't leave a footprint. You know, Chris, you or I go missing and it's gonna leave a footprint because we have credit cards, we have social security numbers, we have bank accounts, we have cars, we have things that leave something that you can follow, but that's not true with children. So you have to find the people that they were with last. You have to find the people that have had control of them and track them and hope that that leads you to these children in some way. And so it's very difficult to find these children, but man, if you were a child caught up in this, you would hope that nobody ever gave up, not for 1 minute, looking for you.
Amen. No, you know, One of the things that we should highlight is, you are the one who connected Tom Homan and Mayor Eric Adams in New York City, right? You told us about it live here on Dr. Phil's Merit TV. You're sitting at the airport and you're taxiing away and you said, whoa, stop, pull the plane over and let me get these two on the phone. What does it take to get a governor like J.B. Pritzker to bury the hatchet, move past partisan politics and take up the idea of public safety, right? Because I think you're right. If people would just take the time to listen and fully understand, oh, wait a minute, this is a tactical, very precise approach to what they're doing. Oh, wait, they are going after people I don't want on the street. The problem is it's getting both people to the table, and only you, sir, have been able to do it.
Well, yeah, I think that a lot of people can do that, and I've been fortunate enough to do it in a few situations, but look, I don't have the privilege of knowing Governor Pritzker, but I can tell you this, everything I do know about him is I believe he is a good man. I believe he has spent a lot of his life in public service, and you don't do that to get rich. You don't do that because you don't care about people and what you're doing. And I have to believe that he has to be a good man with a good heart, and I think it's just a matter of getting the right information to him at the right time. And if I had the privilege of sitting down with him, I of course would do it and engage him with dignity and respect and look for an opportunity to learn from his point of view and hope to share mine and let him know what I've learned from ICE, the inside out. I am very pro-immigration. Listen, we need immigrants in this country. There are some things afoot right now that I think will be made public very soon that I think are going to be a great boon to immigration from this current administration. And I can't talk about them right now, but I think people are going to see that this administration, Tom Homan, President Trump, value immigrants in this country. We need immigration. We need them in the workforce. We need their creativity. We need their contribution to this society, the fabric of this society. But there's a right way and a wrong way to do it. And part of it we have to own. When it takes 7 to 10 years to get a court date so you can do this right through the immigration court, man, we have to do better. We have to do better than that. So we've got to own some of this problem as well. I don't care how flat you make a pancake, it's got two sides, and that's one side of it. It's very frustrating to try to get this done in the right way. But I think that's going to change. You're going to see that change. But I think what I would want to do with Governor Pritzker, if I had a chance to sit down with him, is have an exchange of information and see if we could find some common ground. And I feel strongly we could, but I would be honored to sit down with the governor.
Well, we will say this, Dr. Phil. In a press conference on Friday, he said that he hasn't heard from Washington. And the second thing he said, quote, violent criminals who are undocumented should be deported. So we got that perspective from him on those 2 points. At any point today, did Tom Homan, because you were with him late last night, then of course you both got up early this morning with your team around 4 or 5, so you've been at this all day. Obviously, this is just the beginning. Did he say how big this will eventually get and how busy he and his team will be the next 4 years?
Well, I think this is his prime directive. You know, he came out of retirement to do this, and it's a passion for him, and he is very committed to President Trump's agenda. And I think this is something that he lives and breathes this, and it is going to be a very big a very big project and a very big priority. They're going to get the dangerous people out of this country, and at this point, that's a lot of folks. We're talking hundreds of thousands of dangerous criminals out of this country. And I can't quote you the number right now, but I'll bet you he can. It's a big job, and I think he's the man to do it.
Dr. Phil.
Listen, we're going to get. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry to jump in there. I was just saying we're looking at video of you earlier. You're in the command center. You're getting that briefing from Mr. Fitzgerald, Mr. Homan, and other officials there. Give us a sense of what you think is happening behind the scenes in that command center right now, because that data, I mean, it's coming in. If you got 100 different, folks out there, that information's coming in quick, and they're quickly moving from one house to another. Again, very targeted approach.
Yeah. Yeah, they're turning and burning and building these files, and they're putting this list together, and when one is taken down, then the next one moves up the list. And this is just in Chicago, and this is a nationwide project. And this, I think, is a real template for what can work across the country. What you've seen here is a multi-agency coordinated effort coming together. And if we're going to get this done in America, it's going to take coordination. And this is how government should be working. Everybody should be, there shouldn't be any turf wars here, and there aren't any. The pride in that room is really inspiring. And I think we're going to continue to see that, and I hope to see it in New York and LA and Dallas and Houston and across the country. And I think that's what we're going to see. And I've got to get back into a briefing now to find out where we are on these two situations that we've been describing. They could go down in 10 minutes, or it could be 3 days. But I can tell you they are going to go down, and those two dangerous individuals are going to be taken off the street one way or another, and Chicago's going to be a better city for it.
And we know you'll document everything, and you can watch it exclusively, just like the rest of our coverage all day today, right here on Dr. Phil's Merit TV. Dr. Phil, great reporting. Thank you as always. Stay safe out there, please. And again, you're watching live, continuous coverage right here on Dr. Phil's Merit TV. Dr. Phil has been on the ground there in Chicago since last night, up since 4 o'clock this morning. He's been embedded with Tom Homan, Donald Trump, President Trump's border czar, sweeping across Chicago, a very coordinated effort looking for certain individuals in certain households, and he's bringing justice to bear. Much more after this quick break.
Where are you from?
Where I was born or where I'm from?
Where are you born?
Thailand.
You been deported before from the United States?
No.
Never been deported?
I've been in the system before. EMD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What have you been charged with?
Charged where?
Before?
I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna talk about lawyer.
Yeah. Are you a citizen?
My mom's a citizen.
Your mother's a citizen?
Yes.
But you're not?
Nope.
We're making another arrest right now. This is illegal alien that's been arrested for DUI with a fatality.
And this guy is from where?
India.
India, here illegally?
Yeah.
But he's here illegally right now?
Yeah. Yep.
He's convicted of DUI with fatality.
Correct.
So the question is, why is he still here?
Yeah.
It's so frustrating. It's unbelievable. And they go to the door and they're on the other side and they know it, and they don't open the door because they've been told, don't open the door.
And we gotta get these laws fixed so these guys can work.
Yeah.
We're not gonna be able to do this.
And look at all the people that it takes to do it. $36 trillion. That is the U.S. debt, and it gets deeper and deeper by the day. Our debt has never been higher, nor have the stakes. The government is looking to slash the federal budget by $2 trillion. And no one knows what that will mean for your job, savings, and future. You need to prepare before it's too late. I trust Preserve Gold to help protect my wealth, and I strongly urge you to do the same. They are the only precious metals firm I trust and recommend to my family, friends, and audience, and they have a special offer just for you.
That's why Preserve Gold is giving away a free precious metals guide. Text the word Phil to 50505, and you can also get up to $15,000 in free gold and silver with a qualified purchase. Or simply call 844-407-6375 and mention Phil today.
Welcome back to our breaking coverage right here on Dr. Phil's Merit TV. We've been with you all day because Dr. Phil got exclusive access. He was able to embed with border czar Tom Homan as they sweep across Chicago in a very targeted effort to round up undocumented immigrants who've committed crimes. They know their names. They know where they live. You're looking at one right here. This was Sai Pavallari. He's 31 years old. He's from India. And he was arrested for DWI that resulted in a fatality. And Dr. Phil saw this arrest go down shortly after 7 a.m. this morning. Let's watch and listen here.
We're making another arrest right now. This is illegal alien that's been arrested for DUI with a fatality.
Now this guy is from where?
India.
India, here illegally?
Yeah.
But he's here illegally right now?
Yeah. Yep.
He's convicted of DUI with fatality.
Correct.
So the question is, why is he still here?
Yeah.
It's so frustrating. It's unbelievable. And they go to the door and they're on the other side and they know it and they don't open the door because they've been told, don't open the door.
And we gotta get these laws fixed so these guys can work.
Yeah.
We're not gonna be able to do it.
And look at all the people that it takes to do it.
I don't know if you caught that or not, but that was Acting Deputy Attorney General Emil Bove. Let's bring in our chief White House correspondent, our political director, Lindsay Keith. Lindsay, did you see who Dr. Phil was speaking to there? I mean, you got the top of the top. Dr. Phil has easy access to these guys and getting us exclusive, extremely rare footage of what's going down in Chicago.
Yeah, this is definitely an inside look into what is going on, and obviously a great opportunity for our viewers to see what is unfolding right now with these ICE raids that are happening around the country. And as you can see, you know, there's been so much conversation, Chris, from so many individuals about these being chaos, about these going into schools and organizations. And really, we're seeing that this is what the administration had tried to paint a picture for in the transition, that these are very targeted, that they are going after specific individuals who are criminals in this country. And, you know, the White House actually just put out, and we have shown many of them, but they put out ones from earlier in the week, people that they have detained from Tren de Aragua, obviously now a cartel group, a gang rather, that has been classified as a terrorist organization. And they're really starting to put this out because, you know, one of the things that this administration campaigned on, that Donald Trump really campaigned on, was transparency. And you hear Tom Homan really talk about that. And that is why he's wanted to give Dr. Phil an exclusive look at this so the American people can actually see what's happening. I mean, when do you have an opportunity to show? I mean, that's the job of us, right, as journalists, is to be the voice of the American people, to ask the hard questions, to actually see what's really happening. and you can see through what Dr. Phil is doing out there what's really going on. And so, you know, these aren't talking points. We're showing you what is happening and what this administration is actually trying to do. And there's been a lot of fear-mongering about them targeting schools and children. And as you can see, none of that has happened this week. They are going after these criminals who have pretty long rap sheets and some pretty terrible things that they've done: murder, sexual crimes. And so it's very interesting to actually get to see this in person. As you mentioned, an exclusive here only on Merit TV.
And the morning started dark and early for Dr. Phil. At 4 o'clock this morning, he was in some of the initial briefings. They had to get dressed up in their Kevlar. And then right around 6 o'clock this morning, they made their first arrest. Dr. Phil, again, was right there in the car, got out with Border Czar Tom Homan, and they spoke about that first arrest. Let's listen.
Okay, we just took down the first target, and tell us about this guy.
This guy's in the country illegally. Understand he's prior deport. He's a bagging baggage, which means if he's not a prior deport, he has an order of deportation. He has failed to leave. He became a fugitive. But he has conviction for solicitation of children for sex on the internet. So here's a child predator. What makes me angry is a child predator walking the streets of Chicago. When he was charged for sex crimes against a child, law enforcement should have contacted ICE so we can deport this guy, not only out of the neighborhood, but out of the country. But here he is walking the streets, as you've seen this morning.
So this guy is on their radar. They know that he's here. And they know that he's doing sex crimes with children. He's soliciting on the internet. And you know, we deal with that all the time, where somebody gets lured out of their house or a child goes missing, and you wonder where they go, who picks them up. This is who picks them up. This is who lures them out on the internet, and they disappear, or they get raped, and their life's changed forever. And he shouldn't even be here, but he's doing this. But they don't raise their hand and say, hey, there's somebody that doesn't even have the right to be here that's preying upon our children, and they don't tell you about it.
Exactly, and this Governor Pritzker, and the mayor, they want to vilify the men and women of ICE. ICE saved children today. ICE saved children today. And it makes me angry. Governor Pritzker the other day went on the internet, social media, saying ICE was attacking our elementary school. He's scaring children. He's scaring the neighborhood, putting fear in the community. We're doing the exact opposite. We're saving children. Every sexual predator we arrest means more safe children. So God bless the men and women of ICE. As you've seen today, we're not sweeping neighborhoods. This is a target enforcement operation. We spend a lot of time investigating these people. We know exactly who we're looking for. So it's a target enforcement operation. It's the right thing to do.
Well, let's talk about how methodical this was, because you guys had this man, this monster on the list, and they've been sitting on this guy for 2 or 3 days to try to get where he was and his pattern, and you were actually able to ping his cell phone and get him on the move so he could be picked up on the street, rather than if he got to his dwelling, wherever that is, and got behind a closed door, then he could have sat there and you didn't have the right to go in and get him if he sits behind that door, right?
Not without a criminal arrest warrant, but that's exactly the point. He could have been arrested at a county jail, in the safety and security of county jail, by one officer.
Right.
But we spent hundreds of hours to investigate him, try to find out where he is, and we did find him. It takes a whole team for officer safety reasons to arrest him. Right. It's not efficient. We could arrest many more criminals if you let us in the jail. It's just a lot harder to find these guys out in the public. These guys don't want to be found. They're in the wind. It takes a lot of investigative work to find them. Let us in the jail. Don't let them hit the street. It saves officers time. It's safer for the community. It's safer for the alien. It's safer for the officer. But spending hundreds of hours of investigation to find this guy when we could have got him in 5 minutes at the Cook County Jail.
Okay, help me understand the logic here, because this is somebody that is in the community, a monster, a predator in the community. If this was a United States citizen and he was doing this, there would be wanted posters up, there would be people down at the school saying, why can't you find this guy? Why is this happening? There would be all kinds of hell being raised. But because this is an illegal alien, then illegal immigrant, whatever is the proper way to say this week. I'm not
illegal alien.
Illegal alien, okay. Then all of a sudden, they don't want you to come into jail to get him. Why? What is the issue? Whose rights are being violated? They found him bad enough to arrest him and lock him up. He's bad enough that they lock him up, but they don't want you to take him out of the country.
Well, your question, what's the logic? There is no logic.
You can't make sense out of nonsense.
There is no logic. Everybody, Republican, Democrat, Independent, we all should agree on one thing at least. Let's keep our community safe.
Right.
The law is clear. He's here illegally. He doesn't have to commit offense. He should be deported just on the basis here illegally. But for an illegal alien to commit a serious offense like that and walk out of jail, when ICE is there willing, able to not only arrest him, but to deport him out of the country, make this community safer. There is no logic. And that's what President Trump, I think that's why President Trump won this election. He's going to bring logic back. We're going to protect these communities. If you're in the country legally, you got a problem. You commit a crime, you're a priority. President Trump has said, we're going to prioritize the worst first. Today, we got it.
Okay, with a team instead of one person. If they'd even just told you, you could have been standing on that curb when he walked out of the jail and said, hey, come here, we got you. That's all they got to do.
No, they don't have to hold him 1 minute longer than they would normally hold him. Just call us and tell he's coming out. We'll be there.
You'll be there. They don't need to spend money or resources keeping him an extra day, an extra hour, extra minute. Just tell you when he's walking out the door. We're releasing him at 12:01. You'll be there at 11:55 waiting.
Exactly. And the community can be a hell of a lot safer because of it.
Well, I want people to know how methodical this was. You target this person, you find him, you get an idea of where he is, and then they ping his cell phone and go in safely, quietly, and take him out. If he had run when they lit it up, then all right, now we got a car racing through a neighborhood, bouncing off of cars, who knows what. Some child out, headed to church or something, throwing a paper out, whatever. Something bad could have happened.
What you saw today is a target enforcement operation, well planned. Not military sweeping through neighborhoods like the left wants you to believe. These men and women are professionals.
Why are they fear-mongering? They're fear-mongering. That's what they're trying to do, saying, no, you're rolling tanks through Chicago, sweeping neighborhoods, getting people in buses, rolling them out. That's not what's happening. These are targets, surgical removals of dangerous people. That's what's happening. I'm here, I saw it, we're reporting.
I'm grateful for that because you can show the American people exactly what ICE does, show them the truth, so we can put all that fear-mongering aside. These men and women put their lives on the line every day for this country. This is a dangerous job, and it's even more dangerous when we got to arrest bad guys out in the public or on his turf where he has access to little assault weapons. That guy today could come out any weapon out of that car. These men and women are doing a great job for this country, and I hope the American people realize it, and I think we can help tell that story.
Well, that's what Merit TV is about. We're telling the truth. No spin, just simply telling the truth. You can see it for yourself. This is just straight up. We're here. We're on the ground, boots on the ground, showing you what's happening.
President Trump campaigned on it. We've been talking about it. And now, exclusively, right here on Dr. Phil's Merit TV, we've been watching all morning as Dr. Phil was invited to embed with President Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, as he carried out Trump's plan to round up and deport undocumented immigrants, specifically today in the city of Chicago. Dr. Phil got exclusive access to see the targeted operation firsthand. They arrested this guy for soliciting sex with a minor online. He was supposed to be deported back in 2009. And now, January of 2025, he's going home. We've watched murderers. We've watched gang members. And this guy from India, he was arrested for a DWI, which resulted in a fatality. He, too, is being deported. Dr. Phil has really been on the front lines of this border crisis for the past year. In fact, he shot an episode of Dr. Phil Primetime on location in Eagle Pass, Texas, to get a firsthand look, again, boots on the ground, to see what's happening with the crisis at our southern border. Here's Dr. Phil Primetime now.